Prologue, Something Awakens. High above the clouds, a vast castle floated beneath the night sky. Its walls were built from blackened stone and ancient magic, and its towers cut through the clouds like blades. Upon the broken battlements, two beings clashed with enough power to shake the heavens. One was a man in shining silver armor. A radiant sword burned in his right hand, glowing with divine light. His blue eyes were sharp and steady, filled with the determination of a hero who had already resolved himself to die if needed. The other stood in complete contrast. He wore pitch-black metallic armor, twisted and cruel in design. Horns rose from his monstrous head, and blazing eyes glared from behind a face filled with malice. Behind him, massive obsidian wings spread open, casting a dark shadow over the ruined castle. For a brief moment, the two warriors stared at each other. Then they vanished. A second later, they collided in midair. Silver light and demonic darkness exploded across the sky, tearing through the castle walls and shaking the floating fortress to its core. The impact forced both of them back, but neither had gained the clear advantage. The hero left trails of holy light with every movement. The Demon King released waves of shadowy smoke from his broken armor. "You are strong, hero," the demon said, his voice low and mocking. "But have you still not realized the truth? Are you really that much of a fool?" The hero tightened his grip on his sword. "Be silent, demon. The time for words is over. Accept your fate at the edge of my blade." The Demon King's fiery eyes narrowed. "I see. Then die." Dark mana surged from his body. A terrifying spell formed around him, taking the shape of several screaming demonic heads. They rushed toward the hero, their mouths wide open, ready to devour his soul. But just before they struck, the hero's silver armor shone brightly. Mysterious symbols appeared around him, weaving together into a divine shield. The demonic heads crashed against it and scattered like smoke before the wind. The Demon King froze. "How did you counter my death spell?" The hero stepped forward. "I am protected by the goddess. Your demonic mana has no power over me." Without another word, he charged. Their battle became even more brutal. Sword and claw, light and darkness, steel and magic. Every clash tore apart another section of the castle. The once majestic walls began to crumble under the force of their attacks. Soon, the two warriors burst through the ceiling and continued their duel beneath the open night sky. They soared through the air, exchanging blows and spells that lit up the clouds around them. The gigantic flying castle was riddled with holes, its towers collapsing one after another. Finally, both warriors landed on a flat section of a ruined roof. The fight was nearing its end. The hero moved with flawless precision. Every swing of his radiant blade carried divine power, forcing the Demon King back step by step. The demon answered with twisted spells and waves of darkness, but his movements were growing slower. Then the hero struck. His glowing blade cut through the Demon King's arm. The severed limb fell away and disintegrated into particles of light before it could even touch the ground. The Demon King collapsed to one knee, clutching the wound. Dark blood hissed as holy energy burned through his flesh and prevented him from regenerating. The hero breathed heavily, but a victorious smile formed on his face. He pointed his sword at the fallen demon. "This is the end for you, Demon King Aberdan. Your reign of terror ends today. Humanity has won, and I shall guide them into a new age." For a moment, there was only silence. Then the Demon King laughed. "Ha!" The hero frowned. "What is so funny, fiend? You have lost." The Demon King raised his head. Even in defeat, his eyes were filled with cruel amusement. "You are indeed a mighty hero. But your stupidity is greater than your strength. Have you still not realized it?" The hero did not lower his guard. Even weakened, the Demon King could still have one final trick. But instead of attacking, Aberdan simply stared past him, toward the distant sky. The hero's expression hardened. "Realized what? I won't fall for your tricks. At least try to die with some dignity." "Oh, I will die," the Demon King said. "But it seems your beloved allies wish to bury you with me." The Demon King's laughter grew louder. At the same time, the night sky began to brighten. The hero felt a chill run through him. Slowly, he turned his head. His eyes widened. Countless rays of light were falling from the sky, descending like a massive meteor shower. Each one carried overwhelming magical power. No. His voice trembled. Why would they? They were only supposed to activate the Magitech cannons if I failed. But I'm still alive. They should know I'm still alive. He quickly pulled a white medallion from beneath his armor. The symbol of the Alliance was engraved on its surface. He activated it with desperate urgency. Stop the attack. I repeat, stop the attack. I am still alive. No answer came. Only silence. The hero tried again, but the medallion remained dead in his hand. The Demon King smiled bitterly. You see it now, hero. Your allies have abandoned you. Did you truly believe they would allow someone with your power to continue existing after the war? The hero's grip tightened around the medallion. You probably never even knew why this war began, the Demon King continued. You were nothing more than their puppet. The word struck deeper than any blade. The hero finally understood. The meteor shower was not meant only for the Demon King. It was meant to erase them both. All the years of training, all the sacrifices, all the battles he had fought for humanity, everything suddenly felt like a lie. The betrayal burned in his chest worse than any wound he had received. But he had no time to despair. With the last of his strength, the hero raised his sword and poured every remaining drop of holy energy into a barrier. A dome of radiant light formed around him and the Demon King. Then the first meteor struck. The barrier shook violently. The second, third, and fourth impacts followed, each one stronger than the last. Explosions filled the sky, swallowing the ruined castle in light and fire. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the hero might survive. But the battle against the Demon King had already drained him. His divine power was nearly gone. The barrier cracked, then shattered completely. The next explosion threw his body across the roof. He crashed near the Demon King, his armor broken and his sword slipping from his hand. As his vision faded, the last thing he saw was the Demon King's eyes. They no longer held hatred. Only pity. On that day, the hero and the Demon King died together. Their screams were swallowed by the explosions as the flying castle broke apart and fell from the sky. The once great fortress became a burning funeral pyre, scattering across the land below. In his final moments, the hero's life flashed before his eyes. He remembered the day he first arrived in this strange world. He remembered the beautiful princess who welcomed him, the training he endured, the wars he fought, and the hope he once carried. Then other memories appeared. Memories that did not belong to him. He saw a young horned boy kneeling beside the burned corpses of other horned beings. He felt the child's grief, rage, and helplessness. He saw fragments of the Demon King's past, pieces of pain that had been buried beneath hatred. For one brief moment, the hero and the Demon King's souls touched. Then everything vanished into darkness. From a safe distance, the ones responsible watched the disaster unfold. Their armies stood behind them, along with the massive magical weapons that had fired the fatal strike. Some faces showed triumph. Others showed disgust, doubt, or sorrow. But none of them moved to stop what had happened. Could he have survived? The question came from a woman dressed in an intricate nun's habit. Her name was Sister Seraphina. Though her appearance was gentle, her eyes were sharp and filled with authority. Beneath her calm expression, a trace of sadness remained. A stern-faced man in elaborate mage robes answered her. It is unlikely. The explosion was far too powerful. Even someone of his level would struggle to survive it. His name was Malachi. He looked toward the burning wreckage in the distance. We planned to eliminate both the hero and the Demon King. It seems we succeeded. Seraphina's expression darkened. Do not say it like that. This was God's will. He would have brought ruin to the kingdom. A rough laugh came from beside them. Ha! Whatever helps you sleep at night, lass. The speaker was a dwarf with a wide frame and a thick red beard. A massive axe rested in his hand. His name was Ungrim, and unlike the others, he seemed uninterested in moral excuses. Seraphina turned away from him. Think what you will, Ungrim. At that moment, another figure approached. He was a man in fine armor, with a royal crest engraved upon his chest plate. The surrounding soldiers immediately bowed when they saw him. Only Seraphina, Malachi, and Ungrim remained casual. If Malachi believes we succeeded, then we probably did, the armored man said. Still, it would be wise to confirm his death. The man was Prince Leander. Seraphina nodded. As you wish, your highness. In the distance, an elf of breathtaking beauty watched the wreckage in silence. His long ears and graceful presence made him stand apart from the others. His keen eyes scanned the horizon, searching for movement among the flames. But after a moment, he turned and left without saying a word. The rest of the group moved toward the crash site. It took several days to search through the ruins of the fallen castle. Eventually, Malachi reached the center of the destruction and studied the remaining magical traces. After a long silence, he spoke. There is no doubt. The hero and the demon king are gone. Our plan was successful. A heavy silence fell over the group. Prince Leander remained calm. The hero fulfilled his purpose. So did the demon king. His voice carried finality. The kingdom is safe from the threat they both represented. We did what had to be done. Gather whatever remains you can find. We will return with good news. Seraphina lowered her gaze, conflicted but firm. Ungrim merely grunted. Malachi looked satisfied, but a faint unease still lingered in his heart. As they prepared to leave, a soft whisper of wind passed through the ruins. For an instant, it sounded like distant laughter. The three of them exchanged uneasy glances. None of them knew whether they had imagined it. None of them knew that fate was not finished. The story of the hero and the demon king had ended in tragedy. But somewhere beyond death, something new was beginning to awaken. A new life opened its awareness in the darkness. It had no name. It had no body in any proper sense. It was a small gray creature, shapeless and soft, floating in an endless void. It resembled an amoeba more than anything else, drifting through empty space without thought or purpose. It did not know where it was. It did not know what it was. It simply existed. Around it, countless other creatures floated in the same darkness. They were pale, jellyfish-like beings made not of flesh, but of some strange energy. Most of them moved without curiosity, gently drifting and bouncing away whenever they touched another. But this one was different. It was curious. Whenever it bumped into another shapeless creature, it tried to poke it. Sometimes, it bent its soft body, testing whether it could move in a new direction. It had no true intelligence yet, but some tiny spark inside it wanted to explore. Then something entered the void. A strange cluster of black and white energy appeared among the countless creatures. Most of the beings moved away from it, reacting as though it was dangerous. But the gray creature did not flee. Instead, it moved closer. It touched the strange energy. A flash of light exploded through the darkness. For the first time, the void became visible. Countless pale creatures scattered in panic, fleeing from the painful brightness. But the curious creature could not move away. The black and white energy flowed into it. Suddenly, emotions flooded its core. Anger. Sadness. Rage. Pain. Memories of worlds it had never seen rushed through it. It saw battles, betrayal, blood, fire, worship, hatred, and despair. Its gray body began to change. First, it turned pure white, like fresh snow. Then darkness spread across its surface. The two energies battled inside it, tearing at its form. The creature experienced pain for the first time, and it almost broke apart beneath the pressure. Visions continued to appear. It saw a horned being standing before others who bowed to him. Then it saw another being, one without horns, surrounded by people whose faces were full of strange expressions. The creature did not understand what any of it meant. But the information continued pouring in, overloading its fragile existence. Instinctively, it tried to contain the two opposing energies. Somehow, it succeeded. Its unstable form settled into a dark silver color, smooth and metallic in appearance. Then a voice echoed through its being. Proto-nucleus has evolved into divine demon nucleus. The creature had changed. Its body was now twice as large as before. The dull gray color was gone, replaced by a shining dark silver shell. The memories and emotions no longer tore through it wildly, though the two powers remained within. Before it could understand what had happened, new rifts began opening throughout the void. They shone in many colors, calling to the creatures around them. The other amoeba-like beings drifted into the rifts one after another. The dark silver creature did not feel the same strong pull as the others. But one rift called to it. Slowly, it moved toward the opening. A voice reached it from beyond. "Arise." The creature pushed through the rift. The passage felt like a thick membrane, resisting its movement. Its enlarged body became stuck for a moment, but after shifting back and forth, it finally forced its way through. Then everything changed. Serve. Protect. Destroy. Arise, asterisk asterisk. The command echoed louder. The creature opened something like eyes. The void was gone. It now stood in an unfamiliar place. Its shapeless body had been replaced by something hard and rigid. It looked down and saw strange limbs attached to it. Arms. Legs. The memories it had absorbed helped it understand the words. When it tried to move, its body produced a loud screech. Metal scraped against metal. Rusted plates rattled with every step. The creature had become a suit of armor. A broken, corroded, living suit of armor. Before it could fully understand its new form, the noise attracted visitors. 3 humanoid beings entered the area. They wore clothing and armor over their bodies, and one of them carried a weapon. They spoke, but the creature could not understand their language. Their words were strange and meaningless. Then the voice returned. Protect. Kill. Destroy, asterisk asterisk. The command was clear. The creature looked at its right hand and noticed a corroded sword gripped in its fingers. Rage rose inside it, though it did not understand why. It moved forward. Its rusted body screeched and clattered with every step. It swung its sword at the nearest humanoid. But the target easily stepped aside. The blade struck the ground. A moment later, something slammed into the creature's chest and sent it flying into a wall. Its body crashed with a metallic clang. One of its limbs broke free and rolled across the floor. The humanoids laughed. The creature did not understand their words, but it understood their tone. Mockery. Before it could stand, a heavy object smashed into its head. Its helmet flew from its body and rolled across the ground. From there, it saw its own rusted armor lying broken nearby. The body it had been given was too weak. The enemies were too strong. It blamed the voice that had ordered it forward. Then another blow came down. Its vision blurred. Darkness returned. But this darkness was different. It was cold, empty, and lonely. Then the voice called again. Arise, minion. The creature was summoned once more. This time, it appeared in a dim chamber filled with strange symbols and ruined stone. It had returned to the same type of body as before, a rusted suit of armor. But now, its thoughts were clearer. It understood that loud movement would attract enemies. It understood that its body was weak. It understood that survival required caution. The creature looked around. It stood inside a collapsed temple. A basin of water rested nearby. When it leaned over the water, it saw its reflection. A rusted helmet stared back. The memories within it offered a name for this type of creature. Living armor. A dungeon monster. As it stared at itself, a strange screen appeared in front of it. Words and symbols floated in the air. At first, the creature did not understand them. But slowly, meaning began to form in its mind. It was a status screen. And it showed what the creature was. Classification * damaged corroded bronze armor FL1. Type * magical/inorganic. HP * 10/10. MP * October 10th. SP * October 10th. Strength * 5F. Agility * 1F. Dexterity * 2F. Constitution * 5F. Intelligence * 2F. Wisdom * 5F. Willpower * 2F. Durability * F. The creature reached out to touch the screen, but its metallic fingers passed through it. After several failed attempts, it gave up. Some things, it realized, could only be seen. Another screen appeared beside the first. Skill list. Basic power / active skill. Perform a powerful / attack. Lesser metal body. Passive skill. Increases the body's defense. Defense depends on durability. The creature stared at the empty skill list. It did not know whether this was good or bad. But the memories inside it suggested that this was not impressive. Its first defeat seemed to confirm that. Questions formed inside its mind. Who am I? Am I weak? What is my purpose? Why must I protect this place? The creature focused on the words describing it. Damaged corroded bronze armor. Was that its name? No. Something felt wrong. A name should be more personal. More intimate. More real. It repeated the words in its mind. Damaged armor. Bronze armor. Corroded armor. Corroded. The word did not feel right. Then another word surfaced in its thoughts. Rust. That word resonated with its entire being. The creature made a decision. Its status screen shifted. A pale light surrounded its rusted body, and a new message appeared. The named monster title has been acquired. The screen changed. Name * Rusty. Classification * damaged corroded bronze armor FL1. Type * magical/inorganic. HP * 15/15. MP * 15/15. SP * 15/15. Strength * 10F. Agility * 6F. Dexterity * 7F. Constitution * 10F. Intelligence * 7F. Wisdom * 10F. Willpower * 7F. Durability * F. Named monster. Title. A title gained by a monster possessing a name. It grants various bonuses and opens new evolution options. Rusty stared at the numbers. They had increased. His body felt slightly easier to move. His thoughts became sharper. For the first time, he felt a clear sense of self. I am Rusty. And somehow, he knew one more thing. He was a he. The thought felt strange, but also natural. Rusty now had a name, a body, and a faint understanding of the world around him. But many questions remained. Who was the voice commanding him? Why was he inside this dungeon? And how could he survive in a world where even his first enemies had destroyed him so easily? Before he could think further, a skeleton walked past him. It was made only of bones and carried itself with a loose, rattling motion. It did not look at Rusty. It did not acknowledge him at all. Rusty stared at it. Words appeared above the creature's head. Lesser skeleton L1. A new message appeared. Identification skill has been acquired. Rusty looked at the new skill. Identify. Passive skill. A skill used for identifying the unknown. Curious, he looked around the chamber. Identification, rock. Just a regular-looking rock. Identification, dungeon floor. The floor inside a dungeon. Identification, water. Just some water. It could be dirty. Identification, rubble. Broken stone fragments that were once part of something. Rusty tilted his helmet slightly. The descriptions did not seem very useful. Still, it was interesting. He continued observing everything around him until his gaze landed on a broken statue. Identification, destroyed statue. Once a depiction of a goddess that belonged to a temple. The statue reminded him of the humanoids he had encountered before, though its form was more feminine. One broken wing still remained attached to its back. As Rusty studied it, another message appeared. Congratulations. Identification skill has reached level 2, ***. Rusty understood something important. Skills could grow stronger. Higher numbers were better. That meant he could improve. That meant he might survive. He looked at the corroded sword in his hand. It was dull and damaged, much like his own body, but it was his weapon. Then the voice returned. Patrol. Move. Protect, ***. The command echoed inside his mind. A path appeared before him, not through sight exactly, but as a strange sense of direction. The voice wanted him to move somewhere. Rusty asked silently. Who are you? Did you create me? No answer came. The voice simply repeated the command. Rusty resisted for a moment, but an uncomfortable pressure grew inside him. It felt as if something bad would happen if he ignored it for too long. So he moved. As Rusty wandered through the dungeon, his identification skill activated constantly. The ruined corridors were filled with shattered pillars, broken statues, old bones, and burning braziers. He saw more monsters. Skeletons with swords. Skeletons with spears. Skeletons carrying shields. Some wore rusted armor similar to his own body. Then he saw another living armor. Rusty felt a strange excitement and approached it. But the other armor did not react. It simply continued walking along its assigned path. Just like the skeletons. Just like everything else in the dungeon. Rusty slowly began to understand. These monsters were not truly acting on their own. Something was controlling them. The voice, the paths, the repeated patrols, everything pointed to an unseen force directing the dungeon. That force controlled him too. But Rusty was different. He could resist it, at least a little. For short moments, he could step away from the path. The voice would grow louder and more annoying, but he was not completely helpless. That realization mattered. After hours of wandering, Rusty entered a wide chamber filled with monsters. Braziers burned along the walls, but a thin beam of natural light entered through a crack in the ceiling. The light fell upon a small tree stump. And on that stump rested a single green leaf. Rusty approached it. The leaf was bright and full of life, completely different from the dark, rusted dungeon around it. He gently picked it up with his metallic hand. Identification, Leaf of Vitality. Once consumed, slightly raises the Constitution attribute. Consume. Rusty was confused. He was a suit of armor. He had no mouth, no stomach, and no flesh. Still, memories showed humanoids placing food into their mouths. Rusty opened his visor and dropped the leaf inside his helmet. It simply fell into the empty space within his armor. Nothing happened. His constitution did not rise. Rusty stared down at the leaf inside his hollow body. There had to be another way. Before he could figure it out, a shriek echoed from a nearby corridor. A skeleton's skull flew out of the darkness and rolled across the floor. Every monster in the chamber turned. 3 figures stepped into view. A human in worn armor carried a sword. An elf with long ears held a bow. A short, broad warrior gripped a massive warhammer. A 4th person shouted from behind them, but Rusty could only understand fragments of their words. The voice inside his head roared. Kill. Rusty's body trembled. The memory of his first death was still fresh. These beings were dangerous. He knew that charging blindly could destroy him again. But alongside fear, another strange feeling rose inside him. Excitement. Rusty tightened his grip on his corroded sword. This time, he would not die so easily.
Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
3 adventurers burst into a spacious chamber teeming with low-level monsters. The skirmish commenced as they swiftly dismantled an undead skeleton, triggering a small wave of other creatures to surge toward them. Despite being outnumbered, they showed no signs of perturbation in the face of adversity. As they advanced through the corridor, a 4th member of their party emerged before them. A woman, clad in light leather armor, had concealed herself from the creatures, clinging to the wall unnoticed. "What's wrong? You gave us the signal. We have a problem." "What happened?" one of the adventurers asked the woman who descended from the wall with a somewhat annoyed tone. "One of those things ate the leaf." "It ate the leaf?" "Yes, I told you that it ate it, so it ate it. It's one of those living armor things." The adventurers exchanged glances, a mix of confusion and intrigue painted on their faces. They had encountered various monsters in dungeons before, but the idea of a living suit of armor consuming something was beyond their usual experiences. "Are you sure? Living armor that eats vitality leaves?" "I'm telling you, it happened. It picked up the leaf and put it in its helmet, and then the leaf disappeared inside." The adventurers redirected their attention to the open chamber, where a rusty suit of armor stood. The creature appeared to be observing them, its visor emitting an almost inquisitive vibe. It was encircled by various skeletal monsters and a few others of its kind, but it was the sole one that remained stationary, distinguishing itself from the advancing pack of creatures. "Well, we can't let it go. That leaf is crucial for our mission, and we need to complete it to get the money. Let's take care of the undead first, try not to damage that rusty armor monster. Those leaves are delicate." The leader of the group, who seemed to be the human clad in worn-out armor, shouted out some orders while the other 3 nodded. The adventurers quickly formulated a strategy, efficiently dispatching the oncoming small horde of monsters while ensuring they avoided harming the peculiar living armor. Unbeknownst to them, the corroded suit of armor kept his eye on them, intrigued by how they behaved. The way they moved, coordinated, and fought together was quite fascinating. Is this called strategy? The way they move seems to be with purpose. Rusty, the living armor, was among the group of monsters in this large dungeon chamber. Initially appearing ordinary, they cleverly utilized the rubble to their advantage. The adventurers observed how they strategically manipulated the environment, compelling the monsters to approach in a specific manner and avoiding confrontations with more than 1 or 2 at a time. Clearly, they were using the surroundings to prevent getting surrounded, something that seemed unfavorable. Despite an initial urge to charge in mindlessly, Rusty managed to restrain himself from attacking the group of living beings. His previous encounter had imparted some valuable experience, leading him to believe that repeating the same tactic would yield similar results. Instead, he chose to observe while his more impulsive allies risked their lives. Eventually, an idea began to form in his mind. What if he used the same environment to his advantage and approached the group from somewhere the other monsters weren't? As the battle between the adventurers and the monsters unfolded, Rusty adeptly navigated through the shadows, applying his newfound understanding of strategy. Amidst the noise of clashing weapons, monster roars, and occasional shouts from the coordinating adventurers, the screeching sound produced by Rusty's corroded armor went unnoticed. Stealthily advancing through the chaos, he approached the group from an unexpected angle. The adventurers, engrossed in the ongoing battle, appeared to overlook the lone suit of armor, which seemed indistinguishable from many others. While Rusty got closer, he began to analyze the adventurer's skills and tactics. The one in worn-out armor exhibited remarkable strength and durability, deflecting attacks with a well-worn sword. The archer with elongated ears showed incredible accuracy and agility, effortlessly dodging incoming strikes while firing arrows with precision. The shorter member of the party wielded a massive warhammer, delivering powerful blows that could crush bones and armor alike. Kill. His mind surged with animosity toward the group of 4, the internal voice making it increasingly difficult to focus until it became unbearable. Sword in hand, Rusty finally succumbed to the urges and leaped out from behind a thick, collapsed pillar. Though his initial plan had been to take his time and approach while his brethren kept the adventurers busy, even with this hasty approach, he successfully closed the gap. "Ha! Watch out!" The leader of the adventurers called out to the long-eared person that Rusty was targeting. The man in worn-out armor swiftly positioned himself between Rusty and the elven individual. In this impulsive leap, Rusty felt a surge of excitement as he tightly gripped his sword with both hands and swung downward. Instinctively activating his skill, Basic Power Slash, a red glow enveloped his weapon. The speed of the downward swing hastened, and he sensed the weight increasing. This was his opportunity to defeat his enemy. His opponent hastily raised his sword to guard, and Rusty's sword connected. The man, slightly off balance and caught off guard by the surprise attack, couldn't fully block the corroded weapon. Rusty experienced a sense of achievement, envisioning his sword connecting with the man's shoulder and cleanly severing it. However, there was a crucial factor he hadn't taken into account: the durability of the weapon he was wielding. The adventurer leader wore a worn-out suit of armor that protected critical parts of his body, including the shoulder Rusty had targeted. At the moment Rusty's sword connected with this metallic armor, the weapon gave out. Instead of witnessing the man's shoulder being torn to pieces, the corroded sword was shattered. The only evidence left behind was an indentation where Rusty's power slash had landed. Shitty piece of armor. His opponent seethed with rage. Although the hit didn't penetrate, the leader of the adventurers felt sharp pain emanating from the afflicted shoulder. Now without a weapon, Rusty attempted to tackle his enemy. However, just like before, a boot landed on his chest plate, propelling him back toward the collapsed pillar where he had been hiding. Despite the heightened stats from gaining the title, he was unable to react in time. As his back collided with the rubble, some of his armor pieces scattered to the sides. "This is getting annoying, let's clean these fuckers up." The battle continued with more vigor as the adventurers took it a bit more seriously now. It was impossible for the low-level monsters to even land one good hit on the party of 4. The difference in skill, experience and power was too drastic. There was no way that the monsters could win. Even if they outnumbered the party 5-1, they all fell after getting hit once or twice. Rusty struggled to stand amidst the scattered armor pieces. Missing a leg and an arm, with some of the other plates fallen off, he found himself unable to reassemble as the connections between the pieces were lost. Before he could react, another blow struck his body, this time delivered by the shortest adventurer wielding a big warhammer. "Hey, be careful, one of them has the leaf inside." The slender one from the group shouted at the stocky one, who didn't seem to care that much. Soon the battle was over, with the adventurers emerging victorious against the remaining monsters. The chamber, once teeming with undead creatures and living armors, now echoed with the sounds of heavy breathing and the clinking of weapons being sheathed. "Ha, that could have gone better. Is everyone all right?" "Aye. Indeed." As the dust settled, the adventurers regrouped, assessing the situation. The leader, still nursing his injured shoulder, shifted his focus to the battered living armors they intentionally didn't fully destroy. His attention honed in on one lying next to a pillar, exhibiting a hammer-shaped hole through its chest. "That vitality leaf better be in one of these damn armors." Frustration marked the leader's tone, aggravated by the injury to his shoulder. He then turned to the woman who had been in the chamber beforehand, noticing her annoyance with what he was insinuating. "What? You don't believe me? Why would I lie?" The leader sighed, acknowledging the glare from his party member. Nonetheless, still seething from the encounter, he chose to vent his frustration on the armor that had caused him pain. With one smooth kick, the helmet went flying to the side and landed between the legs of the female party member. She picked it up, still frowning. At this point, Rusty had not been slain, and could feel a strange sensation inside his broken body. The leader of the adventurers had thrust his hand through the hole, searching for the leaf that Rusty had swallowed. However, something else occupied Rusty's thoughts as he came to a realization: he was extremely weak. The gap in power and speed against these humanoid creatures was insurmountable. Even after sneaking up and activating his strongest skill, he couldn't inflict any serious damage on his opponent. The situation was profoundly disheartening for the young monster, unsure of what course of action to take. Given a body and a set of skills that weren't particularly impressive, Rusty experienced a peculiar feeling within his core, yet couldn't fully comprehend it. The desire to become stronger and achieve victory welled up within him, but the path forward remained unclear. The situation felt increasingly hopeless, and a sense of impending demise lingered, reminiscent of his previous defeat. "There it is, you were actually right. See, I told you." It became evident that once the leaf was extracted from his body, Rusty would lose any significance to the party of adventurers. His brethren were undergoing the same fate, being searched and subsequently hammered to death. Rusty resigned himself to an inevitable demise, preparing to enter the void once more. Yet, to his surprise, one member of the party did something unexpected. "Hey, what are you doing? Never doubt me again, you idiot." In a fit of anger, the woman stuck Rusty's helmet onto the party leader's head. She playfully stuck out her tongue in his direction, while the other two party members laughed at her childish behavior. It appeared that she was merely being playful, and no one made a big deal out of it. However, for Rusty, seeing his helmet on the man's head changed the perspective. "Compatible skills have been found. Please choose a skill that you want to learn." The voice that had been updating him whenever a skill or title was gained began to speak again. Time seemed to slow down as Rusty was presented with the opportunity to choose from the three options laid before him. Universal language. Passive skill. Allows a person to understand spoken words and writing of the universal language. Basic power thrust. Active skill. Perform a powerful thrust attack. Basic swordsmanship. Passive skills. A skill that makes it easier to wield a sword, is required to unlock more powerful sword skills. What is this? Rusty found himself pondering, having never seen something like this before. While he understood the concept of skills, acquiring them in this manner was something new. Weighing his options, he considered the first one, which would help him understand these creatures better, but deemed it unnecessary given the knowledge from the memories he was granted. The power thrust seemed intriguing, likely an alternate version of his power/skill. However, when he examined the third option, his decision was clear. What he needed were more potent skills, not ones similar to what he already possessed. Basic swordsmanship offered the prospect of acquiring such skills, making it the obvious choice for him to pursue. Do you wish to learn the basic swordsmanship passive skill? Please confirm to begin the process. After concentrating on the third option, the voice resounded inside his head once more. It asked him if he wanted to learn the skill and presented two choices. There was a large green button with the word "Yes" on it and another red one with the word "No." Rusty had made up his mind and quickly gazed at the big green button, waiting with anticipation. Soon after, he heard the voice again, and the process began. Beginning the process of skill absorption. Please wait as the skill is absorbed from the host. Huh, you made her mad again. Hey, come back, huh? The adventurer whose head Rusty now occupied felt that something was off. The moment the helmet settled onto his head felt strange, but he didn't think much of it. There wasn't supposed to be any danger involved since the creature had been defeated, and even if it were alive, without being connected to the body, the helmet wasn't deemed dangerous. However, as he tried to remove it, he found it unyielding. The hell? It won't come off. What is with this thing? Stop pretending, if you think that'll start feeling bad for you. No, I'm not joking, this thing won't come off. Ugh, my head. To everyone's surprise, it didn't seem like their party leader was faking it. A moment after the helmet settled on his head, he found himself going down onto one knee as sharp pain took over. It felt like his head was being pierced by something, and he couldn't do anything about it. Even after clutching the helmet with all his might, he could not pry it off, and it began to glow, indicating that something indeed was happening. Gee, get this thing off me. The adventurers frantically tried to assist their leader, but the helmet resisted all attempts to be removed. The glow intensified, enveloping both the helmet and the leader's head. They didn't know what was happening, but it wasn't anything good. The dwarven member of the party finally decided to do something more drastic as he grasped his warhammer and told the others to back away. Keep still, Wait, what if you? There is no time, lass. Do it. There was no way for them to know what was transpiring, and their leader understood this fact. He lowered his hand so that his dwarven companion could take aim. The other two looked at the predicament with concern in their eyes, realizing that they couldn't simply pry the helmet off with her grip strength alone. Soon, the large hammer flew at the corroded helmet at a precise angle. Thanks to the dwarf's excellent aiming skill, after the impact, the helmet flew right off and landed to the side. The human leader's head was bruised and bleeding, but he was still alive. Quickly, the others rushed to his side, pouring a red liquid over the wound. Miraculously, it seemed to alleviate the pain and mend the hole that had been left behind. "Leader, are you okay? Do I look okay to you?" The man responded to the elven companion as his eyes scanned the chamber for the helmet that had caused him pain. Quickly grabbing the dwarf's large hammer, he charged at the source of his problems. The helmet was promptly squished and shattered under the harder metal, leaving nothing but bent pieces behind. The other adventurers watched as their leader relentlessly flattened the piece of living armor until there was almost nothing left. Out of breath, he moved towards the remains of the armor's body and promptly delivered retribution as well. At this point, the one responsible for his pain was no more, as Rusty found himself traveling through the void once again. Unbeknownst to the adventurers who believed they had defeated the monster, Rusty was being restored by the forces inside this dungeon. In another corner of the dungeon, a new suit of corroded armor began to shiver as life was bestowed upon it. Occupied by the entity that had caused the adventurer leader a great deal of grief, for some reason, it held both of its metallic hands up as if cheering itself on. Despite having been defeated, it seemed unfazed, as this encounter had given it something new, and perhaps this was how it could become stronger. Name: Rusty. Classification: Damaged corroded bronze armor FL1. Type: Magical/inorganic. Hit points HP: 15/15. Magic points MP: May 15th. Special points SP: 0/15. Strength: 10F. Agility: 6F. Dexterity: 7F. Constitution: 10F. Intelligence: 7F. Wisdom: 10F. Willpower: 7F. Durability: F. A lone armor stood around two identical beings, but it was certainly not the same. The way it moved and articulated was strange. Even now it was swinging its arms around wildly while looking at something before it. The two other suits that were there didn't react to the peculiarities of their brethren, nor were they capable of it. "It's there. I became stronger." Rusty rejoiced while looking at the skill window with two brand new skills. One of them was the one that he absorbed from the adventurer, while the other appeared out of seemingly nowhere. He could only assume that it was the one that he couldn't previously identify, as all the question marks were gone. Skill absorption. Active skill. Allows the user to absorb and learn compatible skills if certain criteria are met. Basic swordsmanship. Passive skills. A skill that makes it easier to wield a sword, is required to unlock more powerful sword skills. The question marks have disappeared. I wonder why. He was curious as before, but his curiosity was overshadowed by his joy. Two new skills had been gained, which had to mean that he was stronger in some way. The basic swordsmanship skill was already at work, as he could feel the movements of his corroded sword becoming better. It was somehow telling him how to guide it and increased his offensive capabilities to some extent. But how did that work? Rusty recalled the strange incident with the human adventurer. He had been defeated yet again, but after a part of his body was placed on the human's head, the skill was activated. Being a sentient suit of armor, he didn't perceive the head as part of those beings. His helmet could come off if he wanted, and at this moment, he took it off. The slit in the visor acted like his eyes, but he could move his body even when it wasn't touching it. HM. While pondering, he attempted to rub his metallic chin, but his helmet had been placed down on a large rock. As he contemplated this situation, some audible noises entered his non-existent ears. On the sides, two other living armors were lumbering around, and when he glanced at them, he had an idea. Quickly, he grabbed his own head and appeared before his brethren. What if I do this? Armed with some inspiration, he grabbed the helmet of his look-alike. The other living armor monster who was walking by stopped in its tracks but didn't attack. It had become clear that these beings didn't see him as an enemy, as the voice that commanded them all kept everyone in check. Once the other monster's helmet was removed, he used his body to carry over his own helmet and replaced the old one. It didn't work. To Rusty's surprise, he didn't hear the voice of the world that had previously presented him with a choice of 3 skills. It had not appeared. The feeling that was present when he occupied the human's head was also different. It seemed that he couldn't use his new skill in this way. However, he did not stop with just this one test and instead moved on to the second piece of corroded armor to try it on them. Not working. The feeling was the same, and soon the corroded armor went out to patrol their designated dungeon spot. Rusty was left confused about the issue, but this didn't stop him from approaching a different type of monster, one of the skeletons that occupied this dungeon. It was the most prevalent type here, and they carried various weapons, not just swords. Thus, he approached one that was holding a sword along with a shield that looked like a washboard. The monster stopped after a metallic helmet was placed on its head, but it surprisingly didn't look that out of place. Skill absorption has failed to activate. The cooldown period has not ended yet. Please wait until the cooldown period has ended. Oh. The voice of what he only knew as the world echoed inside his metallic head. It provided him with an explanation and also gave him a series of numbers that were constantly changing. If he understood this correctly, then he would need to wait a prolonged amount of time before this skill could be activated again. Hey, wait. As he contemplated this newly gained knowledge, the skeleton friend that he had placed his head on started moving away. To his surprise, this monster was rather fast, and he needed to give it his all to keep up with the pace. It took him a good few minutes before he was able to regain his helmet. The timer that had been presented had been lowered during this time and confirmed his previous assumption. With not much else to do but wait, he decided to explore this large dungeon. Move. The voice resounded inside his head and forced him to patrol like the rest, but without any enemies around, he was able to get a better look at the dungeon he occupied. There were many corridors, some quite tight while others were spacious. Rusty navigated the corridors with the clanking sounds of his corroded armor echoing through the dungeon. The walls were adorned with dimly lit torches, casting flickering shadows that danced along the cold stone surfaces. As he explored, he stumbled upon a peculiar spacious chamber that was devoid of most of what the others had. The only eye-catching thing inside was a large staircase leading down. This was not the patrol route that the voice wanted him to take, as he was just passing through, but for some reason, this piqued his interest. Once inside, he made his way towards the stairs, and there he experienced something strange. He was not able to move down the stairs, and even approaching them was quite hard. Rusty tried to analyze the situation. It seemed as if an invisible force was preventing him from descending the stairs. Frustrated but determined, he attempted to take a running start, but just as he was about to approach the opening to the stairs, the voice resounded. It was much louder and seemed angered by the attempt to go down this wide set of stairs. Leave, forbidden. Rusty froze in place, his metal frame trembling with the force of the command echoing in his head. The voice was not one to be ignored, and the sheer power behind the words made it clear that descending those stairs was not an option. As the echoes of the command subsided, Rusty hesitated for a moment. The desire to explore the forbidden depths of the dungeon clashed with the overwhelming compulsion to obey the voice. It was a peculiar situation that he did not have an answer for, but it seemed that he was stuck for now. With a reluctant sigh, or the metallic equivalent of it, Rusty turned away from the stairs and resumed his designated patrol. The voice seemed appeased, and as he moved through the dungeon corridors, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this place than met the eye. The dungeon was not just a maze of stone walls and dimly lit torches, it held secrets and hidden passages that piqued Rusty's curiosity. Although his primary purpose was to follow the commands of the voice, the desire to uncover the mysteries of the dungeon grew stronger within him. As Rusty continued his patrol, he encountered other monsters. Besides the previously encountered skeletons and living armors like himself, there were also strange small creatures called goblins. Other species that he encountered were spiders who liked to crawl up on the ceilings and hide in dark places. Then there were smaller things like rats and insectoids. The green ones didn't seem to like him too much, as when he approached they started throwing rocks at him. There was something different about them, as if they had their own little section of the dungeon just for themselves. The voice inside his head also kept him from venturing forth into the areas that were marked by strange totems. After getting to know more of the denizens of this dungeon, Rusty also noticed one thing. Each one of them had a certain number applied to their classification. Skeleton L3. Mine is at 1, will I get stronger if it goes up, just like with the skills? Rusty's identification skill was the only one that had been going up, and as it increased in levels, more information was produced when he identified things around him. Previously, he couldn't even see the levels of his dungeon brethren. Now he knew that there was some way of becoming stronger, but how would he achieve this? Would it just go up by itself, or was there something to it? Then the answer somehow presented itself to him. As he was walking through one of the smaller corridors and passing next to another living armor, they bumped into each other. The two staggered for a moment while being pushed against the side walls. You have gained +1 experience points. Huh. Rusty heard something that he never heard before, and when glancing at his status screen, a leftover log was still there. He had gained an experience point, and the source of this was something that was stuck on his pauldron. After bumping into the other corroded suit of armor, he squished a small monster arachnid onto the wall. It was quite small and just died from the weight, but it still counted. The spider was turned into some green goop that was running down the wall. Rusty gave the dead creature a few pokes before opening up his status screen to look for a few more answers, and there he discovered another new number that had gone up. There was an actual indicator for gaining levels, and he just needed 49 more of these experience points to fill it up. If I got 1 experience point for this small creature, what will happen if I defeat a bigger one? His head turned towards the living armor that had passed him by. It was just slowly lumbering along without a care in the world. Rusty knew that the monsters here were different than him, they wouldn't react even if he got closer and took off their body parts. Perhaps this was the way to get stronger, by slaying these beings that weren't truly alive. He clenched his corroded sword and approached the other armor piece. His corroded frame generated a lot of noise, but this creature didn't seem to mind. It just continued on the path that had been given to it by the voice. Even after Rusty was standing right behind it with his arm raised and sword glowing, it didn't do a thing. However, before the basic power slash could claim its first life, the voice resounded inside Rusty. Stop. Ally. It stopped him in the middle of the downswing and didn't allow Rusty to finish the attack. The authoritative command kept him in check as it referred to the other living armor as an ally, a term loosely known by Rusty who didn't really consider it. The term made him question his desire to gain experience and if it was something worth continuing. However, he couldn't really see these other monsters as true allies but more like prisoners who had to adhere to the voice commands. Do allies force others to do their bidding? As he pondered this, the other living armor continued its patrol, seemingly unfazed by the attempted attack. Rusty couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to these creatures and this dungeon than he understood. The voice had labeled them as allies, but he wasn't sure about that. What if the voice considered him an enemy? Wouldn't all these so-called allies destroy him instead? This was something worth pondering, as Rusty was aware of his relative weakness. It would be impossible for him to contend with so many monsters that were driven by the authoritative voice. This left the other fleshy creatures as the best source of those experience points, but they were not something that he could deal with at the moment. Instead, he turned his attention to some other creatures within the dungeon, ones that perhaps could provide him with something. You have gained +1 experience points. 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 Another smaller being fell to his sword as he continued his carnage. As Rusty wandered through the maze-like dungeon, he continued to assault smaller creatures. Smaller spiders, rats, and even slugs on the walls were all fair game. They didn't seem to be part of the control structure of the internal voice, and there were many of them here. It was quite easy to dispatch them as, for some reason, they were slow to react to his advances. With each successful strike, Rusty felt a surge of satisfaction as his experience points increased. The green goop from the defeated creatures splattered on his corroded armor, adding a gruesome touch to his appearance. Despite the macabre scene, Rusty continued his relentless pursuit of experience points, driven by an instinctual desire to become stronger. Thanks to relative ease for dispatching these beings, he had managed to gain the remaining 49 points rather easily. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Name: Rusty. Classification: Damaged corroded bronze armor FL2. Type: Magical/inorganic. Hit points HP: 16/16. Magic points MP: 15/15. Special points SP: June 15th. Strength: 11F+1. Agility: 6F+0. Dexterity: 7F+0. Constitution: 11F+1. Intelligence: 7F+0. Wisdom: 10F+0. Willpower: 8F+1. Durability: F. Rusty was now a level 2 damaged rusty bronze armor and had gained 3 whole attribute points. Considering that all of them had increased by 5 when he gained his title, the increase seemed rather small. His maximum hit points had gone up, and after leveling up, he also noticed that his magic points were restored instantly. However, his special points remained low, and they were regenerating at a very slow pace compared to the magic points. This also reminded him about his previous tests. The time to acquire some new skills had come, so he homed in on another skeletal monster who was holding a sword along with the shield. His helmet made its way onto the creature's cranium and he was presented with a new message yet again. Compatible skills have been found. Please choose a skill that you want to learn. Basic Shield Bash. Active skill: Perform a bash with a shield. Even though the message told him that it found multiple compatible skills, he was only presented with one option. There was also another peculiarity: the skill was in a grayish tone this time around, while previously it was a lot brighter. Nevertheless, he focused on the skill just like before and waited for another message just like last time. Insufficient SP to learn this skill, please try again when you have sufficient SP. Not enough SP. Rusty was perplexed by this result as he continued to try to select the skill. The skeletal monster eventually started walking away, and he had to retrieve his helmet. He recalled that after absorbing the skill from the human, his special point counter had gone down to 0. It seemed that he would need to wait quite a bit more before he was able to use this absorption skill again. While he was lacking SP, this didn't deter him from anything. It was possible for him to level up his attributes by defeating small insects and rodents. While this was a slow process, he was not really in a hurry. The resources that he was given would eventually recover, and he would be able to gain some skills with time. So, he started his first leveling drive, and the small creatures that had lived here in peace would soon know fear. Are you sure we should be here? Yeah, don't worry, it's just the first floor. There are only goblins, skeletons, and rusty armors around. They are all trash. I don't know, wouldn't it be better to go to an easier dungeon? The monsters from the lower levels sometimes travel to the upper ones. Ha, that very rarely happens, and if something does, I'll just protect you. An older teenager responded to a girl who was slightly younger than him. Both of them were slowly going down a very long set of stairs leading to a mostly empty chamber. Within it were paths leading to different places, each marked and given a symbol. Oh, I know those. We should probably avoid the goblins, right? The girl pointed at one of the markings and the young man that she was with nodded. That's right, the goblins are weak, but they work in larger groups. It would be hard to deal with just the 2 of us, but we should be fine if it's just 1 or 2 of those green bastards. The young man laughed while puffing out his chest. He was wearing a cheap set of armor along with a sword strapped to his side. The younger girl had some leather armor, and her weapon of choice was a bow that she was already holding in her hand. Even though there was no danger in sight, she seemed worried about this little expedition. As I said, stop worrying. The monsters here are rather weak. How about we just go get some skeletons? Those guys are quite slow. The man pointed to another path on the right side of the chamber. What about the living armors? Those bundles of rust will fall apart from one good kick. Nothing to worry about, they are actually weaker than a skeleton, just take a few more hits, are really slow, and you can hear them coming instantly. If you say so. The girl nodded while the young man continued to grin. He moved in close and placed his hand around her waist, which made her slightly frown. Don't worry, just stick close to me, and there won't be any problems. For a moment, she noticed that he had a strange expression when getting this close. Her instincts were telling her that something was wrong, but due to some circumstances, she needed to get stronger. Leveling up in this dungeon was the fastest way to alleviate her troubles. Even if her companion wasn't the most trustworthy, without him, she would have been unable to come to this place. How about you lead the way, then? Sure thing, just leave it to me. After wiggling out of his grasp, she made the man move in front. He was just a regular fighter type, while she was best at ranged combat. Their combination had an obvious synergy, and she intended to use it to battle the monsters here. Soon, the two disappeared into the corridor and were on their way to adventure. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Name: Rusty. Classification: Damaged corroded bronze armor FL7. Type: Magical/inorganic. Hit points HP: 20/20ths. Magic points MP: 17/17. Special points SP: August 15th. Strength: 16F plus 1. Agility: 8F plus 0. Dexterity: 8F plus 0. Constitution: 15F plus 1. Intelligence: 8F plus 0. Wisdom: 12F plus 1. Willpower: 10F plus 0. Durability: F. Is there any way to hasten this process? How long have I been doing this? Rusty lowered his head and gave out a sigh as if he was a human. He had spent many days exterminating small critters and bugs around the dungeon and at this point was having an issue finding more of them. Sometimes humans wandered in, but he was lucky enough to avoid them for now. It didn't seem like they wanted to stay in this dungeon too long, or at least not on this floor. One more discovery was a set of stairs going up, which like before he couldn't approach. Rusty was even unable to enter the large empty chamber before the stairs started and could only glance at them from far away. It seemed to be an even more forbidden zone that the voice inside of his heart kept him and the other monsters away from. However, he was able to resist the order some more, and perhaps his higher levels had something to do with it. If I could only grind something else. Rusty produced a new word that he somehow knew the meaning of. If he continued like this, his levels would only continue to rise at a very slow rate. It was impossible for him to attack the other monsters in the dungeon, which left the humanoid creatures that came from the stairs above as his targets. He had done his best to observe their movements from a safe distance while the other monsters had been destroyed. There was one main reason that he did such a thing, and that was his current level, which he was afraid to lose. The levels of his allies ranged from 1 to 5. He was now the highest level monster wandering this dungeon floor. After observing the deaths of his fellow creatures, he realized something. Every one of them had an assigned level that they always returned to. It didn't seem to decrease, but it also wasn't increasing either. It was possible that if he died now, his level would be reset, and he would again be a level 1 monster. This was something that he wanted to prevent at all costs, as the multiple days of killing critters would go to waste. Resisting the voice wasn't easy. At most, he could slow himself down and wait for the orders to subside. Eventually, as the battle came to a close and there were no other monsters around the fleshy enemies, the call to arms would cease. It was as if without the monster's involvement, the voice inside his head couldn't perceive any enemies. The creatures like him were its eyes, and if he didn't explicitly look at an animate humanoid, it wouldn't trigger the voice's orders. There was one more interesting effect that he also needed to watch out for. If another monster from the dungeon encountered an enemy, they would send out some sort of hidden signal. If he was close by, the voice would also be activated. It was some sort of way to call for reinforcements, but it was easily avoided by him with a small ruse. He just avoided locations that were hotspots for combat. Even if he was ordered to patrol, there was some wiggle room for him, and he used that to prevent any deaths from happening lately. Something that he wanted to pat himself on the back for. Basic shield bash. Active skill. Perform a bash with a shield. Basic power thrust. Active skill. Perform a powerful thrust attack. Rusty had managed to acquire 2 new skills, one through absorption and the other through regular leveling. When he reached level 5, he was given the basic power thrust. It made him realize that he needed to deliberate more on what skills to get. If they were attainable by regular level-ups, then it was a waste of time to use the absorption skill that had some more drawbacks. One of them he recently discovered. After attaining the basic shield bash skill, the timer had been reset and doubled in length. It was possible that it would become harder and harder to use that skill. Perhaps saving it for something more special would lead to better outcomes. However, he still needed to test it further, and perhaps absorbing something from the humans in the dungeon was a better idea. Those creatures are strange, what is their purpose? They always come from that place and always travel through the same path down, what lies there that they would risk their lives for? Will I be able to see it? His interest was piqued, but he couldn't do much about it. Even now, as he was doing his rounds and passing by the staircase, he tried to head down, but the annoying voice inside of his head kept preventing him from progressing. However, he was not going to give up. Each time he attempted this feat, he was able to get half a step more in. It seemed that maybe, he would eventually be able to head down and unveil the mysteries on the lower floor. Thus he continued on his way while looking out for some smaller creatures. Even though their numbers had decreased, they were still there for him to slay. Even his power/skill had reached the 2nd level, and so did his basic swordsmanship. It was the only way for him to level up, so he made his way towards one of the best grinding spots. Enemy. Gah. To his surprise, he heard a commotion at a part of the dungeon that was usually empty. Rusty had been using it for a while now, and no humans had ever wandered in. There were only large bugs and rats in this side of the dungeon, along with a few of his monster brethren. One of them had just been dispatched by what seemed to be an armored human, similar to the one that had previously defeated him. Should I try it? But there is another one, and I'm alone. After ducking behind the corner and losing sight of them, the voice inside his head quieted down. Just as previously, if he didn't keep looking at the humans, it would not be able to see them. Staying here behind the corner and waiting for them to pass was the best solution, as he didn't think that he could handle them quite yet. His levels and skills were going up, but after getting easily defeated previously, Rusty decided to take a safer approach. This was also a perfect chance to eavesdrop, as his language skills had started to improve and he could now mostly understand what was being said. Are they fighting with each other? Can they do that? Hey, stop that, I told you that I'm not interested. If you're going to be like that, then maybe it would be better if we just return now. The tone that this person was talking exuded an aura of annoyance. Rusty strained to listen, his metallic hearing tuned into the conversation between the two humans. It seemed like a disagreement of some sort, and he was curious about what was happening. The monsters in the dungeon didn't respond much, and he couldn't actually produce a voice himself, so this was quite intriguing. The second voice, deeper and more assertive, responded. Come on, don't be like that. I was just joking around. No, I think we are done here. The other voice didn't let up and he could hear this maddened person walking in the other direction which led out of the dungeon. The other person remained in the same place for a moment before he finally said something in a now annoyed tone. This damn bitch, who does she think she is? Is she going to report me to the guild? Fuck. It was quite an interesting tidbit. Rusty wasn't sure about the relations of these humanoid creatures, but he could feel animosity and something similar to killing intent coming from this man's voice. He wasn't sure how he was aware of something like this besides the memories he came equipped with giving him the answer. What are they doing? They aren't like us. Isn't there a voice keeping them from attacking each other? Not long after the man voiced his dissatisfaction with the situation, he ran back after the other human person. Rusty was able to hear the two shouting some profanities at each other before a fight broke out. He could clearly hear the two beings clash against each other, something that wasn't possible for him and the monsters in this dungeon. They are fighting. They had moved into one of the dead-end corridors that was not normally patrolled by any monsters. Rusty knew this as it was close to his grinding spot where he spent a lot of time. He slowly approached while trying to minimize the sound of his rusty body. Luckily the two humans were shouting too much to notice anything. When he arrived at the scene he took a little peek so that the voice would not be alerted. There he saw a strange scene playing out. The bigger human had taken out the lower half of his armor and was wrestling around with the smaller one. What they were doing was unknown to him, but it didn't seem like the one on the bottom liked it too much. The fight continued, but eventually, a rock was used to disable the smaller opponent, which gave Rusty an idea. Isn't this a chance? They seem distracted, maybe I should. He knew that he couldn't win against one of those beings in a fair fight, but perhaps they had injured each other enough for him to capitalize on the situation. Nevertheless, Rusty knew that he needed to be cautious. There was no telling what his enemy would do, and there was still some ground to cover before he reached that dead end. His body producing loud noises was a big weakness, but luckily, when he looked behind himself, he spotted something that could aid him in this endeavor. You shouldn't have been such a prude and just let me do it, now look at you. The man panted while tossing a bloody rock to the side. The woman that he tussled with lay passed out before him with a gash to the side of her head. It was too late to go back now, and he did not want to stop either. However, just as he was about to do the deed, a strange clunking sound echoed from behind him. There he witnessed a living armor monster charging his way, a corroded blade in his right hand. This corridor was rather dark and mostly lit at the end. He could barely see the monster by the reflection that its corroded armor was producing. It charged with reckless abandon while scraping its corroded weapon on the walls. The man quickly jumped up to his feet but instantly lost his balance as his pants were around his ankles. He was caught off guard by the monster, but luckily, it was quite sluggish and uncoordinated. A massive swing came his way, but he knew how to handle this situation. Instead of blocking or evading, he jumped forward. His shoulder collided with the chagrin monster, which was toppled to the side. The man didn't go uninjured as his shoulder felt as if it had been hit by a mallet. However, the monster had taken a lot of damage as well and most importantly, lost its balance. Fucking piece of shit monster, die. The man shouted as he managed to grab the metal gauntlet that was holding the sword and overpower the creature. The two tumbled to the ground and the living armor was slowly losing. Eventually, its corroded blade was used against it as the human adventurer started delivering multiple hits while shouting. The difference in levels and stats was apparent and the hollowed suit could not survive the beating. Huh. Yet, even though this one had been defeated, it was not alone. Suddenly, darkness took over as the man found himself with something on his head, a corroded helmet quite identical to the monster he had defeated. It was not alone, another one of the living armors had crept behind him and placed his head onto his. What the hell? The man quickly grabbed the helmet in an attempt to throw it off, but to his surprise, he couldn't. For some reason, the corroded helmet was stuck, and quickly after, he felt something similar to a splitting headache taking over. The pain was tremendous, and he felt like a needle was being poked through his eye socket. He panicked and started squirming around. What is this thing? Guh. As his attention was on the helmet, he forgot about the being that it belonged to. He was not alone, and an even sharper pain took over his right thigh. Something had pierced the unprotected part of his body and was quickly yanked out after. He could not see what was happening, and the continuous pain was making it even more difficult. The man started to furiously swing his hands around, but without connecting with anything, he soon felt his other leg being pierced by the same object. His legs gave out, and he found himself down on the ground. At this point, there was far too much blood that he had lost, and the strength that he once had was gone as well. His body weakened by the continued injuries finally gave out and he found himself down on the cold dungeon floor, his last breath soon to be drawn. As he lay there with almost no life left in him, the helmet was removed, and he caught a glimpse of his executioner. A similar-looking armor to many he had easily dispatched in his life. It took the helmet and placed it back onto its chest piece, now covered in his blood along with the corroded blade that had been used as the weapon. It didn't say anything as it raised its blade for a final time to deliver the finishing blow. The blade was brought down with a swift motion, ending the man's life. The dungeon fell into silence once again, with only the distant echoes of the battle lingering in the air. The victorious living armor stood there, its corroded exterior splattered with fresh blood, unmoving and seemingly lifeless. Yet, it was roused again by the groans of another. It turned to face the second adventurer that was still alive, its sword still dripping with blood from the previous encounter and itching for more. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Congratulations, you have gained a level. The first kill title has been acquired. Basic power thrust has leveled up. In the blink of an eye, he had reached level 9 after slaying just one human. The man emitted various strange noises as he was being stabbed, but eventually, it was over. Rusty felt quite pleased with himself, having instantly gained 2 levels by defeating a single enemy. What made it even better was that he didn't suffer any damage, as he used one of his monster friends to absorb the brunt of the attacks. His tactic of placing his helmet on the human while he was distracted had worked. Similar to the previous encounter with another human, this one couldn't remove the helmet. While the man focused on his head and was blinded, Rusty began poking, and eventually, he bled out. There was one mishap during this tactic that he was examining closely. Skill absorption has failed to activate, the host has died before the absorption process could finish. The status he came equipped with had a log window that displayed all the recent system messages. It appeared that killing a person while absorbing their skill was a prohibited action, and he might have been too focused on stabbing the target to notice the issue. It was a finicky skill, and it seemed that he would need to either bind his next target or render them unconscious to some extent before attempting it again. Oh, should I test it on this one? His body turned, emitting a loud screeching sound. There was still another human being in this dead-end corridor with him, and they were still stunned. Rusty approached the woman while holding his helmet under his metallic armpit. Uncertain of what to do, but his status screen pointed towards only one option. My special points went down because I activated the skill, so I can't do it anymore. I'll need for the cooldown to refresh. He placed the helmet back into its original spot as he realized that he couldn't use the skill again. Before even looking at the new title he gained, his body moved forward. The sensation the leveling up had given him was strange, and he yearned for more of it. His gauntlet clenched tightly onto the corroded sword that was about to break from the previous chaotic stabbing. It aimed true at the groaning woman's neck, but just as he was about to go through with it, something strange happened. There was something inside him that made him stop. It wasn't a voice or any skill from another opponent. It was as if he couldn't bring himself to deliver the finishing blow to this injured woman. Rusty wondered what was wrong. It made no sense to him. This human was just a source of experience points, a means to make him stronger, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to plunge his weapon into her neck. Why? Rusty asked himself, but no one answered. The memories within his core seemed to be running wild, presenting him with random tales of enemies being spared, but also different ones where other creatures were shown no mercy. He couldn't really understand why he should give up on this kill here, and soon the turmoil within him subsided. With newfound determination, he gripped his sword again, and this time around, he saw nothing stopping him from claiming this bundle of experience for himself. However, just as he was about to plunge it in, various voices echoed from behind. People were coming and they were close. Oh no! It seemed he had taken too long, and perhaps the humans were guided here by something similar to the voice he had. It was strange that this part of the dungeon, which had remained empty, now had so many visitors. Time was running out, and this was a dead end. Rusty knew that if he started running, his clunky body would give away his position, and he would likely be attacked. The humans were faster and had keen hearing. There wasn't really any place to run. What do I do? I don't want to be slain again. What if I lose all these levels? While his skills didn't seem to be affected by his deaths, he wasn't so sure about his levels, which were abnormal for this dungeon floor. This uncertainty had triggered something akin to a survival instinct in him. Empowered by it, he devised safer battle tactics that aided him in reaching this 9th level. His gaze landed on the shattered body of his monster ally, eventually giving him an idea of navigating through this situation without the need for a direct confrontation. Hey, there is some blood here, it's still fresh. We need to hurry. Don't stop, we might be too late. Did that bastard really go through with it? 3 people emerged at the entrance of the dead-end corridor, their footsteps echoing in the narrow space. Leading the way was a tall and muscular woman wielding a large two-handed sword, with an elvish man and a woman half his height following closely behind. The trio cautiously advanced, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. "Hey Silra, stop. What, did you find something?" The large woman stopped for a moment while the smaller one called out to her. She pointed to something on the ground before replying. "Fresh blood, and monster tracks, we are close, get ready." All three nodded before tightening their grip on their weapons. The elven man wielded a bow, while the smaller companion carried double daggers that, at her shorter height, looked like regular longswords. The largest of the three took the front as they all moved slowly into the darkened corridor. Soon, they discovered the gruesome scene that had unfolded not long ago. Is he dead? Did he get killed by these low-level monsters? Never mind that, look. It's Layla, she's alive. Blood was everywhere as the corpse of one man lay in the middle. He had multiple stab wounds in his legs and some that had slipped between parts of his armor. It was clear that he was dead, but it also seemed that their friend was alive. The smaller woman from the group quickly moved towards the person named Layla to aid her, while the two other people started looking around this dead-end corridor. Did he die to these monsters? Was he already injured beforehand? The elven man asked the large woman while looking at the stab wounds. It was clear that the weapon was a corroded sword that was near the scene. The idiot was probably too busy with something else, but still, damaged corroded armor's got him. The large woman pointed out the lack of any protection below his waistline. The two were confused by this scene, as the man should have been able to defeat these monsters. They were slow and loud, with a bad sense of balance. With a few pushes, their bodies fell apart, making their metallic bodies more of a weakness than a strength. "Hey, you two stop babbling and help me. Calm down Maeda, how is your friend?" "She's alive, just a few scratches and nicks here, and also this gash on the head. I think she will pull through." Maeda took out a small vial of red liquid and poured it over the head wounds that Layla had suffered. While the effect wasn't instantaneous, the wound started to heal at a rapid pace. After a moment she started regaining her consciousness but was still disoriented. "Good, we need to get out of here before more monsters show up." "Can she walk?" "Layla, do you recognize me?" Maeda. Is that you? What happened? Give us a moment." Maeda replied to Silra while trying to help her friend up to her feet. She positioned herself at the exit of the dead-end corridor, ready to face any monsters that might appear. The last member of the party of three decided to inspect the gruesome scene that had transpired. Swiftly, he began examining the man's body, removing parts of his upper body armor. He halted after revealing his arm, which bore a peculiar marking. "He has one of them too. Elwyn, did you find something?" "I did, this bastard is one of them, it's a miracle that your friend managed to survive." The man named Elwyn examined the tattoo that depicted a scythe inside of a crescent moon. It was a marking of a certain group that he and the others were aware of. Soon, he shifted his attention to one of the monsters, a living armor. One was close to this man while the other one leaned against the wall with its helmet to the side. It seemed that this dangerous man had been slain by these two monsters, which was still quite surprising. He could only assume that he was too busy with debauchery to notice them approach. One of them. What's going on? He's dead. Did you kill him? No, it seemed he succumbed to these two. Maybe he was tired. Layla managed to gather herself and finally noticed that the man who had tried to assault her was dead. She couldn't remember much past the point she was hit by the rock. See that? The moon and the scythe? Yeah. This guy is part of a nasty bunch. They hunt new adventurers for their experience points and equipment. You are lucky that he was an idiot. Maeda pointed out the tattoo, identifying the man as part of an infamous group of adventure hunters. After this encounter, Layla realized that perhaps the monsters were not the most dangerous creatures within this dungeon. It became clear that she couldn't really trust people that she didn't already know, shattering her worldview. Hey, what are you doing? Maeda looked at her elven friend who had decided to move towards one of the defeated living armors. He slowly picked up a few pieces before going for the helmet that was on the side and was now placing it directly in front of his own face. This thing feels strange, there is something about it. While the others were talking, Elwyn started examining the crime scene. Judging by the blood splatter, it seemed that it wasn't the armor in the middle that got him but the one by the wall. He moved over to it and picked up the helmet that had a few holes in it. However, before he could examine it further, he heard Silra calling out from the distance, and monstrous growls accompanied her shout. "Hey, we need to get out of here now, there is a pack coming this way." The urgency in Silra's voice sent shivers down their spines, and without wasting a moment, the group hurriedly gathered the injured Layla and started retreating from the dead-end corridor. The echoing growls were getting louder, indicating that the pack of monsters was closing in. As they rushed through the dungeon's passages, Elwyn finally decided to throw the corroded helmet away and instead grabbed his bow. Even though it was peculiar, it was still only a corroded piece of metal that wasn't worth the space it occupied. All of them quickly left the dead end before they could be trapped in it by the charging monstrosities. The group navigated through the dark passages, trying to put as much distance between them and the approaching pack of monsters. Layla, still recovering from her injuries, stumbled occasionally, but Maeda and Elwyn supported her, ensuring a swift retreat. Soon, from behind, a group of several skeletons made themselves known. They charged at them as if they had set off some type of trap. There were many, and now that they were spotted, they knew that more of them could appear. Luckily, these creatures were only between levels 1 to 5, not something that this trio would ever worry about. "Are we going to take care of them?" "That depends, how are you feeling, Layla?" "I'm fine, don't worry about me. I can fight too." "Good, let's clear these bastards out then." Silra shouted while charging into the group of skeletons like a mad woman. Her shoulder collided with the first undead creature and sent it flying into the others. Maeda and Elwyn followed suit, engaging the skeletons with precision and efficiency. Layla, still recovering, stayed back but assisted them with some well-placed arrows if the moment allowed for it. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the trio fought as a well-coordinated team, exploiting weaknesses in the skeletal structure of their opponents. Silra's powerful swings shattered bones, Maeda's swift strikes targeted vital joints, and Elwyn's arrows found their marks with uncanny accuracy. The clattering sound of bones hitting the ground echoed through the dungeon as the skeletons were systematically dismantled. As the last of the skeletal remains fell, the group took a moment to catch their breath. Elwyn grumbled under his nose, which the others noticed. "Is something wrong? These numbers are strange, and how they found us in that secluded corridor was also odd." "Was it?" Silra held her large two-handed sword over her shoulder while making nothing off it, but her elven friend couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The monsters in the dungeon weren't able to pinpoint the location of adventurers unless a certain few conditions were met. Was one of those living armors still alive? It couldn't be. The elven man looked towards the darkened corridor they had just gone through, a foreboding feeling washing over him. "Hey, Elwyn. Snap out of it, we need to go, there might be more on the way now." "You're right. Let us move." While he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off, more monsters could be on the way. They were here to rescue Maeda's friend, not investigate the strange activities of the monsters within. There was still some ground to traverse, and his party needed him to detect traps and watch out for ambushes. The monsters weren't the only problem, and there was always the possibility that one of the Crescent Scythe bastards could be there. However, after their departure, something began to move in the darkness. The sounds of corroded metal echoed through the dead-end corridor as the being there could finally relax. The metallic entity that had played dead among the shattered armor of his fallen monster ally, emerged cautiously from the shadows, its head missing. "Did they need to throw my head that far? I can barely see my body, this is quite hard." Rusty would frown if he had a mouth. He had decided to play dead after seeing the group of adventurers approaching, and it seemed to have worked. They had focused most of their attention on the dead man and the woman who had been alive. He wasn't sure what to make of these creatures. One of them had attempted to kill the woman previously, while these three, who were clearly stronger, decided to help her. While this was on his mind now, something more troublesome had happened. His helmet that acted as his eyes had been thrown to the side, further away from his body that he disassembled slightly to make it seem as if he was dead. Now he was having trouble reassembling himself into one piece again. Despite being able to move his metallic limbs, the visibility was limited, making it challenging to see them clearly. It took a few good minutes until his body appeared in the distance with one arm still missing. This is annoying, but at least I have survived and my level is still 9. After placing his helmet back onto his shoulders, it magically reconnected with his armor. He then quickly returned to the previous scene of his battle where parts of his armor were scattered around. They weren't in good shape, even though he had not been hit much, the fact that he was moving around so much was straining his body. It seemed that it wasn't designed for this much movement. For a moment, he contemplated if it was possible to use the parts of his fallen brethren, but before he could give that a test run, a strange light appeared on the ground. It was where the adventurer had died and also where the other living armor was lying. The two were starting to bubble up, and the longer this bubbling effect took, the smaller their bodies became. Rusty was fascinated by this strange phenomenon and continued to look as the other living armor disappeared first, its metallic parts being absorbed into the dungeon floor. The man was going through a similar process, but his body was vanishing at a much slower rate. Soon there was nothing left besides the blood that for some reason was left untouched. Neat. Now, what should I do next? Rusty glanced at his status screen and could see that his level was at 9. There was a bar representing the experience he needed to gain for the next level up, and by the looks of it, there wasn't much to go. Even if he still could only defeat smaller dungeon creatures, it wouldn't be long until he achieved level 10, and for some reason, he expected something substantial to occur at that point. He was certain that, for lower-rank monsters like him, level 10 was the limit. You have gained +1 experience points. Come out wherever you are. I'll make it quick. Splat. You have gained +1 experience points. Splot. You have gained +1 experience points. Stop running away, there is no place to run. You have gained +1 experience points. Another rat fell under the massive metallic boot and joined its brethren in rodent heaven. Rusty was going through a rampage after discovering a small colony of these creatures. They were quite agile beings, making things a bit challenging for the slow-moving living armor. However, eventually, he managed to cut off all the escape routes and trap the small creatures in an enclosed area, then the slaughter began. The metallic echoes of Rusty's relentless extermination resounded through the dungeon. The small rats were no match for his brute strength and the corroded sword that cleaved through them effortlessly. The experience points kept piling up, bringing him closer to the coveted level 10. I wouldn't need to do this if I got that other human, why did I want to let them live? As he was finishing up his grinding drive, his thoughts went back to a few days ago where he encountered some strange adventurers. He managed to get the first one but had been stopped by a strange invisible force from delivering the final blow. It still didn't make any sense as there was no reason for it, they were there with no way to defend themselves. Was there a reason to not defeat a foe when they were down? He truly didn't know. Congratulations, you have gained a level. You have reached the level limit, please choose a path forward. It has come. But what is this path forward? With the last rat squashed beneath his foot, Rusty stood victorious in the small rat nest. The dungeon floor was littered with the remains of the creatures, and the metallic armor glinted eerily in the dim light. The level-up bar on his status screen was now full, and Rusty felt a surge of relief as he was given the level-up message. Level 10 was now his, and he was quick to look up his current stats. Name: Rusty. Classification: Damaged corroded bronze armor FL10 max. Type: Magical/inorganic. Hit points HP: 22-20 seconds. Magic points MP: 18/18. Special points SP: August 15th. Strength: 19F. Agility: 9F. Dexterity: 9F. Constitution: 17F. Intelligence: 9F. Wisdom: 13F. Willpower: 12F. Durability: F. Is that it? His stats went up by a little bit, but he was still quite weak. Rusty expected some drastic change to occur, or perhaps he would get a new weapon. Even having his damaged armor restored would have been something, but he wasn't receiving anything. Thus, after receiving nothing, he decided to go through all of these status windows, and finally, he discovered something new. A new one had appeared. Oh! This must be it. Will it let me become strong? A new window appeared with a strange icon of an egg seemingly transforming into a larger creature that was like some type of quadrupedal monster. He had never seen something like it before, so identifying was impossible. However, without waiting, he quickly tapped this status window, which brought up something called evolutionary paths. Please choose a path. A path? But there is only one. Rusty looked at the singular option in front of him, which looked like a less damaged but still corroded living armor form. It was depicted as a three-dimensional model from the side, and his current form was also in this window. It was to the side, and an arrow was going from it to the less damaged armor. Rusty bronze armor. So I can turn into this rusty bronze armor. I was expecting something grander. The only thing on this screen was his current form and the new one that was almost identical. It was just the same set of armor with fewer dents and holes, but still corroded over. However, considering that his current body was somewhat damaged, this was perhaps the way to get over his injuries. I guess I should press this then. There was a big green button under the rusty bronze armor that had "Select" written over it. The moment Rusty pressed it, a strange glow erupted for a moment with a phenomenon of corrupt text. Some symbols started appearing over the letters that he couldn't read, and for some reason, nothing was happening. Is there something more? This was truly a head-scratcher for the living armor, as he wasn't sure what to do. There was no confirmation to ask him if he wanted to go with this singular option or not after the screen. He continued going after the select button repeatedly and even attempted to do it with both his hands after focusing on it didn't work. Why doesn't this work? Wait, where am I? Suddenly, he focused his attention elsewhere as the dead rat bodies vanished, and the dimly lit dungeon lost all of its light. As he looked around, he could see a bit of light in the distance, and while stretching his arms to the side, he could feel a hard surface. The open dungeon chamber had switched to a narrow tunnel that he was now going through. He couldn't see anything or hear himself producing any sound, which felt off. At the end, he arrived next to a large door with light seeping in through the cracks. His curiosity got the better of him as he quickly started pushing, and to his surprise, the large door started to part to reveal something that he had not seen before. A bizarre environment that lacked a ceiling or any dungeon walls. It was a wide open space filled with various things. As he looked up, he could see vast darkness populated by tiny dots of light. It somewhat reminded him of the old void he came from, but it had something within it. However, this space was far from empty, as before him was a giant body of water and a strange structure floating over it. This building hovered over the body of water with one large bridge leading towards it. A giant castle, floating majestically over the expansive body of water, was a breathtaking sight. Its architecture seemed to defy the laws of physics, with towering spires and intricate details that glistened in the ambient light. The castle was crafted from a material that Rusty couldn't quite identify, as it emitted a soft, otherworldly crimson glow, not something that he had ever encountered in the dungeon he came from. The structure was vast, with multiple towers that reached into the sky, disappearing into the darkness above. The exterior was adorned with mysterious symbols that seemed to shift and change as Rusty gazed upon them. It hovered over the water, which looked like a gigantic lake, devoid of any movement or living creatures within it. To the sides were nothing but desolate land that stretched on to infinity. How vast! The living armor, who had been existing for a little bit over a month, was speechless. He could not comprehend what he was seeing and how he got here. A moment ago, he was battling rodents and insects, but now he found himself somewhere truly magical with seemingly only one path going forward. The castle that he was looking at was quite vast, and it stretched all the way into the clouds. There was only one way to get there, and that was through the rocky bridge. However, Rusty was quite an inquisitive suit of armor and decided to first move to the side. He wondered if perhaps there was something to this desolate area around it, or perhaps the water down below held something interesting. To his surprise, he was held back by a seemingly invisible wall, with the only path that he was allowed to take being forward towards the floating castle over the large lake. There was nowhere else to go, thus Rusty moved along the bridge toward the floating castle. The crimson glow from the castle reflected on the still water beneath, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. The sound of his metallic footsteps echoed through the vastness, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Eventually, he arrived before a large castle gate that slowly creaked open without the need for him to push anything. The interior revealed a grand hall adorned with intricate designs and strange symbols that seemed to pulse with energy. The air inside felt charged, and Rusty couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation as he ventured inside. This was a whole new world for him, all the objects were peculiar and nothing he had ever seen before. Instantly he was drawn to the furniture and objects inside, yet nothing was as it seemed. He spotted a strange table with various small items spread out on it. In an attempt to investigate, he grabbed a few which caused some to drop down to the floor. The material they were made of was smooth yet brittle. When they collided with the hard tiles on the ground, they shattered and the liquid inside spilled out. However, instead of the parts spreading out, they just stopped and almost instantly reverted back to their previous shape. It was as if time was reversed before his metallic eyes, and quickly after he attempted to smash something else, but soon it just restored itself to its previous shape. What is this? Can items restore themselves this easily? Could I restore my body like this? Rusty glanced at his own body, which had been damaged in several areas before. The holes remained, and whenever he moved, his body produced an obscene amount of noise. Yet for some reason, there was no echo in this place and a certain lack of any movement. It was as if nothing was here and it was left abandoned. During his investigation, something eventually caught his metallic eye as a strange light flashed in the distance. That is. After following this light, he ended up at a large set of stairs and probably the only way forward. He wanted to wander around this grand place, but besides the lush rooms filled with strange expensive-looking items, there wasn't really anything that interesting. No weapons or enemies that could give him experience. He wanted to know why he was here, and the large door above the stairs was calling to him. Rusty ascended the grand staircase, each step echoing through the vast hall. As he reached the top, he found himself in front of another set of colossal doors. These doors were adorned with intricate carvings, depicting scenes and symbols that seemed to tell a story he couldn't decipher. Before he knew it, the doors opened automatically as Rusty approached, revealing a room filled with many strange metallic objects, light and heat. It was an awe-inspiring sight, with molten metal flowing like rivers and ethereal flames dancing in the air. The air was thick with the scent of metal and enchantment. Rusty somewhat knew what this place was as the memories given to him identified it as a forge. On the sides, he could see many tools, like various types of hammers, pliers, and chisels. But his focus was on the middle part of this forge where something stood, a direct replica of the rusty bronze armor that he had seen before. It looked exactly like the display inside of his status screen and was clearly what he was supposed to evolve into. Rusty could tell that it wasn't another living armor but an empty shell. Is that my new form? He could somehow tell by instinct that it was the truth, that would be his new body, and perhaps this was something that all monsters that evolved went through. After looking around for a moment, he decided to approach the middle area to take a look at what was probably his new body. At first, he circled around it, but eventually he decided to touch it with his own metallic hand. Instantly, he could feel a connection being formed and something from inside of his current shell being pulled towards the new armored body. This must be it. I'm going to get a new, stronger body. As Rusty felt the connection growing stronger, he could sense a surge of energy coursing through him. It was as if he was being drawn into the new body that was standing in the middle of this fiery forge. He did not know the meaning behind the tools, but he also didn't care. It was obviously better than the damaged one that he was occupying now, so having his essence flow into this one would be what he needed to do. No, stop. Don't just go into it like that, you idiot. Huh. Just as he was about to slip into the new body, he heard a voice calling out to him from a distance. The connection to his new body was severed as he prepared for combat. Rusty was lacking his corroded sword, but there were some metal tools around this forge. However, before he could arm himself, he saw his strange opponent who was nothing more than just a ball of light. What is that? I'm not a that. It can hear me. I'm not in it either. To Rusty's surprise, the ball of white light he was talking to could actually hear and understand his words. It was floating in the distance while shouting at him. For some reason it was trying to keep him from merging with the new body that was just standing in the middle of this large forge. Who are you and why shouldn't I? Did you even bother to examine your surroundings? Why would you just ignore everything that is in here? The ball of light approached him and it wasn't much larger than an egg from a chicken. It started buzzing around his head while shouting and scolding. Rusty could not get his head around what was happening as this was the first time interacting with another creature. The monsters in the dungeon were more like lifeless husks and the voice in his head would only give him orders. Hey, what are you doing? Instinctively he reached out to catch the ball of light but it was quite agile, a lot faster than the rats and with too much space around them to corner. I'm not sure who is the fool, hero. Shut up. If I didn't speak up then he might have vanished from this place already. Rusty stopped chasing the ball of white light as he heard another voice from the other side. This time around it was a ball of darkish light floating his way. Its voice was a lot deeper, but its demeanor was also a lot more relaxed. The two balls of light started arguing before him, which just made him question their existence more. Even in this form, you failed to learn from these past mistakes. Or did your fragmented form finally start to deteriorate? I'm sure you'd be happy if I vanished, but I'm not going to die before a damn demon. Oh my, is that a challenge? The two seemed to ignore his existence for a moment, which gave Rusty some time to think. His mind was blank, and he had no idea what was happening, but the more he listened to their voices, the more familiar they became. It was as if he knew them from the moment he was born or came to this world. Ah, I think our metallic friend is confused. This isn't surprising, these lowly creatures aren't known to have too much intelligence. The fact that he can form a sentence is already astonishing. Hey! Was that an insult? Oh, how interesting. I wonder if he would understand sarcasm. The black ball of light started chuckling while Rusty felt somewhat annoyed. He was sure that he had been insulted but didn't know how to respond. The two balls of light were quite chatty, but his attention moved back to the new body he wanted. It was possible that these two just wanted to keep him from getting stronger, so while they were chatting, he started to slowly turn back to the corroded bronze armor. Hey, didn't I tell you that it was too early to use that? Do you know that this soul forge can make you even stronger? Can it make me stronger? The white ball of light zoomed between him and the corroded piece of armor. The moment he heard it say that he could get even stronger, it activated a deep-rooted desire. Rusty was tired of hiding from the humans in the dungeon and also tired of getting ordered around by the voice inside his head. If it was possible to use this place to gain even more strength, then perhaps he should listen to what these two had to say. The Soul Forge, had I known you possessed a blessing like this, hero, I would have struck you down much sooner. That's the price you pay for being an overconfident oaf, Demon King. Despite such a gift, you still ended up getting backstabbed by your close aides. That's quite an accomplishment for someone with so many talents. Quite an accomplishment in itself, don't you think? Really? I recall a certain demon army inexplicably retreating, allowing me to stroll right into your grand demonic castle. Perhaps if you treated your aides as individuals rather than cattle, they might have supported you. Nonsense, they were born to serve me, and their purpose was to follow my orders without question. Loyalty is a weakness, hero, one that I have eradicated from my ranks. How loyal were those people you trusted, hero? Rusty listened to the back and forth between the two orbs of light. It seemed that this place was called the Soul Forge, and it was supposed to make him stronger. However, before he received an explanation, the two beings of light started arguing with each other, as if harboring some unresolved resentment. What is loyalty? During their conversation, Rusty finally decided to interrupt. The two orbs of light turned their attention back to him, and the white one sighed as if dealing with an ignorant child. Loyalty is when someone is devoted and true to another, usually out of a sense of duty or love. It's a concept that you probably never had the chance to experience in your dungeon full of mindless monsters. Sense of duty. Love. Instead of answers, he was given more words that he didn't understand, and to make things worse, the two beings of light didn't seem to agree with each other. The dark sphere was quick to interrupt and say that the white one was wrong, and the two started to argue with each other once more. Ignore my ignorant friend here, loyalty is a weakness, a chain that binds you and limits your potential. Limit my potential? Indeed, and you seem to be someone that wants to be strong, don't you want to be strong? I do. Good, then accept me as your master and I shall bestow upon you immeasurable power. Don't believe this idiot demon, he doesn't even know how this place works. Rusty found himself uncertain about what to do, the two glowing lights weren't making any sense. They used words that he didn't fully grasp. One thing was clear, they were more akin to the humans he encountered inside the dungeon than the silent, less intelligent monsters. While he didn't trust them, there seemed to be something that they knew about this soul forge that was supposed to make him stronger. I don't care about those words, just tell me more about this soul forge. Can it really make me stronger? The two orbs ceased their bickering just as the dark one responded. Well, hero, this is your gift. I'm genuinely intrigued. How does this soul forge work? It appears that it, along with my demon castle, has become one with our hollow friend here. Probably a result of the merger after our untimely demise. It's not exactly the same. I used it to refine my enchanted equipment by gathering rare materials and refining them, but this one. Considering that the only thing of note is that heap of junk in the middle, do you mean that this place can somehow refine and improve on our friend's metallic body? Hey, I have a name, it's Rusty. Oh, my apologies, what a magnificent name, Rusty. Rolls right off the tongue. The dark orb chuckled in a way that Rusty, for some reason, didn't appreciate. Unaware of concepts like sarcasm, he decided to let it pass. How do I improve my body? If it works the same as before, you'll have to gather the proper materials and learn the skills required for metallurgy and/or refining. Now that's a good one, a living armor becoming a blacksmith and forging its own body. Rusty, despite not fully understanding the implications of becoming a blacksmith for his own body, felt like he understood the gist of it. They were telling him that he could use the tools here to somehow enhance his own body, the only question was how. While the tools were there, he didn't see any raw resources like ores or ingots. There wasn't really anything to work with, so he turned to the white ball of light that seemed to know this place more. Where and how do I gather proper materials, how do I learn skills for this metallurgy? He waited for the answer while the white ball of light gathered his thoughts. This was it, he would finally be given the answer that he was waiting for his whole existence. I don't know, and I don't quite remember. Ha! The black ball of light started laughing, and it sounded quite menacing with that deep voice of his. Rusty was baffled by the response, not understanding how the white ball of light could do this to him. The answer was right there, but he was being denied, and he was starting to feel something strange coming out. Ha! You don't remember? Did you lie to me? Why would I? As the ball of light was trying to answer, the whole chamber started shaking as Rusty's voice became packed with more anger. What is happening? The two orbs started flickering along with the soul forge and the whole castle. It was as if this whole place was reacting to the rise of Rusty's emotions, not something that the late hero and demon lord thought he had. Calm down, I just don't remember. My memories, parts of them are missing, I really don't quite recall how this place worked. Rusty my friend, calm your nerves. The hero might be a fool, but at least he is no liar. The two observed the angered armor as the tremor subsided. Their forms, once trembling, started to recover along with the glow. Rusty, devoid of any readable expression, gazed at the two orbs, as if anticipating an answer. It seems that our fragmented existence lacks some of our previous experiences and memories. Fragmented existence. Yes, the two of us had perished. It seems you have somehow absorbed our essences that were recreated in this place. Oh, it must have happened that time. Rusty vaguely recalled his time within the void with other amoeba-like existences. Back then, he had absorbed something radiating the same light as these two orbs. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. The soul forge, it seemed, was a place that could enhance and refine his body, and Rusty acquired this ability by consuming these two beings with the peculiar identities of hero and demon king. So, you're saying that I have the power of a hero and a demon lord within me? Not quite, we are nothing more than shells of our former selves, but if you desire strength, then maybe there is something we can do. The black orb, more talkative than the white one, floated over to what was supposed to become Rusty's body. It circled it as if examining it before stopping. Soon after, the black orb started glowing, and to Rusty's surprise, the corroded armor began changing color. From a bronze with many rusted parts, it transformed into pitch black. That I would be reduced to this. The Demon King orb gave out a sigh after performing the strange phenomenon. His size had diminished and so did his light after he made the armor turn into a darker hue. What did you do? The white orb floated towards the now darkened armor and started to examine it as well. I just infused some of my essence into the metal, it should be a tad better now. What do you think, Rusty, my friend? Helpful, aren't I? Intrigued by the change to his new form, Rusty approached and sensed that it had become stronger than before. He was drawn to it, wanting to exchange his damaged, corroded body for this enhanced version. However, before he could, the orb of white light voiced his concern. Stop. Is there still something wrong? Rusty asked, somewhat annoyed with the back and forth between the orbs. Do you really think that I don't know what you are trying to do, Demon King? Whatever do you mean, hero? The black orb replied in a mocking tone, while the so-called hero orb approached the darkened armor. Soon, it began to change colors again, growing brighter as the white orb infused it with its essence. Eventually, the color returned to a more bronze hue with a subtle intensified sheen. There, that should balance things out. Quite the busybody, hero. The two orbs resumed their disagreement, but Rusty wasn't paying much attention. Instead, he focused on observing his newly transformed body, now infused with a blend of both of their essences. Though the corrosion remained, something had improved, and he was confident that this armor was better than the previous one. Finally, Rusty decided to proceed with the transformation. The Soul Forge didn't appear to have anything else in store, and the white orb didn't completely recall how it operated. There weren't any more rooms to visit and he just couldn't wait to finally ascend to a new form. Thus he immediately attempted to touch it even when the black orb voiced his concern. How impatient. He could feel his essence flowing into the stronger body while his old form crumbled to the ground. The transformation revealed his previous form, the dark silvery divine demon nucleus. It flew away from the old, damaged armor and slowly entered the new one, and the transformation was finally taking place. I'll give you one more piece of advice, Rusty. You might not want to use that absorption skill too much. While having many skills is a plus, you don't want to become a jack of all trades, master of none. It takes time to train thyself in many skills, so it would be better if. I think he can't hear you anymore. What a shame, I still wanted to inform the silly monster about the dungeon heart. Let us hope that he doesn't do anything stupid, destroying it wouldn't be the smartest idea. As the Demon King was trying to lecture Rusty about the ways of using skills, the hero interrupted. The armor in the middle of the Soul Forge had begun to fade soon after the nucleus made its way into it. At least now we know that he can't remain here after entering the new armor. But both of us are still here. Quite the predicament we found ourselves in. The Demon King and hero exchanged glances for a moment. Both fell silent, realizing that their existence hinged on the strange monster they now inhabited. Though mere fragments of their former selves, they retained a wealth of memories and emotions from their previous lives. Still driven by desire, they recognized the potential of this living armor and pondered if steering it in the right direction could fulfill their lingering ambitions. I don't know what you are planning, but I won't let you do it. Whatever do you mean, hero? You know what I mean, don't even try to hide it. Ha, not like you are any different. I can feel the anger seething out of there, you want to have vengeance and why not use a blade of another to fulfill that desire? The white orb remained silent after the question from the Demon King. Soon it floated away towards the empty castle that was now his new home. This world seemed to exist in another realm or dimension, but it was somehow tied to the living armor who was now in the process of returning to the world of the living. Rusty could sense the merging of the hero and demon king essences within him, intertwining and shaping his newfound form. As the process was completed, Rusty found himself standing tall in his new form. The once damaged armor now felt stronger and more resilient. His senses were heightened, and he could feel the power coursing through his metallic body. Congratulations on achieving a new path. I have evolved. Once his vision returned, the familiar floor with the dead rodents was once again waiting for him. It was clear that he had returned to the dungeon and he found himself with both fists in the air in a sort of victory pose. He was quick to focus onto his status screen to see what the changes were, and to no surprise, his attributes had gone up by a lot. Name: Rusty. Classification: Corroded Twilight Bronze Armor F+L1. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 62 of 62. Magic points MP: 44 of 44. Special points SP: 20/20. Strength: 59F. Agility: 39F. Dexterity: 39F. Constitution: 57F. Intelligence: 39F. Wisdom: 43F. Willpower: 42F. Durability: F+. Oh. All the minuses have vanished, and I've even gained a plus here. The first thing he noticed was that his attributes had increased by a minimum of 30 points, with his constitution and strength being even greater. Although he still had a lot of F letters in his status, there were no minuses, and even a few pluses, indicating that he had become stronger. While moving around, he could feel that his body was more responsive and agile. The once armor filled with many holes was now restored. To make things even more interesting, he could feel a strange energy radiating that could perhaps be attributed to the twilight part of his new classification. This is incredible. I feel stronger, faster, and more alive than ever before. But this might not be all. I should go through everything. Basic Elemental Charge. Active Skill. Allows the user to imbue objects with elemental mana. Outcome will differ depending on the type of the object. His previous skills like basic power thrust or slash didn't see any changes, but there was one new skill that he had acquired from his evolution. After reading the explanation, he had an idea of what it did, so he was quick to give it a try. However, there was also another skill that sounded similar to the skill absorption one, this one focusing on materials, which he didn't truly understand. Material absorption. Active skill. Allows the user to absorb compatible materials from various objects. As he went through it, he recalled what the white sphere of light had said about the soul forge. He was supposed to be able to upgrade his body there, but there were no enhancement materials to work with. Perhaps this skill would allow him to gain such materials, or perhaps it would directly augment his body. This concluded his exploration of his new status and his visit to the strange soul forge. There didn't seem to be a way to return to that location at this moment, and it was probable that he would need to max out his current level to revisit that area. It was time to test out these new skills, and the elemental charge one was first. Rusty gripped his sword, which had also changed to fit his current form more. He somewhat knew how to use his new skill, and as he attempted to activate it, he was presented with a question. Basic elemental charge has been activated on the corroded bronze sword, please choose an element. Oh. He was presented with two choices, infuse the sword with the light element or the dark element. Without waiting for long, he decided to select the light element first and watched as the sword started glowing brightly. The light was more intense than any of the torches there, illuminating the area nicely. Is the light the only thing that it does? While he found this effect to be intriguing, he wasn't sure if it would give him an advantage during combat. It would obviously give away his position to anyone in the vicinity, but perhaps there were some uses for it that he didn't fully understand. After noting that his mana had dwindled by exactly 20 points, he activated the element of darkness. This time around, the blade was surrounded by a strange black haze. Is this good or not? It takes a lot more mana than the power slash and thrust, so it should be good. Rusty asked himself the question while holding the darkened blade. The effect lasted for about a minute before the black smudge disappeared from his blade. He wasn't sure, but perhaps after hitting someone with this darkened blade, it would have some kind of added effect to the strike. However, before he could truly grasp these new skills, there was more work to be done, and perhaps with his heightened stats, he would finally be able to challenge some of the humans and emerge victorious. Maybe those guys, but there are so many of them. I should probably wait for a chance to present itself like last time. Why do they always wander around in large groups? How am I going to get stronger in an environment like this? Rusty continued to talk to himself with an annoyed tone while hiding behind a large pillar. His ability to resist the voice had increased, and he could now even look at the adventurers without being pushed into a frenzy, as long as he distanced himself. Since leaving the Soul Forge, there was no one to talk to, so Rusty developed an even bigger habit of talking to himself. After evolving from a damaged, rusted-over suit of armor to a slightly less rusted-over armor, he was searching for a way that would allow him to evolve even further. However, his plan to ambush another lone adventurer wasn't working, as they always roamed around in larger groups. Even though his stats had increased significantly, and he had gained some new skills, Rusty still felt apprehensive about attacking a large group of adventurers. They always seemed too powerful, and the assistance he received wasn't sufficient. Now that he was stronger and faster, he realized how slow the other living armors really were. The same could be said for any other monster there. He wanted to use them as a distraction, but they kept getting defeated before he could even sneak up to deliver a slash. Haven't seen any of the groups fighting like the two last time. Does that not happen often? Rusty noticed that after the incident with the two adventurers, the groups were more on alert than before. It was as if they reacted to the event and increased their numbers to avoid more trouble. Should I just go hunt some rodents? But another thing Rusty noticed was his experience bar. It began to rise much slower than before. He only needed to kill a few dozen rats, bugs, or large slugs to go from 1 to 2 before. Now, on the other hand, it seemed like the requirement was 10 times as high. Things weren't looking too good for him. At this pace, it would take him a month or longer to gain even one more level. I ended up here, if only I could go down. While scouting the environment to ambush a lone adventurer, Rusty followed a group of 5 towards the stairs leading to a lower level. Normally, he wouldn't be able to approach these stairs as the voice inside his head would start complaining, but now it was different. Even after reaching the stairs, there was nothing preventing him from going down. It seemed that his new evolution allowed him to descend to a new part of the dungeon. Rusty wanted to do nothing more than to test his new body and skills, but this new discovery changed his plans. The only thing stronger than his drive for more power and levels was his curiosity. He was already looking forward to seeing new scenery and monsters on the lower floor. With caution, he descended the long flight of stairs, ensuring that he wouldn't make too much noise. His body had changed and didn't produce as much sound, but it wasn't fully silent either. Luckily, it seemed that the group of adventurers he had previously followed had moved on to another location. After 5 minutes of walking, when he arrived on the floor below, there was no one there. As Rusty reached the bottom of the staircase, he found himself in a dimly lit corridor that stretched out in both directions. The air felt different, and he could sense a faint, eerie energy in the surroundings. Excitement and anticipation welled up within him as he ventured further into the unknown depths of the dungeon. The corridor twisted and turned, occasionally branching off into smaller passages. At first glance this lower floor seemed more compacted. Having more tightly knit corridors wasn't necessarily good or bad. The sole advantage against adventurers in this dungeon was the abundance of monsters. With a sufficient number of them, it was possible to overwhelm even a larger party. Surrounding them in a corridor like this could be achieved, but it also restricted the area for attacks. There simply wasn't enough space to approach the enemy from all directions. Though there weren't many pillars for concealment, slipping into one of the numerous side corridors was an option for waiting. However, if a group entered after him, there would be no means of escape. Rusty wasn't quite sure if he could outrun an adventurer even with his raised stats. His body wasn't quite designed for running, but he did have an advantage over the fleshy beings. He never tired. However, his body did become slower whenever his magic points reached 0, something that he learned to watch out for. As he continued with his traversal of this new space, he noticed a commotion. There were people shouting and monsters growling in the distance. With a steady pace he continued through the corridor and peeked into the area that the sounds were coming from to finally discover a larger chamber. There was a party of 5 humanoid beings fighting against a monster type that he had never seen before. Curious as always, he was quick to use his identification skill on one of these new creatures. Classification: Zombie L3. Type: Undead. His skill had leveled up since through the time in the dungeon, and he was now able to identify monster types as well as their levels. The sight of the undead creatures attacking the adventurers intrigued Rusty. The zombies were slow and clumsy, but they seemed relentless, pushing the adventurers back with sheer numbers. Zombies. Undead. Interesting. I wonder what's the true meaning behind a monster type. Rusty observed, pondering the truth behind monster types and classifications. There likely existed a significance to the identification, but he couldn't quite grasp it. The adventurers had a system similar to classification, but it differed. When he glanced at one of them wielding a sword and shield, he could discern some information. There was no type but only a classification, as if the other one was hidden or didn't matter as much. Classification: Fighter L7. Despite the relatively small level difference, it was evident from their movements that the adventurers were stronger. After undergoing his first evolution, Rusty had come to realize that levels could be deceptive. Even though he was merely a level 1 monster, he was far stronger now than when he was a damaged rusty bronze armor variant. Attack. The voice inside his head gave him an order which he managed to resist. He was now able to observe without losing himself at all. At first, it looked like the adventurers were struggling, and the zombies were pushing them into a corner. Then in a strange flash of light, a large chunk of them tumbled down to the ground. What was that? The bright attack triggered a recollection of his new skill, which allowed him to infuse his sword with a radiant light. It came from the adventurer who was in the middle of the group. It seemed that they were protecting him while the man was holding up a strange-looking necklace. It was composed of many beads and ended in a cross shape. This item looked to be the source of the light that was destroying the zombies in this chamber. Classification: Cleric L8. Oh, that's a new one. Would that be the 4th type? Rusty examined the man in the center effortlessly dispatching the undead creatures. This marked the first occasion he could identify this particular type of adventurer. The previous encounters had involved fighters, scouts, and thieves. He donned a loosely fitting robe, one that likely provided minimal protection, presenting a stark contrast to everyone else who, at the very least, wore leather armor. It was evident that each class fulfilled a distinct role. The fighters stood out as the physically strongest among them, typically clad in heavier armor. The scouts maneuvered with more agility, armed with a ranged weapon capable of launching pointed projectiles from a distance. Meanwhile, the thieves resembled the fighters but wielded shorter weapons such as daggers or short swords, and they were the most agile of the bunch. Initially, he pondered joining the battle due to the considerable number of those fleshy beings. Despite their initial sluggishness, they persisted in advancing even after being struck by weapons. Even losing limbs didn't impede their progress, gradually cornering the adventurers. However, everything changed when the cleric intervened, managing to dispatch these formidable monsters with a burst of light. The cleric's radiant power proved effective against the undead, but Rusty discerned an anomaly. The individual executing this feat appeared fatigued, and the bursts of light occurred at irregular intervals. It seemed as though this magical ability wasn't something he could fully manage. There might be a limit to its uses, akin to Rusty's constraints with magic points. This vulnerability was something that he could potentially exploit. What would happen if that light couldn't be produced? Would the zombies overrun them? Gradually, a plan took shape in his metallic head. If he could somehow disable the cleric, his allies might take care of the rest. The only hurdle was getting close enough to land a hit. The radiant light posed its own threat, as he wasn't certain if it would affect him like it did the undead creatures. It appeared there was no way to close the gap without putting himself in danger, especially if he engaged in close-range melee. They didn't have those on the floor above. Could I use it? Classification: Skeletal Scout L4. Type: Undead. His helmet swiveled to focus on another undead, this one wielding a bow. Strapped to its back was a quiver holding a handful of arrows that it shot in the direction of the adventurers. They defended themselves with shields, and the scouts retaliated with their own shots. It was apparent that the skeletal scout lacked power, but its arrows were reaching their targets. Rusty lacked a bow, and he wasn't versed in archery. However, this presented no issue, as his absorption skill allowed him to acquire the skills of the skeletal monsters if he desired. With his increasing level, there was a possibility of executing proficient ranged attacks, a capability currently absent in him and the other living armors. That should be all, let's get the materials and get out of here before they revive. While he was devising his new scheme, the battle reached its conclusion. All the zombies and skeletons in the area were defeated, and the adventurers emerged victorious. Though they had not suffered any casualties, they appeared visibly fatigued. Rusty took note that they probably wouldn't be able to handle another wave of monsters as effortlessly, something that could benefit his newest plan. Keeping this in mind, he withdrew momentarily. If he lingered, there was a chance that more random monsters could arrive. For the time being, he simply wished for the adventurers to depart, allowing him to inspect the large chamber with peculiar slabs of rocks protruding from the ground. Fortunately, the group only took another 10 minutes to conclude their activities before retreating back into the corridor leading them back to the first floor. Rusty, who had concealed himself in a separate tunnel, re-emerged and cautiously returned to the scene of the battle, where numerous monster parts lay scattered. He observed that the radiant light had the ability to reduce the skeletal monster bodies to dust and transform the zombies into larger piles, some with charred remnants remaining. That's a powerful ability, will it destroy my body too? Should I try to learn it? The overpowering nature of the radiant light was evident, capable of annihilating multiple monsters simultaneously without direct engagement. Considering his absorption skill, there was a possibility for him to learn it. However, for that to occur, he needed to keep the cleric alive. Rusty lacked confidence in facing the entire group alone, and the other monsters wouldn't wait for him to acquire the skill for himself either. With the adventurers gone and the area appearing clear, Rusty cautiously approached the remains of the fallen monsters. His metallic fingers sifted through the debris, as if searching for something specific. Luck was on his side as he spotted a damaged weapon, likely belonging to one of the adventurers. A broken spear was embedded in the remains of a zombie, its metallic tip deeply lodged in the flesh. Unlike the other monsters turned to dust, it seemed the adventurers deemed it unnecessary to remove this broken piece of weaponry or it was a remnant of another battle. Compatible materials found, would you like to refine this weapon into base materials? Before arriving here, he had managed to decipher the material absorption skill on the upper level. It was a straightforward process, he just needed to find something containing metal, and the skill would activate. Parts of monsters, like other living armor, also worked, but only after they were slain by adventurers. This presented a challenge in refining their parts, as the monster remains would eventually vanish without leaving anything that he could gather. Material 1. Bronze 10%. Material 2 unavailable. Iron 5%. One limiting factor existed for this skill, there were certain material types he couldn't refine from weapons. He was restricted to only absorbing bronze, copper, and tin. Once he selected the desired material, the process would commence. The broken piece of weaponry would start to glow and vanish before his metallic eyes. Though uncertain about the specifics, a graphical representation of this process appeared in his status window. The section was labeled the Stash tab, and it was subdivided into many smaller squares. Currently, most of these squares were empty, except for 3 containing drawings of ingots. One represented the copper he had absorbed, the second one tin, and the last one bronze. Once he gathered 100% of any given metal, it would transform into an ingot and be recorded here. Though currently unable to do anything with them, he anticipated that when he returned to the Soul Forge, something would be triggered. It also used SP as its main resource without having a long cooldown period as the skill absorption skill. At a slow pace, he continued to harvest any bronze and copper he could find. The strange slabs of rocks that were sticking out of the ground he identified as tombstones. It seemed that this place was some type of burial ground and the zombies that had been defeated started to slowly emerge back within the ground. It was as if they were moving traps that would spring out the moment someone approached from below. You have gained +1 experience points. While navigating the area, he stumbled upon a new discovery. In one corner of this place, there was a nesting ground for strange worm-like creatures. Upon seeing them, he decided to experiment and gained a point of experience after stepping on one. The encounter didn't end there. Shortly after squashing the bug, a peculiar purple mist shot up from its compressed body. You resisted the poison. Poison. Being a being of living metal, Rusty lacked internal organs that could be affected by the poisonous mist. He grasped the concept that poison could have adverse effects on living beings, but it held no threat for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up one of the worms from the ground. It wriggled around, attempting to bite into his metallic body. After gripping it firmly, he gained another experience point and triggered the release of the poisonous mist. Those people did stay away from this side of the chamber. Were they afraid of these things? His mind brimmed with new ideas on how to leverage these small creatures to his advantage. Soon, the rattling of bones caught his attention, signaling the reformation of a skeletal scout alongside the zombies. When he examined the quiver with arrows it held, along with the bow, a brilliant plan for his next hunt began to take shape. Perhaps, in the near future, he could accumulate substantial amounts of experience. However, before that, he needed to thoroughly explore the entire second floor to uncover any additional surprises that might aid his quest for strength. Come here, you undead bastards. We don't have all day. Come here. Shouts of people filled a gloomy underground crypt. Many tombstones with strange markings started releasing foul-smelling fumes as bodies of undead creatures burst forth from the ground underneath. Tens of them emerged instantly, looking in the direction of where the shouting was coming from. The moment they spotted the few humans there, they started charging instantly. In the dim light of flickering torches, a group of determined individuals stood their ground, weapons drawn. Even though many undead monsters like skeletons and zombies were approaching them, they didn't seem too bothered. Everything was going according to their plan as some ran around strategically to force the monsters into a more tightly knit group. Soon many zombies were bumping into each other while charging after one of the adventurers. That's it, herd them together. We can't waste too many spells on these trash mobs. Get ready, Edmund. Radiant light, source of grace so pure, I stand against darkness, my prayers will endure. Turn undead away, banish the night, in thy name, restore the sacred light. In one corner of the undead crypt, a man stood, his rosary wrapped around his hands as he continued to pray to his gods. Under him a layer of radiant light was beginning to form, and the more he continued to say his prayer the more of it appeared around his body. All the monsters that had been herded together were heading in the direction of this man named Edmund, something the people in here had planned all along. The group of adventurers had 6 members. 4 of them had shields and heavier armor to protect the praying man, while one of them, who was more nimble, lured in the monsters. It was a surefire plan that this group had carried out a few times before, and their goal was to move into the deeper areas of this dungeon once their levels had increased. Even though a single zombie or skeleton didn't offer much, with the help of divine magic, they could easily dispatch large groups of them instantly. That should be enough, now hold. On purpose, the group placed themselves with their backs to a wall. The zombies and skeletons could only come from one direction, which allowed them to lure in many more. The 4 fighters with the large shields pushed back against the undead creatures and waited for their cleric to finish the chant. Just like every time, once the spell erupted, these monsters would turn to nothing more than dust in the wind. Grant me strength in this holy endeavor, banish the shadows, let them fade forever. Turn Undia. However, their half-heartedly created plan didn't account for everything. At the moment the priest was about to finish casting the Turn Undead spell, something out of the ordinary happened. From an unknown direction, something flew in an arch and connected with the ground close to the cleric. Once looking at this projectile, they identified it as an arrow with a strange worm creature squiggling around as if it had been freshly impaled by it. As it wiggled around, a purple gas erupted from it, and it quickly started spreading through the whole area. To make things worse, it wasn't the only one there. Soon others started falling down in the general direction of this party that had led itself into a dead end on its own accord. It was not something that they expected to ever happen, as the monsters here were not intelligent enough for such tactics, nor did they detect any other adventurers who could have planned an ambush. Shit, it's poison mist. How did a crypt leech get over here? The adventurers' coordinated strategy fell apart as the unexpected poison mist engulfed the area. Panic set in among the group as they realized the dire situation they found themselves in. The cleric, Edmund, struggled to complete his incantation amidst the chaos. The mist, originating from the punctured crypt leeches, started affecting the adventurers, slowly weakening them. Edmund, quickly cast the cleansing spell. No, we need to get rid of the zombies first, cast turn undead first. What are you doing? I cough. The cleric, Edmund, was struggling with the poisonous mist and the interrupted turn undead spell. He could not focus on chanting due to the poison and inability to do it while coughing so loudly. Even one of those worms could produce a large explosion of this mist, and something from afar continued to shoot arrows in their direction. Even when the adventurers used their shields to bat them away, the pierced leeches continued to burst and produce more mist. To make things worse, they had attracted a large group of undead monsters that continued to push. Shit, this never happened before. This was supposed to be a safe zone for leveling. Did the guild lie to us? Stop talking, we cough need to get out of here. It was clear that their plan would not work. The cloud of poison was surrounding them, and the longer they stayed inside of it, the harder it would be to leave. They were all under the poison status now, and even their cleric was suffering and unable to cleanse himself. Soon they all charged out together and made a run for it. Even though it was hard to break and move, they needed to do it to survive. Come on, we need to get to the corridor, it isn't far from here. Luckily, there was an escape route nearby, a narrow tunnel not too far from here. They knew that if they were able to make it there, then even the zombies wouldn't be able to follow after. Soon they made a break for it. Everyone was coughing, and their skin was turning purple. They were losing stamina and health points at a rapid pace, but as long as they made it to the safe location, then their cleric could cleanse all of them. To their surprise, when they reached the tunnel that should lead them to a safe location, it was not the salvation that they expected, as an unknown person was waiting for them. At least that's what they looked at first, but soon the adventurer party realized that it was not a human but a monster that shouldn't be in this area. A living armor? What is it doing here? The team leader asked while charging forward, but before he could push the monster out of the way, a massive burst of poisonous mist erupted from the ground. To his surprise, the ground was littered with the small bugs, and the monster seemed to be purposely stepping on them while retreating into the tight corridor where even more poison awaited them. Considering this turn of events, running towards that location would become impossible, and they would quickly succumb to the poison. Eventually, the group of adventurers ran out of options. The monsters were unaffected by the poison in the air while they continued to suffer. Their bodies became sluggish, and some of them were finally caught by the horde they had enticed. The numbers were not something that they could contend with, and soon their loud screams filled this underground crypt. Rusty observed the demise of the adventurer party with a mix of curiosity and detachment. The poison mist had done its job, rendering them vulnerable to the relentless attacks of the undead monsters. The living armor, hidden in the poisonous corridor, watched as the adventurers fought desperately for their lives. He noted how their once coordinated group crumbled the moment he introduced something that they weren't expecting. This was his test run for his new strategy. After previously discovering the hidden poisonous bugs, he decided to use them. On his back, he was wearing a quiver that had been emptied out a few moments ago. Right after the adventurers gathered the zombies, he set his plan in motion and started firing. Once the worms were pierced, there was some time to fire them before the toxic fumes erupted. The result was quite favorable, so he soon moved to the second stage of the plan. Before he attempted this, he took a whole week to examine his enemies and gather archery-related skills that had helped him in this new endeavor. Basic power shot. Active skill. Perform a more powerful ranged attack. Basic archery. Passive skills. A skill that makes it easier to wield a bow, is required to unlock more powerful archery skills. With their help, he was able to somewhat aim his shots in the direction he wanted. The adventurers were ready to receive arrows that were shot directly at them from the skeletal archers, but they weren't ready for him, who aimed at the blind spots and ground. Rusty quickly realized that strategy was key to getting stronger, as the monsters in this dungeon could be used in various ways to give him a shot at slaying these adventurers. He just needed to cut off their escape route with some of the poisonous bugs that he transported to this closest corridor. Even if they charged in, the poison would do its thing, and now it was time for him to get involved directly. As the remaining adventurers fought desperately against the undead onslaught, Rusty stepped out from his hiding spot. His metallic form clanked softly as he approached the group, which was still under the influence of the poisonous mist. The adventurers, weakened and overwhelmed, weren't even able to react to his sword coming in from the back. Arg! His blade slid between the gaps in one of the man's armor as he drew blood. His opponent was grappling with two zombies and unable to react to the third opponent that emerged from the now thick poisonous fog. As he drew his blade out of the wound, blood started spilling out, and the man soon was overpowered by the other monsters that started to rip his body apart. Rusty's gaze turned to the others, and the one with the cleric class in particular. This was the focal point of his strategy. Without this person, this group was incapable of defeating the undead creatures which they awoke themselves. He knew that if they took their time, they would have been victorious and his plan would not have worked. If they used their blades instead of the strange light, it would have taken longer, but their defeat would not have come. As he drove his blade into the wheezing cleric, he tried to learn, as this was just the beginning of his journey. Congratulations, you have gained a level. His mind was taken elsewhere as he heard the message informing him that he had leveled up. He momentarily stopped himself from attacking some of the remaining adventurers, which was a mistake that he would now remember. After the cleric went down, Rusty found himself flying into some of the other monsters as something collided with him from the side. His body was metal, but it was hollow inside, not something that could take strong blows. In the past, this would have caused him to break into multiple parts, but he was not quite the damaged rusty armor anymore. He was not that weak. After colliding with a skeleton and zombie, he managed to stabilize himself. When looking at his side, he could see a gash in his armor that had been formed by an axe swing. The owner of the axe was the only remaining human who had not yet succumbed to the poisonous mist. I will not die here. The adventurer swung his axe with determination, aiming for Rusty's vulnerable points. Rusty, realizing his mistake, quickly regained his composure and raised his sword to parry the incoming blows. The clash of metal echoed in the corridor as the rusty blade was pushed back and broken from the impact. Luckily, the lingering poison along with the other monsters was still there. Even when the adventurer wished to deliver the final blow, he couldn't. Get off me, all. His neck had been bitten by one of the monsters, and soon more closed in on him. The adventurer began swinging around wildly, attempting to pry the monster off him. His will to survive was commendable, driven by sheer desperation. Before long, Rusty's broken blade made its way into the man's flesh as he pierced it through one of the other monsters, a surprising feat for the one delivering the final strike. So it is possible. Congratulations, you have gained a level. The battle concluded, and the mist began to clear away. The zombies continued to pile on top of the defeated adventurers in a gory display, while Rusty tried to comprehend how he had managed to pierce one of the other dungeon monsters. He soon concluded that it had only occurred by mistake during a confrontation with an enemy adventurer. When he attempted to strike any monster intentionally, he found himself still unable to do so. Name: Rusty. Classification: Corroded Twilight Bronze Armor F+L3. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 69/69. Magic points MP: 53 of 53. Special points SP: 20/20. Strength: 67 F++8. Agility: 44 F+5. Dexterity: 45 F+6. Constitution: 64 F+7. Intelligence: 43 F+4. Wisdom: 48 F+5. Willpower: 48 F+6. Durability: F+. He didn't have much time to deliberate on the possibilities as his attention was taken to his status screen. He noticed a few things, one of them being the much higher amount of stats that he was getting from these 2 levels ups than before. Previously he never got more than 1 attribute point in anything, now he was getting multiple points in all of them. There was also one other interesting thing, his strength stat received a plus to the letter F representing it. I think I get it. Rusty soon grasped the purpose of the letters. They served as a simplified means of gauging his power. After the numbers surpassed a specific threshold, the letter would transition. Although uncertain of the precise number, it appeared to be around 66 for the plus sign. Rusty speculated that if he had this amount, then 33 might be the cutoff point for the minus sign. Could 99 be the limit for the attributes? Does something happen once you get over it? There was no way for him to predict until he reached that point, but before that, he had other problems to address. Despite gaining 2 levels and defeating all the adventurers, his body bore the scars of battle. A massive hole adorned the side of his body from the recent axe hit, and his sword had snapped in the middle. Unsure of how to deal with his broken weapon and the injuries, Rusty faced uncertainty about how to proceed further without weapons and with holes in his body. Is there no way to take care of this? Do I need to not get damaged before getting a new body? This felt somewhat unfair to Rusty, who grew weary of sustaining continuous damage. The adventurers proved to be a formidable foe, and he harbored doubts about defeating them without incurring any harm. Although he could risk death again, he remained uncertain whether he would be restored to the same state he had become. There had to be a way to mend himself, and soon enough, his system came to the rescue. While he stared at the destroyed blade and the hole in his armor, a pop-up screen materialized. Do you wish to use gathered materials to repair the damaged sword? Familiar with how these processes worked, Rusty promptly confirmed. As he did, the stash tab containing all his materials suddenly appeared. Please select the materials that you want to use. In his stash, Rusty found only 3 items: tin, copper, and bronze. To make things easier, the icons representing the ingots were color-coded. The box containing the bronze ingot was green, while tin and copper were orange. Upon selecting the bronze, a peculiar phenomenon occurred on the surface of his broken blade. Gradually, it began to revert, as if time were being reversed, and within a minute, the blade was fully restored. This is it. With a cheer, Rusty held the restored sword high in the air. One of his major problems had just been resolved. Now, he only needed to concentrate on gathering more bronze to mend any future wounds. As long as he had enough, he would be able to restore both his body and weapons. The only downside was that it also used a few of his special points, which would limit the repairs. No wait. His attention shifted back to the defeated adventurers, now mauled by the undead monsters. Before he could begin collecting their weapons and armor, the dungeon seemed eager to swallow them whole. The only item he managed to retrieve was the lone battle axe that had caused him an injury. There must be a better way of gathering those materials. While one battle had concluded, this marked only the beginning. Rusty, having tasted victory once more, felt his goal of becoming stronger drawing closer. He envisioned dominating this dark expanse, aspiring to become the strongest monster here and perhaps beyond. Combining tin and copper. Please wait. Bronze ingot has been created. It does work. Was this what the orange color meant? Rusty delved deeper into his newly discovered ability to use bronze ingots from his stash tab. He also had ingots of copper and tin, which he could combine to form the bronze necessary for repairing his body. Only after combining the 2 metals could he use them, as copper and tin didn't integrate into his body independently. The process was intriguing, albeit costing SP, a resource crucial for many of his best skills. SP management posed a challenge. It took hours for the bar to recharge, and leveling up alone couldn't increase the number. The only potential way to increase this resource was through evolving, and perhaps that was the sole method available. Now what should I do? What do you think? After shifting his attention away from the stash tab, he posed the question to a drooling monster. It was one of the undead, just standing in the crypt where he had dealt with the adventurers. The others behaved strangely for a moment. After the battle concluded, they stopped moving, and eventually, the graves they emerged from began to open. Slowly, some crawled back in, while others, like this one, stayed behind, becoming Rusty's conversational partners. "You don't have anything to say, Mr. Zombie?" No one ever answers besides those two light balls. "I wonder what they are up to." Some time had elapsed since his visit to the Soul Forge, and Rusty began to miss the creatures capable of conversing with him. This particular monster just stood there, with some sort of liquid oozing from its upper orifice. He gave it a few pokes, but the creature eventually departed when one of the graves opened up for it. "Not even going to say goodbye? How rude." "Fine, I'll get stronger without your help." After shaking his metallic fist in anger, Rusty picked up the large axe that had remained. Fortunately, it didn't vanish like the rest of the adventurer armor that the zombies brutalized. One other piece of equipment that he had managed to wrestle away from his monstrous friends was a sword sheath. After strapping it to his body, he would not have to constantly hold his corroded blade with his hands anymore. It appeared that as long as he didn't leave equipment on the ground for too long, the dungeon would not be able to absorb it. Perhaps it possessed a skill akin to his material absorption, which made sense as he often witnessed some of the holes within this place mending themselves. "The voice hasn't been telling me much since I got to this level, I wonder why." Upon descending to the second floor, he noticed something peculiar. The voice didn't instruct him to patrol anything, it was as if he was somewhat free from its grasp. While it still prevented him from attacking other monsters deliberately, if he accidentally struck them, the voice did not intervene. Despite his attempts after the last battle, he found himself unable to perform an attack even from a distance. Should I stay here, or try another location? Rusty had emerged victorious, and his strategy appeared to be yielding results. However, for some reason, he felt an inclination not to linger here. The adventurers seemed to be cooperative beings, forming groups and coming to each other's aid. Though uncertain, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone stronger might arrive to investigate the fate of the defeated group. One of them mentioned something, a guild. "I think this guild thing isn't anything good, but I won't let it stop me either." Perhaps he needed to exercise caution, but this wasn't the only spot where he could defeat enemies. Equipped with his quiver and poisonous leeches, he had alternative means to overcome other foes. These were not his only resources. Upon reaching the second level, he extensively explored the area and found other interesting things that could aid him. Thus, armed with the means to defeat the foes that he had previously feared, it was time for him to begin the hunt. He only had access to the first and second floor, but the latter was about twice the size of the one he was initially summoned to. While navigating through it, he encountered several interesting chambers, such as the zombie-filled one. It became evident that this floor contained more concentrated danger zones with fewer monsters traveling between them. There were other places that he could hunt the adventurers, and there was no reason to just wait for another party to arrive at the crypt location. It must be my lucky day. After arriving at the next location, Rusty had to wait for a few minutes until his next target arrived. The place resembled a wide corridor with seemingly nothing interesting. However, upon inspecting the ground, he noticed strange square tiles with various symbols on them. When adventurers entered, they moved in a peculiar pattern over those square tiles, hopping between them. "This one will be more difficult, but I can do it." Rusty psyched himself up while preparing his new scheme. This room held a certain secret that could be used to defeat the 4 people passing through it. Once they were around the middle of the long corridor, he decided to make himself known. "Hey, what is that thing doing there? That's not supposed to happen." The place was well lit, and he was waiting at the other end where the party was heading. His metallic body was easily visible, but that didn't matter as he only needed to place himself on a specific tile for his plan to work. As he stepped on it, a clicking sound resonated, and a large slab descended, blocking both the entrance and the exit. In response, the adventurers started shouting, clearly confused by what was happening. The monster set off the trap. "Did the guild give us faulty information? T the sides. Shit, get ready. The trap has been triggered." One of the individuals pointed to various rocks sliding to the sides, revealing more monsters. A combination of zombies, skeletons, and corroded armor pieces that resembled the old variant to which Rusty used to belong slowly emerged from small pockets within the walls. They quickly turned to face the small group of adventurers. The monsters outnumbered the adventurers 4 to 1, but this wasn't an immediate death sentence. Rusty was well aware of the strength these adventurers could possess, and without bringing the poisonous worms with him, this plan would likely fail. There is something wrong with that living armor. What is it doing? Basic archery has reached level 3. As in the previous battle, Rusty employed the exact same tactic of introducing poison into this chamber. With both the entrance and exit now closed off, the poisonous mist produced by the little creature spread rapidly. He fired off a few arrows into the distance to ensure that it covered the entire area, and just like before, the adventurers had no answer to this tactic. They began to cough, and in their weakened state, they became perfect targets for the monster onslaught. With not many arrows remaining in his quiver, but enough to produce the poisonous cloud, the rest of the battle would need to be fought at close range. Rusty had strapped his original sword to his body, but for this occasion, he wielded the sturdier iron axe he had taken from the other party. Charging at the group overwhelmed by the 20 or so monsters, he aimed to join the fray. The cleansing potions. Some of them tried to drink some type of blue-colored liquid but were unable to as they were rushed by the monsters from all directions. Their skin started turning purple and veins bulged out which gave Rusty all the information that he needed to know. Soon he swung down his axe at one of the people but to his surprise, he could not use it too well. Something feels off. The weapon was clearly superior to his one-handed sword, but Rusty found swinging it to be jarring. Even when he landed a few hits, they weren't too precise and lacked power. He managed to use his power/skill with it, but something wasn't quite right. It was as if his current body was not suited for handling this weapon. It felt similar to the time when he was still only a damaged corroded bronze armor, and he had an inkling as to why this was the case. Soon, he decided to just throw the axe at one of the adventurers and pulled out his sword from the sheath. Arg. No, stay away. I can't die here. With the combined powers of the dungeon monsters and the poison, the group of 4 eventually succumbed to the ambush. They fought valiantly and even managed to defeat 10 of the undead monsters, but the more they struggled, the more the poison spread within their bodies. Even after drinking potions, without being able to leave this trapped corridor, it was pointless. Soon the whole corridor was covered in silence and Rusty was rewarded with another level up. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Name: Rusty. Classification: Corroded Twilight Bronze Armor F+L4. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 72 of 72. Magic points MP: 55 of 55. Special points SP: 20/20. Strength: 70 F+++3. Agility: 46 F+2. Dexterity: 47 F+2. Constitution: 67 F+3. Intelligence: 46 F+2. Wisdom: 50 F+2. Willpower: 50 F+2. Durability: F+. Hey, stop eating them. The battle was won, and he had suffered a few minor scratches here and there. While it might not be the most honorable way of fighting, using the other monsters as meat shields was proving effective. Previously, he was unable to even harm one of these fleshy humanoids, but now he had successfully defeated 2 whole parties. His level had increased from 1 to 4 in just a span of 1 day, and perhaps there were even more gains to be had. Hey, give me that. After wrestling away a few pieces of armor, he started absorbing the metals inside. To his surprise, the best source of bronze was from the other corroded armor pieces left by the 2 living armors that had been with him. Their pieces were scattered around the corridor and seemed quite compatible with his skill. It appeared that after the monsters were considered dead, they reverted to just armor that he could now use. The loot here was a bit better, but soon it was vanishing like before. Rusty wished to collect more of everything to use later, but there were no areas in the dungeon that wouldn't swallow them up. He discarded the axe he had used and instead decided to grab an iron longsword. It now became clear that without the passive skill for using certain weapon types, he would be unable to use them proficiently. I feel like I should be gaining some skills, but I'm not. After these few confrontations, he was left pondering some of the leftover memories. He was sure that people were able to gain skills through means other than just leveling up. However, he had to use the absorption skill to gain most of his, and the rest were obtained through leveling up. Perhaps after he visited the Soul Forge again, one of the balls of light could give him an answer, but for now, he needed to move towards the third location. This was not the last spot he had discovered that could allow him to grind levels faster. Having used up the poison leeches, which were unnecessary for this location, Rusty now needed to gather more arrows. Soon, a few skeletal scouts were left without a quiver or bow, as the one he had used had also broken down. The repairing skill didn't work on weapons acquired from others but only on his own bronze blade. The rest needed to be replaced by other means. After a long walk, he finally arrived at the last destination, which seemingly looked like a dead end with no place to go but down. He now stood before a deep chasm with no clear bottom. Even when he accidentally kicked some rocks down, there was no echo, as if it were a bottomless pit. Normally, this place wouldn't offer much besides falling down to his doom, but in the distance was his current target, a set of dangling bridges. It was a path leading to a different section of this dungeon level and also the next set of stairs, probably leading to the third floor. During his scouting trip, he noticed that people tended to go through this place to reach the other side. There were only some monsters at both ends, but nothing on the sides. He was sure that no one was expecting him, as he had already confirmed it. They are getting information from this guild but they never accounted for me. The longer he lived in this dungeon, the more he could analyze his main opponents. Initially, these adventurers seemed like powerful foes that he could never hope to defeat, but now things were different. They were ill-equipped and unprepared for an unexpected turn of events, and he was starting to believe that they lacked intelligence as well. Thus, he waited for his prey to appear, and finally, after an hour or so, another group of 4 emerged. They dispatched the monsters that were waiting at the start of one of the bridges. Then, they continued on their way through the seemingly bottomless chasm. The bridge they took was made of wood and vine and would wobble around slightly. Yet, even with this danger, the adventurers didn't seem to mind going through it together. Rusty wasn't sure why they were so convinced that it wouldn't crumble, but he attributed it to the same reason the other 2 parties fell, lack of intelligence and over-reliance on old information. Soon, he notched one of the arrows into the bow and aimed. He found the perfect spot just so he could easily hit the adventurers who were passing over the bridge. The arrow started glowing as he used the basic power shot skill that he absorbed from the skeletal scouts. After releasing the arrow, it sailed through the air, finding its mark and striking the adventurer in the back. The individual staggered, letting out a cry of surprise. The others turned to look at the screaming man who staggered and fell over the bridge to his doom. Ha! This is too easy. Rusty felt something in his chest as he saw the man plummet to his doom. The continuous victories were slowly increasing his self-confidence that had been previously destroyed after his first 2 deaths. Quickly, he was realizing that perhaps these opponents weren't as formidable as he previously thought. They were panicking and not really able to do anything, so he continued to unload more arrows without worrying about being hit himself. The tunnel he was in lacked any light, but the area where the bridge was situated was quite well lit. As the adventurers scrambled to face the threat, Rusty continued to fire arrows from his vantage point. The wobbling bridge made it challenging for them to maintain their balance. The element of surprise gave Rusty a significant advantage, and soon, another target was hit, this time wounding another man on the leg. Due to the shaking and screaming, the monsters on the uncleared end were now alerted to the adventurers' presence and started to slowly move in their direction, something that Rusty was counting on. The wounded adventurer struggled to stand, while his companions desperately tried to stabilize him. The monsters, sensing the vulnerability, closed in. Rusty continued his barrage of arrows, targeting the weakened individual. The glowing arrows struck with precision, causing chaos among the group. Damn it! We need to get off this bridge. One of the adventurers yelled. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to die here. Another adventurer did the same, and to Rusty's surprise, the wounded person had been abandoned while the other 2 ran to save their skins. With the target being more stationary, he decided to focus on the wounded man, as gaining experience was the main point of this strategy. While this allowed the other 2 to escape to a safe location, the man left behind eventually succumbed to the arrow barrage and also fell down into the dark chasm. Oh well, 2 out of 4 isn't bad, but I didn't get that much experience out of this one. He couldn't help but feel a mix of satisfaction and disappointment in not being able to defeat the whole group before they ran. Chasing after them was a possibility, but he would probably not be able to find them. The continuous victories had bolstered his confidence, and he craved more. Thus, his hunt continued, and the dungeon had finally become his hunting ground, or at least that's what he thought without realizing what he had set in motion that very day. Soon he would realize that perhaps he shouldn't have underestimated the people called adventurers. What are you talking about? That's impossible. Say that to my party member that got pierced by a damn arrow. That bridge was supposed to be safe, we followed the guild instructions and now both of them are dead. We would need to confirm your claims, the dungeon is set for another shift in another 5 months, it's impossible that something changed this early. How will you do that? They both fell into that bottomless pit, are you going to have someone climb down here? Even if they did, what would that accomplish? The dungeon would have swallowed up their bodies already. I understand, but please stop shouting. How can I stop? You sold us faulty information. A large man was shouting at a smaller woman wearing large glasses. She was wearing a unique uniform that marked her as a member of the Adventurer Guild's management staff. The woman took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure despite the heated confrontation. Her Adventurer Guild uniform was a striking blend of functionality and style, designed for both practicality and recognition. The rich navy blue fabric, though understated, carried a strong visual identity. The outfit featured a floor-length skirt that gracefully reached the ankles, and a prominent guild badge adorned with a layered arrangement of sword, shield, and staff, indicating her affiliation with the guild. Is there a problem? A man asked, his voice calm but authoritative. Ah, sir. Amidst the commotion, a person materialized beside the woman, who served as one of the many receptionists in the expansive building. The counter they occupied was just one of many within the vast structure. For her safety, especially from the adventurer elements, her section of the counter was segregated and protected by thick metallic bars. The man who appeared stood on the adventurer's side, who showed no signs of backing off despite the circumstances. The problem is your guild selling faulty information. Other adventurers and onlookers began to turn their attention toward the unfolding scene. In a place where reliable information was crucial, claims of a disturbance attracted the curiosity of those seeking help. The man who had appeared seemed prepared to request the adventurer to quiet down, but before he could speak, another adventurer chimed in, adding to the growing interest and speculation among the onlookers. Hey, haven't some of the new parties not returned yet? A priest from the church was here the other day, I think that he was asking for a cleric who didn't return from an expedition. Now that you say it. I think another group had also gone missing. Everyone started mumbling and the news that something strange was happening within the dungeon. The woman behind the counter exchanged a quick glance with the man who had appeared beside her. It was clear that they were not expecting such an uproar over what seemed like an isolated incident. The Adventurer Guild took pride in providing accurate and up-to-date information to its members, and any suggestion of misinformation was a serious matter. If this has any validity, then we need to investigate. The man looked to the receptionist who quickly turned to the man who had been shouting before. Sir, could you please calm down and provide us with more details? We take these matters seriously, and we will investigate the claims. This gentleman here will take your statement, so please follow him. The adventurer exchanged glances with the brawny man from the guild, who sported an eye patch over one eye, reflecting a grizzled and experienced demeanor. They eventually moved to a more secluded spot where the younger man gathered himself and began to explain the situation. He recounted the events that unfolded in the dungeon, emphasizing the strange attack coming from a faraway location. An arrow? Was it a skeleton scout? No, I saw it for a moment, it looked different, it was reflecting light and wearing armor. Armor? The man with the eye patch furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The details provided were intriguing and raised questions about the nature of the dungeon's inhabitants. He took notes on the adventurer's statement, making sure to document the discrepancies between the reported incident and the guild's information. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We will conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. In the meantime, please refrain from spreading panic among the other adventurers. We don't want to cause unnecessary chaos. The brawny man spoke with authority, and the adventurer nodded in agreement. After managing to calm down a bit, the man that reported the issue went away and the Adventurer Guild staff remained. What do you think, Vice Guild Leader? Was that person making it up? The receptionist lady asked the man after the issue was resolved. The adventurers inside the guild continued to whisper and chat. It was now something that they couldn't ignore. It might be a lie, but... We can't ignore it now. The guild's name is on the line. Schedule a meeting for the scouting party and let them check those claims. Of course, sir. Don't call me sir, I'm not that old, I'm only 38. Sure. The man scratched his beard before walking away, leaving the lady receptionist to roll her eyes in annoyance. Once he was gone, she resumed her work, realizing that it was now her responsibility to get to the bottom of this situation. Assembling a scouting party became imperative. While adventurers going missing wasn't an uncommon occurrence, the fact that they vanished within a seemingly safe zone added an unusual element to the mystery. What was different that time around? I'm not getting the same feeling with these creatures now. Rusty pondered, reflecting on the successful adventurer slaying he had executed some time ago. Memories of his first kill resurfaced, the necessity to use his helmet to incapacitate one adventurer, and the subsequent struggle to deliver a finishing blow to an injured woman, which then led him to almost being discovered. Over time, he had slain multiple adventurers, and any initial remorse had faded. Instead, he found himself fixated on leveling up and growing stronger. Was it because they were injured by another person? That's not quite it. Since his visit to the Soul Forge, Rusty had experienced a surge in strength and wisdom. He now knew that he had swallowed two entities, which somehow fused with his essence. The black orb claimed that the knowledge inside him belonged to these two orbs. Rusty could only deduce that his actions might be influenced by those memories or the entities themselves. However, as he grew stronger, their hold on him seemed to waver, and he considered the possibility that he was becoming more of his own person. Not like these creatures would show me any mercy either, and they kill the others with no remorse either. There is no reason to stop. But, it doesn't feel great either. Rusty didn't outright reject the memories of the two orbs. He recognized that it was thanks to them that he advanced further in his quest for strength. Those memories guided him towards a more strategic approach in combat, emphasizing the importance of being sneaky and engaging the enemy once the playing field was leveled. As he grew stronger, Rusty began to feel that a direct approach was now possible, but only against weaker opponents at the upper levels. There is no honor in hunting a much weaker foe or one that doesn't give me any experience points. With time, the sentient piece of armor developed its own set of rules and a moral compass. While it deemed humans as worthy foes, it refrained from taking the direct route. However, a conflict arose within Rusty as he harbored the desire to face them head-on eventually, seeking a fair and equal battle to determine the superior fighter. One part of him urged for more subterfuge and treachery, emphasizing the element of surprise as his primary weapons. Another part, however, craved a more honorable approach. Now that Rusty could restore his armor without relying on the voice, the prospect of a more honorable approach seemed plausible. The internal conflict continued to shape his evolving moral compass and approach to combat. Uncertain if his current mindset was the right way to think, Rusty grappled with the conflict within him. However, one thing remained paramount: his main goal of achieving strength. The notion of having power simply for the sake of an easy life didn't quite sit well with him. Could the answer be somewhere in the middle? Rusty considered that perhaps the correct path forward lay in the middle and found balance while seeking guidance from both sides. Why choose between two extremes when the middle ground seemed like a viable alternative? All this thinking is making my head hurt, that is if I had anything inside of it. A piece of armor started quivering around as it tried to imitate laughter but instead was shaking menacingly. The only other being that was here with him was an unmoving zombie that was drooling all over itself. Without any adventurers around, these things just stood there without even moving or patrolling. Cheer up. Rusty pushed his metallic fingers into the monster's mouth in an attempt to make it smile. However, he wasn't too delicate with it, causing the jaw to become dislodged. Instantly, he received a warning from the dungeon voice, interpreting it as an attack against another monster, something he hoped to be rid of eventually. Okay. I'll put it back in place. Rusty attempted to grab the wobbly jaw and put it back into place, but his efforts only exacerbated the situation. The dungeon voice became so loud that he was forced to back away and leave the zombie alone. The monster was left with a strange perpetual open mouth, its jaw barely hanging on by a few skin folds. Now then, should I head up? Or remain here instead? After dealing with almost 3 adventure parties, he was feeling good about himself. Rusty contemplated his next move. The lack of adventurers at the designated spots left him in a dilemma. He could either continue his assault on unsuspecting parties, or he could ascend to the level he was created in and try his luck there. The groups that roamed that floor were weaker, but there weren't as many opportunities there either. I should go see the first floor, no one has gone through here in a while. Eventually, Rusty decided to return to the upper levels. He observed that, for some reason, he hadn't encountered any other parties venturing down since his previous victories. A fleeting doubt crossed his mind about whether using the bridges had been the right decision. He hadn't gained much experience there, and 2 humanoid creatures had managed to escape. Nonetheless, there was no harm in returning to the upper levels for a closer look. Rusty grabbed his new bow and poisonous leeches before making his way back up. On the way up, as Rusty began ascending the stairs, he noticed that his poisonous ammunition burst into fleshy bits. It became evident that taking living creatures from the lower floor to a higher one was not possible. The reason for this limitation eluded him, but it meant he would be unable to employ his previous tactic of poisoning his enemies through the air, at least not in the same manner as before. I guess this will have to do. Adapting to the new circumstances, Rusty opted to smear his blade and armor with the poison that liquefied. While he aimed to face opponents more directly, he wasn't willing to forego the benefits of poison. His immunity to this status effect was a part of his strength, and he intended to use it to his advantage. Go. Oh, it's back. Back on the first floor, the voice urged Rusty to start patrolling once again. While it remained one of his fears, he recognized that he needed to move around in certain areas. However, he could now take breaks and be more cautious of the route than before. This approach allowed him to keep an eye out for potential targets, offering him the opportunity to engage in a proper display of strength. Even if Rusty faltered and started losing, he knew he had one secret technique that would likely allow him to survive. This assurance kept him from worrying too much about the potential challenges he might face. Everything felt quite familiar to Rusty, considering he had spent most of his short life on this very floor. The atmosphere remained the same, with the sound of distant footsteps and muffled voices reaching his metallic ears. While it seemed like there were fewer people around, he didn't dwell on it and proceeded toward the source of the sounds. Arriving at the area where he was once defeated, he noticed that the same vitality leaf had reappeared. Just like before a party of adventurers appeared, this one only consisted of 3 people. Their levels were lower than the people that he encountered at the lower levels, and it seemed that there was also no one hiding up on the walls. Fighter L4. Fighter L4. Thief L3. Rusty easily identified the levels of the group and made a decision. This presented a good opportunity to test out his leveled-up skills and stats. The chamber was spacious, and other monsters were present, potentially aiding him in keeping 2 of the 3 opponents busy. First, he examined the group's attire to locate the best target for the upcoming battle. The 2 fighters had the exact same level but wielded different types of equipment. One held a metallic club, identified as a mace, while the other held a sword. Knowing that his body was most susceptible to blunt attacks, Rusty decided that facing the man with the sword was a better idea. Despite his desire to prove his strength, caution remained a priority. Soon the first stage of the plan commenced as he allowed the other monsters from the dungeon to notice the group of 3. Even though his side had the numbers advantage, his brethren were quite easy to dispatch. The other armors could be kicked away and they would crumble into many pieces. The monsters within the chamber started to converge on the adventurers. The fighters swung their weapons at the approaching armors, easily dispatching them with powerful blows. The thief darted between the attacks, finding openings to strike at the monsters from behind. Despite the adventurers' lower levels, their teamwork and coordination were impressive. The events unfolded in a manner similar to the previous battle, and the group seemed to encounter no problems as they approached the vitality leaf pronounced by the light hitting the tree stump. It was now time for Rusty to make his appearance, knowing he would only get one surprise attack, and he needed to make it count. Arg! Armed with his poisoned sword and a body that didn't produce as much sound, Rusty finally jumped out from behind a destroyed pillar. His blade shone as he activated the power thrust skill, plunging his weapon into the mace wielder's thigh. The man was shocked and turned around while swinging his weapon, but Rusty quickly performed a backstep to avoid getting hit. Even though his primary target was the sword wielder, Rusty knew he needed to weaken the other two first. His blade, smeared with a potent poison, served as the perfect distraction, and now the battle was fully underway. What? Where did that thing come from? The second fighter shouted while quickly trying to aid his now injured friend. As expected, a kick was sent in Rusty's direction, but this time he was ready. He had identified a significant weakness in himself. His body was metal and more resistant than the fleshy skin of his enemies, but it was hollow inside, making him relatively light. In contrast, the human he was fighting likely weighed 3 times his own weight or perhaps even more. Utilizing this knowledge, Rusty agilely dodged the kick, allowing the fighter to overextend and lose balance. Taking advantage of the opening, Rusty retaliated with a series of quick slashes aimed at the fighter's exposed areas. While most of the attacks didn't hit, one managed to nick an area between the armor Rusty was using. His sword, now covered in blood, still retained some poison on it. His plan seemed to have worked as the man with the sword started chasing after him. The thief, on the other hand, attempted to aid his friend but was surrounded by some of the other weaker monsters still present. More and more continued to rush in, and while previously they wouldn't have been a problem, now one of the men was injured, and the other needed to protect him from the increasing numbers of enemies. This is it. Rusty parried the sword strikes and continued to hold his own against the human. He could discern the attack patterns, and his body was now able to react. Despite suffering some slashes, he returned them in kind, finally savoring the proper battle he had hoped for all this time. I'm really doing it. Rusty's sword grazed his opponent's cheek, causing his rage-filled expression to waver. The poison was doing its work, further weakening the adventurer. Rusty seized this opportunity to push the advantage, relentlessly pressing his attacks. The fighter, who was now visibly fatigued, struggled to defend himself against the relentless assault. Meanwhile, the other fighter, along with the thief, was having some trouble against the other monster skeletons and living armors. It seemed they were not prepared for this type of situation, as only on the floor below did the poisonous leeches exist. Without having to worry about these status effects, it was possible that these individuals didn't bring any antidotes for such an occasion, and Rusty's tactic was relying on this possibility. He persisted, slowly improving his own movements. It was a strange feeling, but he could sense his actions becoming more refined and his body reacting in a more streamlined fashion. The fact that his opponent was affected by the poison also helped, but Rusty was actively becoming stronger and learning from his first real one-on-one confrontation. Basic swordsmanship has leveled up. A message sounded out, but he ignored it and stepped in to deliver a blow to his opponent. Instead of the scratches he was making before, this one strike drew blood on the man's side. Rusty didn't go uninjured, though, as the man's blade also made its way towards his chest. However, even though this wasn't the first gash on his armor, he was still able to continue. His body was made of metal and ran on mana and not blood. As long as his limbs weren't pulled apart or destroyed, he would be able to continue without ever tiring. This was one thing he noticed about these adventurers that he didn't have, a stamina meter. Rusty always kept his distance before attacking, and he had observed that his enemies suffered from a debuff of sorts that made them sluggish. There was a similar state when it came to him when he depleted all of his mana, but as long as he had some left, he could move around without ever getting slower. As the fighter stumbled backward, Rusty seized the opportunity. With a powerful swing of his poisoned blade, he aimed for a critical strike. The sword connected, slashing through the fighter's armor and inflicting a deep wound. The adventurer fell to the ground, defeated and writhing in pain. It was time to savor his victory and deliver the final blow. Rusty moved in, his blade raised high as he prepared to activate his power slash skill. With one grand attack, he was attempting to dislodge the man's head from his neck, a rather large weak point that these humanoid creatures had. The other two were close to beating the other monsters, so he needed to hurry, but before the last strike could be carried out, an unfortunate event occurred. The attack came from behind, connecting with his raised arm that was holding the sword. It went into the metal and took his whole forearm, along with his sword, to the ground. To his surprise, the three adventurers here didn't seem to be alone, as another person appeared to aid them. He quickly turned to the person to attempt an identification check, but to his surprise, he could not perceive this person's level, a situation that had never happened before. Archer L. The mysterious archer, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere, was an enigma to Rusty. His level remained hidden and shrouded in mystery. Despite the shock of losing a large portion of his arm, Rusty was still able to remain calm. He was an inorganic being that could not feel any pain, even if his arm was gone it would not affect his psyche. The archer held a longbow and was already knocking another arrow and ready to fire. "What's with that living armor? It's different from the others." The archer spoke out from afar and was ready to fire again, but some luck was still on Rusty's side. Monsters from within this large chamber moved towards this man's location and forced him to focus on them. However, this person was much more nimble than anyone that had previously visited this dungeon. With one shot of his bow, he was able to pierce through multiple monsters and embed them on a nearby collapsed pillar. It was clear that this person was vastly superior to anything that Rusty had seen before and probably not someone that he could face without subterfuge. It might be time to use that. While the fourth adventurer was momentarily busy, Rusty decided to grab his arm that was now on the ground with a large arrow inside of it. This arrow had pierced right through his gauntlet and vambrace parts, just in the place where they connected. The ground was brittle enough for him to be able to yank it back out, and after connecting it back to his body, he was able to move it around as the elbow joint went undamaged. However, the enemy that he had almost defeated had used this chance to get away. Pursuing him would inevitably expose Rusty to another arrow from the skilled archer. Instead, he hoisted his blade high into the air in a manner visible to all. This tactic successfully diverted the adventurers' attention, as their gaze fixated on the raised sword. "What is that thing doing?" The adventurer who had previously appeared called out, having quickly cleared the monsters around him in less than half a minute. His gaze was fixated on the raised sword, and simultaneously he readied another arrow to target Rusty standing nearby. To his surprise, before he could release his projectile, a blinding surge of light erupted from the rusty blade. What? Damn, my eyes. Rusty had just enough mana in himself to use the basic elemental charge skill that he had learned. Opting for the light element, he infused his sword to create a dazzling burst of radiant light. Although it wouldn't inflict direct harm on the adventurers, it served its purpose by momentarily blinding them and providing Rusty the opportunity to escape. With haste, he dashed into one of the numerous corridors, stifling the persistent calls of the dungeon voice urging him to continue the fight. The compulsion to heed the voice lessened upon activating the elemental skill, a perk Rusty had tested and discovered earlier. His secret technique involved fleeing while suppressing the commands for slaughter from the persistent voice. The other monsters could not hold themselves back from attacking, which would keep the adventurers from catching up to him. Despite being encased in heavy metal armor that hindered his speed, he remained unconcerned about traps or monsters, something the pursuers would have to contend with. It might be better to go down to the lower floor. Rusty made his way to the staircase leading down to the lower floor. His metal footsteps echoed in the narrow corridor as he made his escape. The adventurers, still recovering from the blinding light, struggled to give chase. The archer, in particular, had difficulty adjusting his vision, and the pursuing monsters proved to be an additional hindrance. What the hell was that? I've never seen a living armor act like this, or any monster before. Oi, what's the hold-up? Having successfully eluded capture, Rusty left the adventurers behind in the chamber where the vitality leaf spawned. As he made his way to safety, 3 other people arrived from behind the corridor that the archer ventured through. The one that called out to him was clearly of the dwarven race. "I think we are finished with the scouting job." The archer squinted while some tears escaped from his eyes. The dwarven companion started chuckling mockingly, clearly trying to rile up his companion. "Are you crying? Do you need me to call your mommy?" "What? That thing just uses some type of blinding spell. It caught me off guard, it won't happen again." "Huh, are you sure you didn't just pee your pants instead?" The dwarf's grin widened, and his laughter echoed throughout the expansive chamber. The archer, growing increasingly irritated, pointed his bow in the direction of his carefree ally. The dwarven man, in response but still grinning, raised his large halberd in a defensive stance. However, before the situation could escalate, another voice resonated from behind them. "Hey, Reestel, knock it off, leave Keon alone, we all saw the flash of light, you'd have been blinded too." A woman wearing dark leather armor appeared between the two and managed to calm the situation down. "Ha, you humans are easy to rile up." The woman shook her head around and turned to the man named Keon for some clarification. "What happened? What was that bright white light?" "I'm not sure, either the monster was using a magical blade or it's an irregular. An irregular monster has spawned on this floor. But the information stated that strange things were happening on the second floor but not on this one. If it's an irregular, then we need to chase it down." "Wait, calm down Livy, I got it with one of my arrows, as long as it has it, I'll be able to track it. We should probably help those 3 newbies first, 2 of them seem to have been poisoned by that thing." The woman, referred to as Livy, sighed and nodded in agreement. A 4th member emerged from behind, clad in a heavier set of armor and wielding a large tower shield. Without uttering a word, he moved toward one of the corridors where a few monsters began to emerge. While the trio focused on assisting the lower-level adventurers, he effortlessly dispatched the small wave of insignificant monsters, each with a single strike from his large mace. "You have our thanks." "No problem, but first take this antidote and then tell us about what happened here." "Of course." The thief quickly received a blue potion to aid his 2 party members, with the majority administered to the injured fighter who had fallen victim to the surprise attack. Despite losing a considerable amount of blood and succumbing to poisoning, the mysterious mending liquids allowed for rapid recovery. Following the administration of the antidote, the fighter's skin complexion gradually shifted back from its previous purple hue. Afterward, a red potion was employed to seal the wound inflicted by the living armor's blade. "This should do, but your friend lost some blood, he will still need some time to recover. Now, tell us what happened here." Livy posed the question now after the trio of adventurers seemed to be all right and they quickly replied. "It all happened when that weird armor appeared, it actually surprise attacked my friend here." "Do living armors have a sneak attack skill?" "I don't think so, they should be more similar to fighters and later knights. But if it's an irregular monster, then perhaps it had gained some thief skills." The adventurers began pondering the situation among themselves as the party that had encountered the living armor recounted the events. They explained how the armored adversary had struck with a weapon coated in poison, incapacitating one of their comrades. Additionally, the metal monster had cleverly employed the other ones as a shield, isolating the remaining fighter from the group. "That's quite the intelligent monster, either it was all luck or this thing is more like a natural monster than a dungeon-created one, what do you think, Keon?" Considering that it had chosen to escape when in danger, it seems to have a sense of itself and survival instincts. Could a monster from outside have wandered into the dungeon instead of it being an irregular? "This is quite strange indeed, but weren't normal monsters supposed to be afraid of dungeons? Wouldn't the other monsters attack them instantly?" "You make a good point there. It must have been a monster from this dungeon, there is no other explanation for it." Keon responded to Livy, who was grappling with the strangeness of the situation. The behavior of this irregular monster seemed to be different and didn't make much sense. From time to time such an irregular monster would appear in a dungeon. They were usually mini-bosses that had heightened stats. The monster that almost killed a man in this party at first seemed like one. However, just the fact that it chose to escape made it seem like it was not a typical irregular monster. Then there were outside monsters that had a more self-centered identity, it would make sense for them to act like this. However, typically, monsters with higher intelligence, born outside dungeons, would not venture into such domains. A force usually kept them at bay, and as long as a dungeon heart was present, they would be repelled. Only higher-tier creatures could overcome this barrier, and the living armor they encountered did not seem to possess that level of strength. "Oi, what you two worrying about?" "Huh." As Keon and Livy attempted to comprehend the situation, their bushy-bearded dwarven companion chimed in from the side. Leaning on his halberd with a grin, he quickly added. "Don't we just need to slay that thing and our job will be over?" If it runs away from someone like Keon here, then it can't be that strong. I bet the guild will give us a nice bonus if we take care of it. Well, that's true. Livy replied while Keon frowned as Ristel implied that he was weak. This mission was just to scout out the second floor, but tell me Keon, how strong was that monster? She asked again while assessing the situation. Livy, as the leader of the party, faced the need to make a decisive decision. The targeted monster might be nearby, which would enable them to swiftly accomplish their mission. Despite not deeming this dungeon overly dangerous, they remained cautious and recognized that a few areas could be problematic even for them. I don't know, some irregulars are capable of calling in reinforcements quickly. What of it? All these monsters are just F rank, we can deal with all of them easily. The dwarven man chimed in, his halberd now positioned over his shoulder. It was clear that he wanted to push on to take care of this creature now and not wait for later. Livy turned her attention to her archer companion for some confirmation, as it was he that had seen the creature. How strong was it? I didn't manage to identify the name, but by its movements, I'd say that it's at most an F+ rank. Distracted by the presence of the three adventurers and the other monsters, Keon was unable to identify the monster's classification and level. Nevertheless, his keen observational skills allowed him to gauge the opponent's levels to some extent, even without directly consulting their status screens. F+. This is going to be easy money. I say we go after it. You said that you would be able to track it, right? Sure, but what about these guys? Keon pointed to the three young adventurers who had been injured previously. They had been weakened and one of them could not walk on his own. This was when the previously silent member of the group approached. Despite his imposing appearance, his eyes showed a glimmer of concern as he examined the injured adventurers. I'll take them to safety. Let us leave it up to Dedrick. Eventually, the leader of the group gave in to the request and they split into two groups. Dedrick took charge of guiding the three injured adventurers to safety, with the plan to reunite with the main party afterward. Meanwhile, the remaining members decided to pursue the monster, their aim to complete their mission and perhaps get a better reward after. They moved quickly through the corridors, effortlessly dispatching the low-ranked F monsters that posed no challenge to their skilled party. After a while, they reached a juncture, a place that they didn't expect. Hey, isn't that one of yours? Yes, it is. Can you still track it? For a short while, but... The group found themselves in an unexpected location, at the stairs leading to the lower floor of the dungeon. The arrow that had pierced through the living armor's forearm lay on the ground, indicating that the creature had descended further into the lower level. Can irregular monsters normally go between floors? They shouldn't. Now this is getting even more interesting, an irregular monster that acts like a monster from outside the dungeon. The dwarven man was quite intrigued by this turn of events, but now the party needed to make a decision. Should they venture further down into a potentially more hazardous area, or would it be wiser to contact the guild and request backup before proceeding? What was up with that guy? Why was he so fast? Rusty asked himself while almost tumbling down the stairs to the lower floor of the dungeon. A hole remained from the arrow that had pierced through his arm, but its size didn't warrant spending his precious bronze resources on repairs just yet. 1 bar of bronze from his stash tab could mend a much bigger opening, so it was better to save it until his injuries increased. As a monster, he didn't experience pain and wouldn't suffer from conditions like bleeding, but was instead reliant on external factors for his healing. If he ever found himself battered without enough bronze ingots around, he would be done for. Until finding or developing a passive method for repairs, he needed to be extremely watchful of his body's status. The encounter had left him with more questions than answers. He hadn't anticipated such a powerful opponent appearing out of nowhere. Fortunately, his secret technique had proven effective and it confirmed his observation of his humanoid enemies. Their eyes were a weak point that he could exploit with bright lights, something that he was also immune against. Well, I should be safe now, at least I got in some practice, so it wasn't totally a waste. Next time I'll be victorious. He was not someone to dwell on past mistakes, and even in this loss, he could see the value in the experience. It demonstrated that he had indeed become much stronger than before and showcased his capability to contend directly with adventurers. At least the ones that visited the first floor of the dungeon, without truly needing poison. It gave him a small confidence boost but also showed that he wasn't quite there yet either. My attacks lack a bit of weight to them though, is there something that I can do about that? After the confrontation, he realized that his hollow body was a serious weakness, and addressing this fact could enhance his all-around strength. While contemplating this important issue he encountered his old friend, the zombie with the slacked jaw that he caused. After observing this monster's size he was surprised by its perfect dimensions that were just below his. Instantly a thought crossed his mind, what if he allowed himself to be worn by this zombie, would he be able to become a lot more robust? This was quite an intriguing idea and he approached the slack-jawed zombie to test it out. Placing his helmet on top of its head was relatively easy, but it became increasingly challenging to position any of his other parts. He managed to dislodge his breastplate and strap it to the monster but anything after that became a puzzle he could not solve. The moment he removed one of his gauntlets it became impossible to affix anything else. Also, removing his sabatons or greaves just caused him to lose his balance instead. Even though the zombie isn't moving much. The main problem was that he had to split his perception between multiple parts, something that he was unable to do at least at that moment. Moving each part independently proved to be quite challenging for him, and without some external assistance, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to place himself onto the other monster. Feeling a bit frustrated with the failed attempt to combine with the zombie, Rusty decided to focus more on his current concern. He was able to get away from the adventurers but he might not be lucky the next time. It seemed that he might have to abandon his more honorable approach of one-on-one fighting. Instead, he would need to revert to his old tactics or further develop his abilities to eliminate those fighters before they could seek help. The lower floor was dimly lit by flickering torches, casting long shadows that danced across the stone walls. The faint echoes of distant water drips echoed through the distant passages but were interrupted by something. Rusty had not gone far from the stairs and suddenly heard some footsteps coming his way. Normally, he wouldn't make much of it and just move to a location that the adventurers didn't usually travel to. However, the voices that he heard sounded quite familiar. Let us hurry, my skill won't last for long, that living armor could not have gone far. Right behind you. The first voice sounded similar to the archer that had pierced his body with a simple arrow and he was not alone. At the moment they were still far away but these sounds that the tunnels were producing were sometimes misleading. Rusty knew that he was unable to defeat that one adventurer, even more when he had more help. There are others with him. I should probably hide. For the time being he didn't think much of it. This second floor was bigger than the upper one and the many winding corridors made it harder for anyone to track anything down. After spending some time here, he knew of a few hiding places that were usable. After blending into the shadows as best as he could, he began to make his getaway. Those footsteps, they just keep getting closer, how do they know where I am? The footsteps drew nearer and it didn't seem that even ducking into other corridors was achieving the result he expected. Typically, adventurers would eventually choose the wrong path, allowing him to escape. However, for some reason, these individuals were able to track him down immediately. At this juncture, Rusty was not fully aware of tracking skills or how they functioned. He could only increase his pace and attempt to get away in a different fashion. Eventually, he managed to reach the graveyard area where his undead allies were waiting. Swiftly, he grabbed a new bow and a few arrows from a nearby skeleton scout and made his way toward the poisonous leeches. Just after securing some ammunition, his pursuers finally emerged from the same corridor he had come from. They were quite vocal about their arrival and it became clear that he was their main target. There it is. It looks slightly different than the rest. That classification. A Twilight variant? Ever heard of something like it? No, but I bet that its parts will sell for a lot if it's a unique irregular variant. Let's get it. If he had eyes they would be opening wide now. The people came all the way here just to get to him and it seemed that they were even aware that he was a corroded Twilight bronze armor, different from the rest. He was not sure why this made him a better target than the other monsters as he was not aware of adventurers selling monster parts for money. However, he did not panic but instead aimed with his trusted bow and arrow. They don't have a cleric in their party, so I should have the advantage. Rusty held the environmental advantage in this area, as it had been a proven hunting ground for him. The only downside was that these adventurers weren't attempting to round up the undead skeletons and zombies beforehand. While the creatures were rising from their graves now, they would likely not be able to surround the adventurers as easily. Thus, he began employing the old poison tactic, and soon a cloud of purple mist began to envelop the area. This thing. How intelligent is it? To actually use those poison bugs like this? Quite the crafty rust bucket. Wouldn't it be a corroded bucket? The archer turned to the party leader with the question while she was left without a retort. Huh. You know that bronze doesn't rust, right? It corrodes. It's iron and steel that does that, you didn't know that? Just shut up. The lone woman from the adventurer party shouted back at the archer. Rusty looked from afar and was slowly starting to get irritated. There was a sense of leisure around the group as if they weren't taking it seriously. It started becoming clear that these people didn't consider him a tough opponent, and he could tell it from their expressions. The other adventurers that he managed to hunt were different when he confronted them, but these people showed no fear, just contempt. To show them that he meant business, he finally aimed his arrow toward one of them, and the designated target was the smallest one, who wielded a strange large weapon. He appeared to be the slowest among the group and likely the easiest target. After piercing a leech with his arrow, Rusty swiftly shot it towards the man. Even if the arrow was deflected by the man's weapon, the poison would still linger. To his surprise, something strange occurred. The man who had previously shot him with an arrow aimed his bow upward. It flashed with a pale blue light for a second before he released the projectile. It traveled in a peculiar arch to collide with Rusty's arrow and suddenly diverted its path to the side. You're not getting any of those past me. The archer snorted after executing the skillful ranged attack, but the situation was far from over. While Rusty couldn't directly poison them, the chamber was gradually filling up with the toxic mist. The area Rusty stood in was already covered in the poisonous haze, as he had stepped on a few of these worms beforehand. To approach him, they would need to wade through it and contend with the zombies heading their way. Put on your masks, and don't get injured. As long as you don't breathe in the poison or let it seep into your wounds, it's harmless. We know. Before the purple cloud could envelop them, they donned strange-looking masks on their faces. The masks had large round shapes covering their eyes made of glass and a prolonged bottom part with another strange-looking circular atom. It was an unfamiliar sight to him, but soon he would comprehend their purpose. The group casually walked into the mist and, to his surprise, effortlessly dispatched the zombies as if they were nothing. They can resist poison like me? This was not what he had anticipated, and panic began to set in. His entire strategy hinged on the poison affecting the fleshy humanoid adventurers, but they didn't seem affected at all. He overheard them discussing something about wounds, and he was certain that, at most, he could injure one of them before the other two closed in. It dawned on him that the poison was now ineffective and that the best course of action was to flee. Rusty retreated with haste and used his knowledge of the dungeon layout to navigate to another location. Now that he knew that escaping would be difficult and that poison didn't work, there were other means he needed to implement. The adventurers efficiently dealt with the small zombie horde and relentlessly pursued him. While none of the creatures in the dungeon posed a match for them, not all hope was lost yet. Hey, wait, this is... Next up was the trap puzzle corridor where he had previously defeated his second adventure party. Rusty waited on the other end as he was a few steps ahead of them. Once the party of three found itself inside of it, he threw a large boulder at one of the tiles to trigger the trap. He observed the door closing and trapping the adventurers within, giving him a chance to escape. Will this be enough, or can they still find me? Having successfully trapped the group in the corridor, Rusty pressed on further. He wasn't sure how they were able to track him, but perhaps if he got far enough away, then eventually, he would elude their pursuit. His body wasn't particularly fast, but it never tired. Soon he arrived at the location where he had dispatched the third party. There a large gorge with flimsy bridges waited for him, but he did not cross it. The bridge led to the third floor that he could not pass into, and instead, he aimed to go into one of the other corridors. To his surprise, before he could attempt this feat, a strange sound appeared from behind. The lone entrance where he was trying to escape through was hit by a strange arrow that, after embedding itself with the top part, created a strange white barrier that looked a bit similar to a spider's web. He wasn't sure what to make of it, but it was created by his pursuers. Then when he attempted to push it to the side, his metallic hand had become stuck. "You're not going anywhere, just wait there, you damn pile of rust. What's with this cowardly monster? It's just trying to lead us into traps and dead ends. This is getting annoying, let's just kill it already." For a moment Rusty thought that he was actually in the clear, but the three adventurers didn't stop chasing him. Going by their tone he was aware that they were losing their temper and also getting tired of the chase. He assumed that eventually the stamina debuff would kick in place and they would have to at least postpone their chase, but now he had no way of escaping. His gauntlet was stuck in this spider web trap that had been created out of nowhere. Luckily, he could just relinquish his gauntlet as it was not something that he required to survive. Now he was left with only two options: either he could face the angered adventurers or cross through the short flimsy-looking bridge. "I don't think I can take them in a fair fight. There is only one way for me to survive this, I need to get to the other side." Uncertain of his chances, Rusty forced himself to take the bridge. On the other end, other monsters could potentially aid him. However, that wasn't his plan, as one of his hands was already missing, and battling was improbable. After quickly reaching the wobbly bridge, he started to cross it with the three people following after him from behind. "Once I get to the other side, I'll just cut the rope." This seemed to be the only way he could envision escaping the situation. After crossing to the other end he would slice through the ropes holding this bridge together. This action would likely send his pursuers plunging into the seemingly bottomless pit below and let him live another day. While the plan seemed sound to Rusty, there were some factors he hadn't taken into account. One of them was, the other monsters on the other end that after he was about a quarter way through, started charging in his direction. "Restel, hey stop, do you want to die?" If we wait he is going to run away." "What are you waiting for? Just stop, stupid, think for once." It appeared that these individuals were not as oblivious as he had assumed. Only the shortest one attempted to cross the bridge, but the other two stopped him from going. Meanwhile, Rusty struggled to find his balance with his missing gauntlet. Around the halfway point, the entire bridge started to wobble violently as the other monsters were coming closer. Soon they were trying to push themselves through him to get to the other side. Their intent was clearly to attack the adventurers that he wished to escape from. "This isn't worth it. Livy?" "Yeah, just do it, Keon." The leader nodded, and the archer notched his arrow. Soon, it flew through the air and collided with Rusty's backplate. He was instantly pushed off balance but managed to prevent himself from falling. Giving up was not an option and he pushed himself forward to try and get to the other side of this bridge. In his mind, if he could get there and cut the ropes, then the adventurers would have to eventually give up on their chase. However, a second arrow found its way into his armor and collided with his foot. It was exactly at a moment when he was taking an important step and finally, he started falling. His only working hand attempted to grab onto something, but it was to no avail. Soon, Rusty found himself airborne, tumbling down into the darkness below without anything to hold on to. "Damn thing gave us enough trouble, let's just get that one part it left and get out of here." The trio of adventurers didn't even care as they watched him plunge to his demise. The only thing on their minds was now profit, and staying here would be a waste of time. As Rusty descended toward his demise, they shifted their attention to the approaching monsters and the leftover gauntlet. Their minds had already moved on from this entire encounter, leaving Rusty with nothing but falling into the darkness and looking forward to the inevitable collision at the end. That was an annoying pile of rust. "You mean corroded, right? Just shut up about that already, let's just get out of here." "If you so please, madam." The archer from the group attempted a very formal bow, or at least something resembling it. His lack of training in such matters made his performance rather stiff. The team leader Livy sighed and delivered swift punishment to her party member by kicking his leg. Instantly, the man recoiled in pain, but luckily most of the damage was taken away by his shin protector. "Ow, not the shin. Stop playing around, let's get that gauntlet that monster left and get out of here. I bet Dedrick probably got lost somewhere in the dungeon again. He should have caught up to us by now." The dwarven warrior responded after extracting his halberd from the undead creature he had just defeated. A few of them made it over the bridge that their target had fallen from. While they intended to capture the entire creature, it was sufficient to bring a part of its body to present to the guild as proof. It doesn't look much better than the metal from the other living armors. Can we even sell this for more than a silver coin? I don't know, it had a strange name to it, never heard of a Twilight variant. Maybe we can sucker in one of those alchemists. Those guys? Yeah, those idiots love to pay good coin for these unique monster parts. Livy dislodged the gauntlet from the sticky net that it had been stuck to. After looking at it for a moment, she shrugged and tossed it into a bag that was carried by her warrior friend, Ristel. Let's find Dedrick and grab whatever else we can from this low-rank floor, but it probably won't be anything worthwhile. The trio soon left with their spoils and left the fallen living armor behind. In their minds, this was the end of their mission, and after reporting their findings to the guild, they would be done with everything. Hey, Keon, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Livy spotted her archer party member looking at the seemingly bottomless pit without moving and eventually moved over to confront him. What is it? I don't know, but I didn't hear the voice of the world. Oh. Do you think it might still be alive? I'm not sure, this pit is deep, it could be out of range for me to get any experience, or perhaps I didn't do enough damage for it to count. Well, not like we can do anything about it now. We'll just report this to the guild too. Both of them glanced down but eventually retreated to the path they came from. Even if the monster somehow survived, it was much too weak to pose a threat to most adventurers. All the group of adventurers could do was relay this information and then collect their reward. They didn't care about what the guild did afterward, nor did they concern themselves with the safety of other adventurers who might be in danger. Somehow, I'm still alive. But I might not be for long. For a moment, Rusty found himself falling into the deep and dark gorge that seemingly had no bottom. While he didn't quite reach the bottom and his fall had been cushioned, he still found himself in a dangerous position. At some point during his descent, he collided with something that softened his fall. It was similar to the sticky net that had ensnared his gauntlet, but it was on a much larger scale. He couldn't move and, just like before, was stuck. The fall had dislodged some of his armor pieces, and he was missing one of his legs. His armor had somehow survived the fall but had become cracked in a few places. While he was still alive, a big problem was approaching, and it looked rather hungry. A creature emerged from within the darkness. The absence of any light didn't pose a problem for Rusty, as he was still just a piece of living armor. He perceived the world differently than humans, and even in fully darkened places, he could still see. This creature was quite large and slowly crawled toward him on its 8 legs. It resembled some of the bugs he used to kill to gather 1 experience point, but it was much larger and looked much more dangerous. What should I do? He tried to wrestle himself out of the sticky net but was unable to move. His movement seemed to only irritate the large spider creature that was approaching, as it shook the web he was entangled in. When he looked around, he noticed that he was not the only one there. Many other creatures that had now turned to skeletons or were wrapped up in the netting were present. Perhaps even the adventurer that he had caused to fall into the chasm had made his way down. There is something different about this creature, it doesn't feel like it belongs here. One particularity about this monster was that it felt different than the dungeon monsters he had previously encountered. Within the dungeon there was a type of sense of belonging, it was a sort of barometer that every creature there had, and it helped him distinguish between his allies. It seemed as if this thing was not born of the dungeon, and it wouldn't hesitate to tear his body apart. To make things worse, this spider monster was already munching on Rusty's missing leg. He could see his sabaton vanishing into its gullet. He knew that these creatures normally preferred to munch on more fleshy monsters, but this one seemed to have an appetite even for metal. Considering that he couldn't move at all, this seemed like the end of his adventures. Just as he had managed to escape the group of adventurers, he was now going to really perish again. Will I lose my levels and evolution? He was not afraid of death, as the 2 previous times he was just reformed as the same corroded armor. However, after gaining many skills and experiencing his first evolution, he was unwilling to simply give up. An emotion akin to pride began forming in his metallic form, and he could not be sure if reviewing was even an option. For some reason, he felt that the dungeon's influence was a lot weaker here, and that if he accepted his fate now, all of it would end. But how do I get out? I can't even move. Even though he wanted to resist, there was no way of doing it. The monster was already on top of him and munching on his other leg. Without any problem, it bit through his remaining cuisse and was on its way to eating him alive. Fear bottled up inside of him as he tried to exude more of his strength, but it was to no avail. The monster placed one of its legs on his backplate and plunged it right through. The difference in power was apparent, and even without this spider web he was in, there was no chance of him coming out on top. There has to be something. The monster was busy eating his body parts, but he wasn't giving up. His remaining arm was still holding his sword, and in a last-ditch effort, he decided to use one of his only skills. This skill was not known for its damage, but perhaps it would do something. Thus, suddenly a burst of light enveloped his weapon and illuminated this entire darkened area as if it was day. Go! To his surprise, the monster that was holding him tightly reacted quite strongly, and this wasn't all. The webbing that he found himself trapped in did the same. For some reason, it started to dissolve the moment the radiance took over this place. While the monster didn't die, it was as if the light he was producing was able to burn through its body. The part of the web that was around the sword became loose, and soon after his whole arm was free. Now that he could move it, he realized that there was a way to free his remaining body parts. After a few strategically placed cuts, he was finally able to dislodge what remained of his form. At the moment, this was his right arm and upper body with both legs missing and no left hand. It was quite the predicament. At least the monster had retreated into an opening in the wall. Where am I? While he could see inside the darkness, it didn't mean that he could perceive things that were too far away. With the help of the light, he could now see this place and perhaps a way to save himself. There were some holes within the walls of this chasm, but there was also no visible bottom that he could see. One such opening wasn't that far from his location, and perhaps he could reach it. There was one problem though. He would need to get there first, but most of his lower body was missing. At first, he thought about restoring his damaged body, but such an act would take some time. While the monster spider had retreated to a nearby hole to save itself from the light, the radiance would not last. His magic points had not fully recovered, and thus he would be unable to activate this skill again. Considering that this monster wanted to eat him, it would probably attempt to stop him. I should have some time, it's better than nothing. The plan wasn't very safe or plausible, but there was nothing else he could think of. After the light on his sword started to die down, he holstered his blade and used his only good arm to pull himself forward. At the same time, he quickly brought up his stash tab and willed it to use one of the bronze ingots to restore his lost gauntlet. It would take a few moments for it to reform, but with 2 working arms, he would be much quicker. Just as expected, it was taking a while for this to happen, and not having legs wasn't so bad as he was much lighter now. Due to the light, the sticky web had for some reason become a lot more flimsy and also lost its properties to hold him in place. Thanks to this fact, he was now able to slowly crawl towards the wall where safety awaited. However, once the light was gone, the monster spider that was trying to eat him emerged again. Its many eyes focused on the suit of armor that was crawling away. It gave chase, but at a slower pace. It seemed to still be wary of the light that had been previously produced, and its body was even sizzling from the damage it received. Rusty continued to crawl, and after restoring his second hand, he continued at a faster pace than before. Time was running out, and the monster continued to approach Rusty from behind. He did not turn to look, but continued crawling forward until he reached the end of the road where only one large strand of webbing remained. With one hand he grabbed the robe-like web and used his other hand to cut it. However, even when his sword collided with it, the webbing didn't give out and he was seemingly stuck in place. Guah. The spider gave out a strange sound while increasing its pace. It seemed to have now fully recovered from the light attack and was unwilling to let its prey escape. The 8 legs were utilized to quickly bridge the gap that had been created. If one isn't enough. Rusty wasn't willing to give up. He had come too far to be just eaten by this thing, nor did he want to fall to his death either. Just like he had announced, if one strike was not enough, then he would try again until they were. His sword began to chip and dull, but he did not relent. Until the end, he did not give up, and just as the giant spider was about to pounce at him again, the webbing finally gave in. The sword he was using broke at the exact moment Rusty sliced through. One hand clung to the rope-like web thread, and he was now swinging through the darkness. His path took him towards the opening in the wall that he had previously seen. As he flew through the air he felt a sense of relief, but it was short-lived. While the monster didn't give chase, he did not truly judge the distance too well, and instead of ending up in this opening, he collided with the wall on the side. This isn't good. His metallic fingers pushed into the rocks instantly, but he started sliding down. He desperately tried to grab onto something, but the smooth surface of the wall offered him no grip. Rusty slid further and further down with an increase in speed. Panic set in as he realized that he might end up falling into the abyss after all. Suddenly, as he was clamoring for some support while sliding down, he lost his grip on the rocky wall. It was not that he had begun falling, but that there was no wall that he could cling to. While sliding down, luck was finally on his side. He ended up at another opening, but one that was quite narrow and short. Instantly, he attempted to grab onto something as his fall still continued. The empty hole took him by surprise, but he was able to grab onto the edge to keep himself from sliding down more than before. His body, now consisting mostly of his upper torso and limbs, didn't weigh that much, so he was finally able to hold himself together. Then with haste, he started to pull himself up into the narrow opening that had appeared. There wasn't much space here, but enough for him to finally relax. I'm safe. I survived. If he was a human being, then he would be sweating bullets by now. He was still stuck in a void filled with darkness where he couldn't see the bottom nor the top. If he wanted to get back to the dungeon where he came from, then climbing seemed to be the only way. However, the metal-eating spider monster was above him, and perhaps more of the same types lurked in the darkness. But now what? With the light from his blade gone, he couldn't see that far anymore. There was an ever-encompassing darkness very reminiscent of the void that he came from. He thought of restoring his body now and attempting to climb up. Rusty was a monster that could not tire out, so perhaps he would be able to eventually crawl to safety. However, the walls were quite flat, and just like before, he would probably just end up sliding down and further towards the bottom. Looks like I should be able to squeeze through. If going up wasn't an option, then perhaps the hole he discovered would give him some answers. While it was small, in his current diminished form he would be able to crawl through. When looking inside, he could see that there was more space inside, and it seemed to lead somewhere. Without much hesitation, Rusty decided to venture into the darkness of the narrow passage, or more precisely, squeeze himself into it. His bronze body scraped on the jagged edges of the rocks and created a somewhat uncomfortable sound. Instantly he could hear some movement in the distance, as if something outside had been awoken. Quickly, he pushed himself inside while not caring about the damage he was sustaining, and eventually, he was able to force his mangled body into the narrow opening before something loud and heavy landed close by. As he crawled more inside, he could feel something hitting his backplate that became even more dented than before. Luckily, he was left with a small amount of hit points that allowed him to get to safety. Whatever tried to grab him from the other side relented, and finally, he could truly take a breather. He was now in a new place, somewhere where even the monsters were trying to attack him. For the time being he decided to take a breather. His body was battered and scratched all over, and while he still had some bronze ingots to restore his body, his resources were limited. He needed to pace himself as the challenges that awaited him were unknown, and perhaps finding bronze in this area wouldn't be as easy as before. That's better. Now what should I do? Rusty had expended a large amount of bronze to restore the rest of his body to its original shape. After crawling through the initial hole, it gradually expanded enough for him to walk on both his metallic legs. The entire place felt somewhat peculiar, as if still under the lingering influence of the dungeon, but not entirely so. While he was falling down the large hole, he also heard the voice screaming at him before suddenly going silent. It was as if something had severed or blocked the connection he previously had. However, this was still similar to him going down to the second floor, where the connection was lessened as well. Once here he also noticed a new peculiarity. If that thing tried to eat me, I should probably assume that those aren't friends either. Classification: minuscule myrm and drone L4G+. Type: insectoid. There were other monsters down here, ones that differed from the ones on the first and second floors. They didn't have the usual humanoid shape, but were more similar to the smaller insects he dispatched for 1 experience point each. The area here had become dimly lit thanks to strange glowing insects sticking to the walls. This let him examine the insectoid monster in more detail. The first thing that caught his metallic eyes was the creature's head. It had two large antennae that were constantly twitching. It had a set of mandibles that opened up the moment he was spotted. Its size wasn't that large as it reached up to about his knee, but it was also somewhat lengthy. The monster had two other main parts besides its head and was somewhat similar to the monstrosity that had almost eaten him. However, it has one less set of shorter legs, not as many eyes, and its coloring was dark brownish. Is it charging? Rusty had been able to reform his body and blade with the help of his leftover bronze. His resources were running low and he was down to 2 more bronze ingots. To his knowledge, there was no bronze to be gained here, so he couldn't let himself be damaged anymore. This large ant monster didn't seem to be a friend like the skeletons or zombies. He needed to protect himself. The ant monster hurled itself at him as soon as he made himself known. Preliminary analysis indicated that this was a G+ rank monster and not something Rusty had encountered before. Rusty, classified as an F rank monster with some F+ stats, found himself unsure whether this made him stronger or weaker than the creature. However, judging by its movements, he was inclined to believe that it was actually much weaker than him or any of the monsters he had encountered before. Its attack pattern was quite rudimentary as it came at him in a straight line. The only weapon it possessed was a pair of mandibles that could potentially chew through his armor, a theory Rusty was unwilling to test. Instead, he sidestepped the attack and instinctively activated his power/move. His sword executed a swift downward strike, effortlessly cutting the creature in two. You have gained +10 experience points. It's kind of weak. The monster ant proved unable to withstand more than one hit from his sword. In comparison to all his previous experiences with adventurers, this monster felt like a joke. It moved slowly and approached him without any strategic or intricate thought. Then, to make things even better, the experience gained from defeating it was much higher than from any other insect or rodent he had faced. While it didn't come close to the experience received from killing an adventurer, the risk factor associated with this creature was rather low. Isn't this rather good? Maybe I shouldn't return to the upper layers. Rusty thought to himself, as his main reason for existing was still the pursuit of power and further evolution. He was able to attack the monsters here and gain much more experience than when he was on the upper levels. The adventurers he had previously hunted proved to be too much for his current capabilities, but these G-rank ant monsters could be just the thing that he needed. Oh, there is a lot of them. While he had dispatched the first minuscule MYRM ant drone, more of them appeared afterward. He assumed that these creatures functioned similarly to the monsters he was acquainted with. If they were any more close by, they would be drawn in by the sounds or some other commanding voice. Soon, instead of just one ant, there were 5, and the battle started again. They started coming at him from the front as there was no other way to approach him. At first, he imagined that this would allow him to take them on one by one. However, some of the ants started to crawl on the sides of the tunnel and one moved onto the ceiling. They attacked him from all directions and the battle got quite hectic. After thrusting his sword into one of the monster's abdomen, another one bit his left leg. Soon after, another descended from the ceiling and met a swift end as he cut it in half. Its green innards sprayed onto his armor, but it didn't bother him too much. It appeared that this time around, his armor was sufficient enough to prevent any substantial damage. The monster's mandibles were bending the bronze, but they couldn't rip through it. Finally, his armored form was coming in handy and he quickly dispatched the 5 other dog-sized insects. All this experience. This is great. Rusty began to cheer as he gained 60 experience points in a matter of minutes. Previously, it would take him multiple hours of trying to find small rodents or other creatures to achieve the same result. It was not something he was accustomed to and he craved more, and to his surprise, this was not quite over. Oh. They are still approaching. This is becoming a bit troublesome, perhaps. While he loved the continuous experience grind, the monsters kept appearing, and he was forced to endure more gnawing attacks. His armor managed to withstand the assaults, but the more ants bit the same spots, the sooner he would start losing body parts. He utilized his swordsmanship as best as he could, but he felt that he couldn't sustain something like this forever. After another 5 minutes, there were now more than 15 corpses in the corridor where Rusty had appeared. He had managed to push through and finally arrived at a fork in the road. The chamber he entered had multiple entrances, and from several of them, he could hear some suspicious echoes. It was evident that these monsters were being attracted from a greater distance. His skeletal friends and other living armors weren't capable of such feats, and he was realizing that this place probably held some other secrets he didn't know. I need to leave, even though they are easy to kill, I can't handle hundreds of them at a time. He was aware of his limitations and unwilling to allow himself to die. Many things have changed, and he now didn't expect to be rebuilt as the previous 2 times. He would also be unable to return to this place at which he arrived through sheer luck. It was best to find a safe corner in this new part of the dungeon, where he could take a moment to reassess the entire situation and formulate a proper plan. That one seems safe. I can't sense any sounds or movement. Rusty did not have ears either, but he was somehow able to perceive sound waves in some way that he didn't fully understand. Soon he ventured into this path, which was scarcely illuminated by the strange insects on the ceiling. Normally he expected to make a clean getaway, but to his surprise, the monsters were following after him. It's similar to those humans, they somehow know where I am going. Finally, he realized that these monsters might never let up and that he needed to do something. Rusty didn't really have a clue as to how all of this was happening, as the monsters from his dungeon level had no such capabilities. While running, he tried to strain his metallic brain for answers. The memories from the demon lord and hero had become quite faint since he visited the Soul Forge, but he was somehow able to decide something. The monster blood, perhaps. After confronting the first few monster ants, he became covered in their insides. The armor he was wearing was now coated in green goop and various liquids from the monsters. However, even if this was the cause, what was he supposed to do about it? The mess was all over his body and covered all the main parts. Even if he took himself apart, there would still be remnants of the ant remains left on his armor. He would only be making himself weaker for the next confrontation. Is fighting the only way? Maybe eventually they will give up. This was a possibility, but he didn't truly have enough information about these new creatures or the layout of this new part of the dungeon. His only weapon, that was his sword, wasn't looking too great either. He would probably need to spend another bronze ingot to repair it, as it was already chipped in a few places. With this thing in mind, he continued on his way, and perhaps along the way, he would find something that would allow him to survive this. Should I follow these glowing bugs? He could hear the clicking and clacking of the monster ants behind him, and after a while, he arrived at more forks that led to more tunnels. These passages he was traveling through were starting to become wider and also brighter. Rusty noticed that some tunnels were more illuminated than others, as if the glowing bugs were attracted to something there. He wasn't sure why, but he felt like he should follow the well-lit passages. After increasing his pace, something caught his metallic ears, a sound that he had not heard before. At first, he was apprehensive about moving forward, but the sounds of angry ants behind him forced him to move forward. Eventually, he arrived at a larger chamber with a strange new thing he had previously not seen before. Is this water? Where is it all going? This might have been a mistake, as he arrived at a well-illuminated area, but there was nowhere else to go. Below him, he could see a large stream of water that was flowing at a rapid pace in one direction. The only problem was, that there were no other tunnels that he could now go to, but the ants were still chasing him. Should I go back? Rusty turned around and considered his options. He could either push back into the corridor and face the approaching ants, or turn around to face the tides. It was not a bottomless pit, and it seemed that the water should at least be able to wash off the smelly insect bits from his body. He wasn't sure if his metallic body would be able to float, but it could be the only way to get away. After looking back and forth, he decided to give it a go. The monster ants were easy enough to beat, so perhaps finding a safer route would be better. However, the moment he took a few steps towards the passage he came from, he noticed a huge problem. There weren't just a few ants, but they had turned into a massive surge of multiple insect bodies coming his way. He managed to dispatch a few before quickly retreating to the area with the water. Now, diving in didn't seem like such a bad idea. Well, I survived last time. There was no other way out, as countless monster ants were pouring out of the corridor and crawling up the walls. If he tried to go back in, they would quickly surround him and bite him to death. Even if he could defeat multiple tens of them, eventually, he would probably succumb to the horde he was facing. The decision was made for him and he found himself jumping off the ledge into the rapids below. The last thing he saw was the many ants on the ledge looking down at him. Luckily, it didn't seem like they liked this river too much as none of them decided to jump down after him. He was quickly carried away while bumping into some rocks and his body, at first, remained on the surface but eventually started to fill up with water. With more weight, he started going under but before he was fully submerged, a large log came flying in. Rusty identified this log as something that could keep itself above the current so he clung to it with all his might. The lone log carried him downstream and he had no idea what was happening around him. Light kept expanding the more he traveled through this rapid river and other sources that he couldn't fully identify yet showed themselves. The current started to pick up speed and the surroundings began to change. He soon found himself in a wider area where he spotted some other monsters on the side. It were some other ant-type monsters but some of them were larger than the drones he had seen before. They stood on the sides while he continued to cling to the log and go downstream to eventually fall down another hole. It was a waterfall that he arrived at, and during the fall his grip became loose. His helmet had started to fall off and he had to grab it to not lose his head. Thus, he found himself free-falling and made quite the splash down below. Once underwater, he collided with some other debris brought down by the water and continued to flow further down but eventually, he reached an end. Rusty clung to some branches that allowed him to float forward, and eventually, he could feel some ground under his feet. His body was filled up with water, which made it hard to move forward, but luckily, the area he came up in wasn't that deep. The waterfall made a lot of noise in the distance, but besides it, there was no one here. No monster ants or other creatures but instead a well-lit area greeted him. As he was slowly lumbering out of the large body of water he raised his helmet up. Quickly from his neck cavity, a large amount of water started to spray out along with a fish jumping out that used his body as a submarine. It flopped around in the air and then plunged back down into the small lake that had formed down here. Rusty continued to move forward while parts of his body continued to leak and only after getting out did he start looking around. This area was quite shiny, with many crystals producing bright lights. They were in the walls, on the ceiling, and all around the area. Other minerals were also sticking out that he couldn't identify, but this was not what he was focusing on. The lights here felt a bit similar to something and that something was the light attack that he could produce with his sword. Perhaps, just like with the spider, this light could be the reason why there were no monsters here and why the ants did not follow him. Should I use this area? It doesn't seem like it's used by anything or anyone. Rusty pondered his options as he stood in the illuminated chamber, dripping water and surrounded by sparkling crystals. The absence of any immediate threats gave him a moment to think and plan his next move. The water that still clung to his metallic frame dripped onto the rocky ground and created small puddles that reflected the ambient light from the crystals. While he wasn't sure about the connection these glowing crystals had with his sword skill, they seemed to be repelling the monsters and keeping them away. It was perhaps possible to use this chamber as a safe haven, something that he could turn into a base. Identification. Petty light crystal. A crystal filled with a minuscule amount of the light element. HM. What about this bigger one? Identification. Lesser light crystal. A crystal filled with a small amount of the light element. It doesn't seem like I can store them though. I bet they would probably come in handy inside the tunnels as those ant things don't seem to like the light. They are fine with those other glowing bugs though, I guess it's the light element part and not the actual glow. Rusty had arrived at a strange area filled with various light sources. There were crystals coming out of the ground and walls. Everything in this place was being illuminated but something similar to his basic elemental charge skill. Thanks to this effect, a safe zone was created where no monsters wandered in. Even after waiting more than an hour, no ants dared to jump down the waterfall. I can store these though, at least the petty ones. Identification. Petty mana crystal. A crystal filled with a minuscule amount of mana. Can be used to restore MP. The light crystals were producing a white light while the mana crystals were shining in a paler blue color. To his surprise, his magic points were for some reason recharging at a much faster pace than before. He deduced that it was thanks to these many blue crystals that were exuding magical energies. But how do I use these to restore my MP? After realizing that he was relatively safe, he explored the area and found these two resources. The white glowing light crystals could provide him with a place to rest and run away to, while the blue ones could perhaps make battles easier. Basic power thrust and slash were his two main attacking skills, but they needed MP to be used. After a few swings, he would be drained of that resource and need some time for it to recharge. His identification skill suggested that it might be possible to use the smaller blue crystals in some manner. Thus, he decided to test this by using up most of his mana while away from the area with the mana crystals. There was another path leading out that eventually turned into a dark corridor that the passive effects could not reach. There he held one of the small mana crystals to see if it would do something. It's not really doing anything. I was recovering more mana back in the crystal cave. Rusty wasn't sure what he was doing wrong or how to tackle this issue. He tried holding the crystal closer to his body and even attempted to place it inside his own metallic body. These attempts went unrewarded as nothing seemed to be happening, but then, with some luck, he managed to figure it out. When he attempted to retrieve the crystal from within his body, he fumbled a bit. The shiny stone landed on the ground and cracked slightly. It seemed that these strange minerals were quite brittle and even a small fall would cause some damage to them. However, once some cracks were revealed, a tiny amount of strange blue mist emerged for a second. Oh! My MP bar jumped up by a few points. The moment his body came in contact with this blue mist, he recovered some magical points. To further test this incident, he picked up the cracked stone and crushed it into fine powder. This produced a more intense mist that somehow was sucked into his metallic body and quickly restored his MP to full. So that's how you do it. Just crush it and it's done. Rusty cheered at his new discovery and quickly made his way back to the cave filled with these crystals. He was able to store the smaller ones that were about the size of his thumb in his stash tab. Would you like to store petty mana crystal inside of your inventory? When he focused on the mana crystal, he was eventually given a prompt by the world system. Under the window with the message, there were two buttons, one in red that said no and one in green that said yes. He had learned that he could either will it to be activated or press it down with one of his metallic digits. For some reason that he didn't fully understand, it felt better to poke at it with his digit instead of forcing it with his mind. It was also a bit faster when he didn't have to focus his brain too much. A petty mana crystal has been added to your inventory. A petty mana crystal has been added to your inventory. A petty mana crystal has been added to your inventory. Storage capacity for this item has been reached. Oh. What is this now? After acquiring exactly 10 of the crystals into his stash tab, he was unable to put in any more. There were hundreds of these small ones in this cave and even larger ones that he couldn't even process. However, for some reason, there was a limit to how many of them he could carry in this stash tab. He could see the number under the icon representing them and was unable to switch to any of the other squares inside of his inventory grid to fit any more of them. Strange. I guess there are some limits. Rusty was not sure why he was being limited by this system, but perhaps if he leveled up, more inventory space would be freed up. It seemed that something was trying to keep him from acquiring too many of the good items early in his evolutionary journey, and having too many of the lesser ones wasn't possible either. 10 isn't bad though, should be enough for now. He wasn't deterred by this turn of events, as having more mana was always a plus. With the help of these crystals, he would be able to defeat more enemies, and returning here to restock was always an option. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise, as it would keep him more grounded. Otherwise, he could end up venturing too far into the unknown caves and get himself slain by some entity he doesn't yet understand. I did overdo it with those adventurers. Maybe if I didn't kill so many, those strong ones wouldn't have appeared. Rusty pondered over his recent experiences and decided that a more cautious approach might be more beneficial. The illuminated chamber with crystals had provided him with a sanctuary of sorts, a place where he could recover and strategize. This would be his new base of operations, the lair of Rusty the corroded twilight bronze armor. Now it's official. Thanks to the memories of the demon lord and the hero, he was aware of writing and symbols. While he wasn't quite there yet, he was able to produce simple shapes that resembled things. At the entrance to the cave, he decided to draw something that resembled his armored body holding a large sword. It was quite jagged and lacked finesse, but he was sure that it would make this place his. I think humans put symbols on the things that they claim, so this cave is now mine. I will call it, Rusty's Lair of Crystals. There were 3 main parts to this place. One of them was the waterfall and lake through which he entered this area. It was an open space surrounded by light crystals and luminescent insects. Further inside was the cave with the blue crystals and some other minerals that he wasn't sure about. Further away was another passage that led out and into a new dungeon area where he expected to encounter some monsters. 2 entrances, one through the waterfall and the other one through this path. Should I bring some of the light crystals over here to keep monsters from approaching? He had marked his new base, but something was missing. This entrance was quite dark, and it was even possible that some monsters would chase him further inside. To alleviate this problem, he decided to bring some of the light crystals over here. These were octagonal with pointy endings, while the blue mana crystals were more rock-shaped. After yanking one out of a crystalline structure, he was on his way to bring it over here. However, once on the path away from the main cave, something strange happened. The once bright white light started to fade away, and once at the destination, the crystal was barely producing any light. What is this about? Rusty was surprised and quickly began doing some tests. After going back a few steps, he noticed that the light was becoming brighter, but the further away from the main cave, the less did the crystal shine. He wasn't sure what this was about, but it seemed that it wasn't possible to take these light sources with him, something that he was actually planning to do. This sucks, now my perfect plan is in shambles. After the realization, he felt quite sad. He had intended to stick a few of these inside of his body. If the monsters didn't like the light, then perhaps it would function similarly to the poison leeches he discovered on the 2nd level of the dungeon. Now he realized that it would be pointless to bring these crystals with him, as they would only make his body more sluggish. This just leaves one more problem: where will I find some bronze? It was time to head out of this place to continue his adventure, but one problem remained. There were no metals in this place that he could use to help restore his body. After the fall, he had gone through most of his reserves, and killing the monsters here also wore out his sword. Eventually, he would run out and his body could collapse. Thus, his first task became to localize a source of either bronze or copper and tin. If he was able to do that, then this place would become a true heaven for leveling. I think there are places called mines in underground areas like these, maybe I can find one here. It was time to embark on a new quest to become stronger. He knew that he needed to be careful, as this was a truly new place without any allies. Previously he could use other monsters to hide himself, but now, his situation was more similar to the adventurers he had defeated. It was probably best if he learned from their mistakes and didn't dive in too deep. Is there something that can aid me to not get lost? Before venturing out, he created a simple map of the areas that he had encountered here. He continued to add things to the well-lit walls, and this caused him to notice something. In the dungeon above, the walls and ground tended to mend itself, but it didn't seem to be the case here. Even after more than half an hour had passed, he couldn't see any changes to the scratches that had been created. Rusty wasn't sure if it was possible that he had left the dungeon he was born in, or that something else was at play here. Perhaps this crystal cave area was unique, but he would only find out once outside. There was a possibility that these white and blue crystals had something to do with it, but he couldn't be sure. Thus the first thing he did was begin marking the walls after leaving his new lair. If the markings that he left remained in place, then it would mean that he was perhaps not in a dungeon anymore. He didn't need to go far to arrive at a new location, this one also near some water. It was a larger chamber with a high ceiling and a place with many stalactites hanging up from the ceiling. To his surprise, he was not alone here, as some monsters resided in this place, different ones than the minuscule MYRM ant drone he encountered. Classification: Lesser Giant Centipede L2F. Type: Insectoid. The first monster he noticed was quite long, with many tiny legs coming out of its body. The centipede had a glossy, dark exoskeleton, and its numerous legs produced a clicking sound as they skittered across the ground. At first, he thought that this thing was swiftly moving towards him, so he drew his sword, but it stopped in its tracks. What is it doing? This monster was about as long as 3 drone ants put together and was certainly stronger, but it was still something that he could probably handle. It supported the rear of its body with some of its legs while rising up to make itself taller. After using some mandibles to produce some strange sounds, it retreated towards the small river in the middle of this chamber. At this point, Rusty had already prepared his sword to strike this large insect, but instead of lunging forward, it just retreated without doing anything. What are they all doing? The lesser giant centipede wasn't the only monster here, as there were others of different types. Rusty saw some slug monster not that far away, slowly crawling over to the river and placing its head inside. Some of the ants were also there doing the exact thing at this flowing river. While Rusty didn't need any food or liquids, the other creatures did. It seemed that they were all gathering in this large cave area to do this and not attacking each other while doing so. They are getting along. But not quite. At first, he thought that these large insects were just part of the dungeon, much like he was with the skeletons and zombies. He was unable to attack the other monsters either, but he considered himself to be a bit more unique. The ones here were clearly on edge, and some of them were even hissing at each other. This area was perhaps some type of safe ground where these monsters didn't want to attack each other. There are a bunch of them here, but they don't like each other. He was not sure how this truce came about, but instead of making any sudden movements he just watched. The monsters seemed to act in a sort of pattern. They would hiss at each other before going towards the flowing river, from which they would quickly drink and retreat. There were many of them here, and each type slithered or crawled into a different corridor. Eventually, a thought crossed his mind, and he quickly started identifying more of the monsters, searching for ones that would be the easiest to slay. Most of them were of similar strength and ranged from the F rank to the F+ rank, with the weakest of the bunch being the ants that he had encountered previously. The only reason the other monsters seemed to be afraid of these ants was their sheer numbers. Classification: Lesser giant beetle L3F+. Type: Insectoid. Those ones look the hardest. Would I be able to damage it with my sword? He concluded that going after the ants would probably be the easiest at first. They were the only monsters that were below F rank, and he could kill a drone with one swing. While they would quickly try to attack him together, as long as he didn't enter their lair fully, he would probably be safe. Yes, this is probably the best plan. I will slowly conquer this place, and after I evolve. His body began to shake with anticipation, as this place was providing him with an almost perfect hunting ground. There were various monster types that he could face and slowly build up his levels. He could start with the weakest and slowly build himself up toward stronger ones. It was time to begin his conquest of this area and make himself the strongest. Rusty was now determined to establish his dominance in this new cave system. Carefully observing these monsters would give him important insight into their weak points. He made sure to look for softer-looking spots in their bodies he could sink his blade in. Most of them used their mandibles as main weapons, but other ones like the slug seemed to use something akin to acid instead. The hunt had now begun, and he would rise above all. You have gained +10 experience points. You have gained +10 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Whoa, I gained a level. But I better keep on running. Rusty said to himself while trying to put more power into his metallic legs. The ground underneath was quite uneven, and his body was not suited for such a fast pace. His metallic legs clanked against the rocky ground as he sprinted through the twisting tunnels of the cave system. The echoes of his footsteps were mixed with the angry hisses and clicking sounds of the pursuing ants. They are really angry. Well, I don't blame them. I did kill quite a lot of them this time around. As he navigated the passages, Rusty continued to glance at the glowing light insects on the walls. These creatures, just like the monsters here, needed water to survive and would remain close to their source. The main watering hole in this dungeon attracted a lot of glow bugs, and this was where he was heading. However, the large ant monsters didn't relent and kept on pursuing through the series of tunnels he had memorized. It seemed that these tunnels were not the same as the dungeon that he came from. Each mark that he left behind remained and allowed him to maneuver back to his lair. There was one problem: just as he could place markings on those walls to create lasting holes, so could the ants. He quickly made a discovery about these pesky creatures that slowed down his exploration attempts. These strange ants liked to tunnel through the rocks and left smaller passages through which he couldn't fit through. They all connected to larger corridors like the one he was running through and allowed his enemies to come from various directions. It was the same now. During his sprint one of the little buggers jumped at him from above. It came through one of the many openings in the walls that were hard to make out and sometimes blended together with the scenery. The ant lunged itself onto Rusty and landed on his helmet, which it promptly started chewing on. "Get off me!" He wanted to shout but failed to have the vocal cords to do so. The monster trashed around and tinted his marvelous visage slightly before he could wrestle it down. Soon after, the monster found itself without a head after he activated his power/skill. His sword started glowing red and increased in speed to deliver a devastating blow to the monster. "You have gained +8 experience points." Huh. 8 not 10. Was this one different from the others or something? Rusty found himself perplexed as he noticed a decrease in the amount of experience points he received. All the little ant monsters were giving him 10 experience points each, but now for some reason, he was receiving less. On his way out he confirmed this number change by dispatching a few more of the troublesome insects. There was little time to dwell on this issue as Rusty had to navigate through another obstacle first. Eventually Rusty managed to outmaneuver his pursuers and finally arrived at the glowing oasis where the other monsters gathered. The gentle sounds of flowing water were interrupted by his clacking and the screeching insects behind him. A whole battalion of drones swiftly surged through the cave opening and entered the watering hole area. This was all according to Rusty's well-thought-out plan, and the moment he arrived here, there was nothing to worry about anymore. As the MYRM ants displayed their aggression, the other monsters within the cave began to react. Even in the dim confines of the cave, certain rules governed these creatures, and engaging in combat within this space was one such rule they couldn't breach. "Oh, they are fighting. I need to use this chance to get away." The acidic slug creatures spat at the approaching ants while one of the large beetles used its mandibles to fend off the invaders. They took the outburst as an unprovoked attack that went against the unwritten rules here. Rusty took advantage of the chaos and slipped away from the battleground. He moved silently, avoiding the attention of the battling monsters, and made his way back to his own lair where he was certain to find peace. Finally, he reached the entrance of his newly claimed lair, which he now named Rusty's Twilight Cave. Thanks to his memories he was able to produce true letters and decided to scribble over the entrance to mark that it was his. To make things more serious, he also included words like, "Do not enter," and skull symbols. If adventurers found this place they would think twice before entering. That could have gone better, but I did it. I leveled up again. Now I'm one step closer to evolving, but not quite there either. Name: Rusty. Classification: Corroded Twilight Bronze Armor F+L6. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 45 of 78. Magic points MP: 11 of 58. Special points SP: 20/20. Strength: 70 F+. Agility: 50 F. Dexterity: 52 F. Constitution: 73 F+. Intelligence: 51 F. Wisdom: 53 F. Willpower: 54 F. Durability: F+. There was one big problem, and it was visible on his status screen. His health points were going down. His only weapon, which was a slightly corroded blade, kept breaking, and he needed to restore it with the help of his old bronze resources. Living beings could restore themselves by just sleeping, but he was different. His health pool would not regenerate by itself. He needed to find a metal deposit, and he needed to do it quickly. At least I don't suffer any negative effects from low HP. Though unable to regenerate like humans, Rusty enjoyed certain perks of his unique physique. One of them was that he didn't really feel pain, nor would he slow down with holes in his armor. As long as his joints functioned, he could persist in continuous movement without experiencing fatigue or succumbing to statuses like bleeding. I'm level 6 now. In 4 I should be able to advance to a new form again and restore my body then, but will it be able to hold out for that long? He had a sinking suspicion that such a feat would be somewhat difficult. The monsters he faced had an inclination to swarm and attack from all directions due to the holes in the tunnels. He was receiving small dents and gashes while fighting, this would probably lead to his demise as a more crucial part of his armoring gave out. Losing a leg or an arm would likely make further leveling impossible. But how will I find bronze or other metals? Think, Rusty, think. Where do metals come from besides from adventures? Rusty started straining his empty brain to find an answer to his problem. He had ventured into the caves but had not been able to find much. The insect creatures were made of other materials than metal and he could not integrate their carapace into his metallic armor. Even after searching around he was unable to discover any bronze deposits and he had a few options left. Either I keep it safe and go at it slowly until I reach level 10, or I go in deeper. He was pretty sure that things like metal ores existed. They were rock formations that should contain the resources he needed and were usually found in places like this underground area. Rusty was also sure that he would need to find both copper ore and tin ore to produce bronze, as his body was an alloy of the two. I don't need as much tin though, so copper is the one I truly need. He retained some leftover resources from his previous scavenging endeavors, with a surplus of tin ore compared to copper ore. To produce 1 ingot of bronze he required 3 copper ingots and only 1 tin ingot. Due to this ratio, Rusty had managed to accumulate extra tin ingots during the period when he was absorbing weapons and other living armors. Thus his quest for the precious metals continued. After bending some of the dents back into place he set out back to the watering place. Upon arrival, he noticed a lack of interaction among its inhabitants. He saw a few dead ants on the ground, likely a result of the group hastily retreating after being attacked by the larger insectoid types. If I only knew what to look for. Rusty came to a halt and surveyed the various entrances, each harboring a different type of enemy. At this point, he opted to confront the lesser ants that were a rank below him in strength. The other monsters looked a lot tougher and his sword would dull rapidly if applied to their tougher carapaces. Identification. Brittle rock. A slightly more brittle rock than usual, will crumble under pressure. Well, this isn't it. Identification. Hard rock. A harder rock, required more pressure to break. Not it either. Rusty found himself identifying various rock formations while combing through this underground lair. It seemed that the ant drones had dwindled slightly and did not appear as much at their usual spot. This allowed him to go further to attempt to identify the minerals on the walls. However, there was nothing besides rocks of various shapes, sizes, and colors that were of no use to him. That was until he encountered one of his friends. You have gained +8 experience points. 8 again. If he had a face he would be frowning after defeating the monstrous ant. It was alone but he knew that eventually, new ones would appear. It became clear that these monsters could somehow communicate with each other through means he didn't understand. After finding a dead ant, others would eventually appear so he knew that time was of the essence. Wait, what's that rock stuck to the ant? He didn't really have much time to identify his adversaries as they tended to swarm around him but this time around, he noticed something stuck to its carapace. Identification. Copper or pebble. A mineral containing some copper metal. Can be processed with other such minerals to produce copper. Oh. It's there. He quickly grabbed the small pebble that was stuck to the dead monsters and examined it further. This happy moment didn't last for long as when he attempted to quickly absorb the copper inside this tiny ore fragment, he couldn't. The amount of copper is too small. Too small. Rusty wasn't expecting to get much out of this little rock but he wasn't given even 1% to his copper stash. Not everything was lost, if this ant had this pebble then it meant that more was around here somewhere. After identifying the corridor that this monster came from, he made his way towards that location. As Rusty ventured deeper into the tunnels, he encountered more of the ant drones and to his delight, discovered additional copper or pebbles clinging to their bodies. However, the amount of copper in each pebble remained minuscule, and putting them together didn't show any results either. It was clear that to make this work, he would need quite a bit more and it needed to be in one piece. Should I continue or come back later? He started to weigh his options as he had pushed into the ant nest further than before. It was clear that he managed to diminish their numbers now and the other insects had also helped him in this endeavor. I guess going a little further than this shouldn't be a problem, I'll just run again if I have to. After making up his decision Rusty followed the trail of copper pebbles to a new location. The corridor he was following had traces of the same pebbles along with strange noises coming from the same direction. To not allow himself to be discovered, he slowed down his pace and finally peeked out into a seemingly large chamber within. What is that? It's a lot bigger than the others, but it's stuck. Rusty almost retreated after seeing a strange insectoid creature within this chamber. It was many times larger than the ant drones but of similar shape. After a quick identification attempt, he was able to unearth its name along with some interesting facts. Classification: Lesser MYRM Ant Queen L7F+. Type: Insectoid. A queen. So, is it their leader or is there a kind somewhere too? He started looking around but he did not discover any other large ants like this one. However, this didn't mean that there weren't some peculiar-looking oval-shaped things. They were all over this chamber and some of them were even moving around. Identification: Minuscule MYRM ant egg. Contains a minuscule MYRM ant inside which will hatch after a week has passed. To make things even more interesting, he could see how these eggs were being produced. At first, it seemed that the queen ant was stuck, but this was not the case. It just had a really large rear part that was also white like the eggs it was producing. This large organ was connected to the ant queen and seemed to weigh it down. Once an egg was squeezed out from the rear, one of the ant drones would carry it away to a larger pile. So that's how these ants are created. But wait, I'm not here for this. Where is the copper ore? Rusty realized that he was running out of time. He had not been discovered for now, but that could quickly change. Finally, in the distance, he saw something interesting. It was a wall plastered with minerals, many resembling the copper that he was here for. There was one small problem: the wall filled with copper ore and perhaps other metals was right where the large ant queen resided. It probably won't just let me take it after I've killed so many of her children, will she? This was quite problematic. He had potentially managed to discover a small mine that could help him restore his body. However, if he wanted to take it, then defeating this large monster and all of its minions was a necessary task. He was severely outnumbered and the last boss was also the largest one that he had ever seen. I can do this. I've leveled up, gained experience, and learned from my encounters. This is just another challenge on the way to becoming strong. Rusty pumped himself up while trying to take in the sights of this chamber. While he had decided to take the whole ant colony on, it didn't mean that he would do it by himself. There were ways of lessening his burdens and tactical thinking was still key. Rushing in like a madman could always be done later, but first, he would use his surroundings and tactics just like he did in the upper levels of the dungeon. That one looks to be a bit smaller than the other ones, it should do. Luckily, these guys don't go around in such large groups like the other ones, and judging by its level, it shouldn't be that tough. Lesser Giant Centipede L1F. Rusty identified his new opponent and judged its power according to his old stats. When he was a level 1F type monster, he was much more sluggish and uncoordinated. His hunting target this time around was not MYRM ant but a centipede-looking monstrosity. It had a long body and numerous legs, making it swift and agile. Rusty figured that it could possess a venomous bite, but with his metallic body, this was a non-issue. After stalking this weaker one to this more secluded location, he decided to initiate his new plan. To get rid of the ants and their queen, he needed some help. For this purpose, this centipede was required, or to be more specific, its innards. With a plan formed in his metallic mind, Rusty waited for the best moment to go for it. His living armor frame seemed to give him an advantage over these monsters. If he remained perfectly still and had no other insect sense on his metal, he would be considered an inanimate object. He just needed to place himself inside of a corridor and wait for his victim to appear. Then, just as the insect was crawling through, he activated his power thrust. His sword started glowing and plunged itself into the monster's head. With a swift and well-executed strike, the monster's weak point had been hit, something that Rusty had also eventually discovered. The adventurers and even these insects all had a similar weak point, which was their heads. Cutting off this monster's many legs or even body parts would not be the smartest move, as he had seen it fight with some ants. Going for the head was always the best solution in battle. You have defeated the lesser giant centipede. You have gained plus 25 experience points. The lifeless creature now lay in the corridor, its legs twitching sporadically. Rusty immediately got to work by grabbing the long monster and placing it over his shoulder. The fresher the remains were the better, so he needed to make his way towards the ant lair. There were a few things that he had noticed about his current adversary and how they could seemingly track him everywhere. After making sure that the coast was clear, he made his way into the ant colony. Their numbers had dwindled since he had begun hunting them, but with that queen there, it was a temporary situation. To make sure that they continued to go down, he wanted to start a fight between two of the species living here. Then when the moment was right, he would strike and get to that large copper deposit that he needed. A smaller pack should be somewhere there. Rusty knew that patience was key, and he had taken many days to get used to these underground tunnels. He kept avoiding the insects and just gathering information about their movement patterns. Only after having enough data about his current opponent did he decide to act, and this group of 3 ants would be the start of his ploy. After placing the body of the lesser giant centipede to the side, he engaged with the trio of minuscule MYRM drones. The ants were a bit confused by the body of the other insect that was tossed to the side, but quickly identified the metallic suit of armor as their main adversary. Rusty, who had managed to level up, didn't have a problem handling 3 drones at once, and soon they all fell to his blade. Afterward, a blue crystal appeared in his hand, which he crushed immediately after. Quickly, all of his MP was restored, which would allow him to perform more powerful skills if the need arose. He was still in enemy territory, and keeping himself prepared was crucial. Being attacked down here was a constant possibility, and he intended to get out of here without sustaining any further damage. Now, to make it look believable, Rusty began his plan of getting the 2 insect types to fight by placing the dead centipede in the middle of this battle scene. Around its body, he placed the recently defeated ants, and to make it move believable, he even placed one of their legs into the other insect's mouth. These things seem to be territorial, so this should work, I think. The monsters that he was facing seemed to use scents of other creatures to keep track of everything. He figured this out after being constantly chased by them within the tunnels. Each time he got some of their bodily fluids on his armor, they would somehow manage to track him. However, after washing up in the waters down here, they would be unable to track him any further. Inspired, Rusty contemplated the prospect of spreading the scent of another insect to see how the ants would react. Could it potentially confuse them or divert their attention towards one of the other monsters in the underground domain? It was clear that they all had their separate territories that met up at the main watering hole. While they seemingly adhered to a peculiar pact of non-aggression there, Rusty wondered whether introducing the scent of a centipede inside the ant territory would be enough to break it. After carefully setting the scene, Rusty retreated to a safe distance and observed. The scent of the lesser giant centipede mingled with the ant lair, and eventually, a drone appeared on the scene. Their antennae started twitching, and it seemed like they were on high alert. The drone approached cautiously, investigating the scene of the staged battle. Rusty couldn't see that well from his viewing angle, but considering that the monster didn't instantly identify his position, something had changed. I better get out of here. I think the centipede scent might be masking me for now. His armor had caught some insect fluids, and his sword was also covered in them. This was also part of his plan, as he wanted a trail of both the insects leading out. Once the ant pointed its head in his direction, it was time to move. From time to time he would rub the blood-covered sword on the sides of the walls to keep the scent fresh. As he moved, he could hear the faint sounds of the ant drones following the scent trail that he placed. It reached the watering hole and towards the direction of the centipede territories. Quickly after, he ran towards his lair where more water resided and where he could wash up. Then when the time was right, he peeked out to see if his plan had been successful. Oh, they seemed to be mad at each other. After returning, he saw both sides squaring off against each other. On one side he saw multiple ant drones, and on the other 2 giant centipedes. Both insect times were locked in a fierce territorial dispute, mandibles clashing and legs moving. However, after a few minutes of posturing, both sides started retreating to their sides, and no actual war had started. It seemed that it would not be that easy to trigger both sides to engage each other. Maybe I'll need to create more conflict to escalate things faster. Rusty pondered his next move as he watched the tense standoff between the ant drones and the giant centipedes. The initial plan had worked to some extent, but it seemed that the territorial dispute might need a little push to turn into a full-blown battle. Seeing that his previous plan had partially worked, there was no need to think about it but continue with it. Thus, for the next few days, he began placing carcasses of centipedes into the ants' colony. To make things look even better, he began to do the same with the other side. He wanted to make it look like both sides were encroaching on each other's territories. At some point, one side would probably give in to their urges and finally attack. However, even after a week they still continued to act in a somewhat passive way by just gnashing their mandibles at each other. It's not really working, but maybe if I do this. Rusty had begun to worry that his perfectly created plan would not work. Even after going back and forth between two insect territories and suffering some further damage, nothing had changed. The ants weren't showing signs of launching a full-scale attack on the centipedes, and vice versa. It seemed like he needed to escalate the conflict further. I wish I still had a bow with me, I guess this rock will have to do. While he lacked a projectile weapon, his basic power shot skill seemed to work with some thrown objects. If he got a large enough rock he could add some momentum to it. Thus he took aim at one of the stalactites hanging above the insect monsters. He aimed to rouse some of their protective instincts. If even one of them attacked the other group, then his job would be done. With a swift motion, Rusty hurled the rock toward the stalactite, causing it to detach and crash loudly onto the ground between the ant drones and the giant centipedes. The sudden disturbance startled both groups and their antennae twitched in agitation. The drones, who interpreted the falling stalactite as an attack from the centipedes, quickly charged forward and the insect battle had finally begun. Rusty was elated by what was happening and remained hidden as the chaos unfolded. The centipedes, after noticing that the ants were charging, quickly retaliated. Their long bodies twisted and turned as the skirmish between the two groups erupted. The ants outnumbered the other group, but they were smaller and weaker creatures. It required at least 3 or 4 of them to take care of one of the giant centipedes. The underground battleground echoed with the sounds of clashing mandibles and skittering legs. The battle was fierce, and even some of the other insects from other groups started taking part in the extended melee. It was actual pandemonium, and Rusty was a bit surprised at the scope of it all. Did I overdo it? He asked himself while retreating to his lair and waiting. While the monsters were fighting, it was impossible to go to the copper mine that he desired. Rusty remained patient and continued to wait while stocking up on the mana stones. He hoped that this insect war would allow him to gain a valuable resource, but he could not leave it all up to the centipedes. That queen ant was still there, and he had no way of telling if they would be able to contend with it alone. The constant aggression between the insect species that he sparked started to dwindle. Eventually, he was able to appear at the old watering hole that had been transformed through the day-long battles between the monsters here. Just like he had calculated, these beings were different from the ones from his dungeon. Their corpses were everywhere, and he needed to capitalize on these dwindling numbers. The once large groups were now reduced to scattered survivors, each side nursing wounds from the prolonged conflict. It was at this point that Rusty decided to make his move. This time he did not need to be that stealthy, as both sides had retreated into their lairs. After confirming that the coast was clear, he made his way into the ant tunnels that had become filled with the remains of insect combatants. The way looks clear, but I should hurry. If that queen is still alive, it will produce more drones if I wait for too long. With urgency, he navigated through the tunnels. The remnants of the battle were evident, with the scattered carcasses of ants and centipedes creating a gruesome path. The once lively tunnels were now eerily silent, only interrupted by the occasional clicking sounds of injured ants or the faint echoes of distant skirmishes. The battle still raged on, but both sides had diminished in numbers. While he was not here for leveling purposes, he couldn't help himself to defeat a few ants and injured centipedes. This allowed him to notice a discrepancy in the experience gained again. It seemed that injured monsters gave fewer amounts of points compared to uninjured ones. You have gained plus 13 experience points. As he moved in deeper, the monsters' remains started to dwindle until none of them appeared again. He could see some markings on the ground and insect parts here and there. It was as if something dragged the remains further in. These lead into the queen's chamber. I wonder what they are doing. Rusty continued pushing on until he arrived at the place with the copper vein. Before entering he made sure that everything was in order. This was the place of the final battle and he knew that he would need to probably face a large group of either the ant monsters or the centipedes. To no surprise, the chamber where he spotted the copper vein and many eggs was being guarded. Many drones were there but also remains of the other insects had been dragged before the queen. She was in the process of devouring the centipedes that were also smaller in size. Are they trying to restore the numbers? Think she is producing more of those eggs than before. Rusty knew that there wasn't much time, the number of drones that had survived had dwindled but it would eventually be restored. This species seemed to be weaker than the other but they also probably could replenish their number faster. Their main tactic was swarming their opponents with numbers and after these eggs all hatched, he would be unable to conquer the copper mine anymore. Still, their numbers are quite great here. I probably won't stand a chance if I just go in like this. He knew that going in with a tactical mind was the key to victory. While he strived to be the strongest, the time for pushing forth was not yet there. However, he had a plan on how to further weaken his opponents and for that occasion, he had brought over one of the large light crystals from his lair. The real fight starts now. First, the light crystal that had been wobbling inside of his body was brought out to the forefront. While normally it could not produce any light without being inside of his lair, there was a trick to making it work outside. Even now, it was producing a faint amount of light thanks to the mana crystals he had also brought over. His body was used as a storage unit for the blue stones and soon he would use them to take all the copper along with the life of the Ant Queen. Thank you for reading. Don't forget to follow, favorite, and rate. Rusty positioned himself strategically, making sure he had a clear view of the Ant Queen and her chamber. With the light crystal emanating a faint glow, he waited for the perfect moment to initiate his plan. The drones seemed to be preoccupied with the queen as they were regurgitating something into her mouth. Considering that she couldn't move from this place due to the large abdomen, it was probably food. Classification: Lesser MYRM Ant Queen L7F+. Type: Insectoid. There it is, if it can only stay in that one spot then it shouldn't be that hard to defeat. He needed that copper deposit that was sitting next to the monster's enlarged rear end. Even now he could see white eggs coming out of it and getting carried to the side. It seemed that these things took some time to hatch and even now some of them were growing. The forces of the ants had been diminished but they still had a large group here. Several of these tunnels connect to this main chamber. If this crystal does its job, then I should be able to do it. Despite being nothing more than a sentient piece of armor, Rusty experienced a peculiar sensation in his core, something akin to emotions. Emotions, both excitement and fear, coursed through him as he contemplated the impending battle, a battle that could potentially result in his final demise. Yet, he recognized the necessity of confronting the Ant Queen to strengthen himself and overcome the challenges of this insect-infested underground. Restoring his body was necessary for his future survival and he understood that this battle could not be avoided. No way to go back now. If I wait, these ants will just come back in greater numbers. What if they eventually overrun those other insects? After pitting the two species against each other, it appeared that the ants were beginning to win. While the centipedes possessed larger and stronger bodies, their cooperation was more than lacking. It was likely that the ants would emerge victorious in the end. However, this victory could lead to a larger issue as he would be against even greater numbers than before, something that he would be incapable of handling. Here it goes then. Come at me. It was time to start his plan and the first thing he did was to place the large light crystal on the ground. Next to it, he started stashing the other mana crystals and stopped after it was glowing gently. Then he started making some noise, while he was not capable of shouting, hitting his chest with his metallic gauntlet was enough to produce quite a ruckus. The drones that had been busy feeding the queen and handling eggs instantly turned in the direction of the strange living armor. There was a small swarm of them in this chamber and he would certainly be defeated if he attacked the queen with all of them in there. Thus, he decided to lure them out and make himself a target. Common, follow me. Just as he expected, the small drones tossed themselves at him the moment they saw him. They seemed angrier than usual, probably due to the fact that he had invaded their colony's innermost sanctum where their queen resided. The large ant gave out a strange hissing noise in his general direction which seemed to call forth even more ants. One ant tossed itself at him and he quickly cut off his head, its fluids falling on him just as he had planned. Soon after, he turned around and started to run while ensuring the drones followed him. He could hear the skittering of their legs behind him as he led them away from the queen's chamber and deeper into the labyrinth-like tunnels of the ant colony. Rusty knew he couldn't afford to let any of them catch up to him, as a swarm of angry ants could easily overpower even his sturdy metal frame. However, he also didn't want to actually flee to safety. The angry ants needed to be close enough to keep following him, and the more the better. After spending some time fighting these monsters, he had memorized a few paths and also marked them for easy use. He continued to lead the ants on a wild goose chase through the tunnels, and eventually, he made his way back to the chamber where his target resided, the Ant Queen. He had gone in circles to return to this place that was now a lot emptier than before. Where is that crystal? With haste, he tossed himself at the magical crystal that he left to the side, and now it was time to finish up his trap. He produced many smaller mana stones that he could store in his stash tab, and with their addition to the other mana crystals, the light started to shine brightly. It encompassed almost half of this chamber and, most importantly, the tunnels that he led the ant drones into. Please work. While he had performed a few tests with the insects, he wasn't sure if this light was all that it took to keep them at bay. It worked in his own lair where there were many, but he could only bring enough mana stones to make one of them shine brightly here. Luckily, the moment the radiance took over, the ants stopped in their tracks and could not go any further. I knew it would work. Rusty raised his arms up into the air and cheered again, something that he started doing whenever performing well. His plan had succeeded thus far, and with the ants halted by the brilliant light emanating from the crystal, it was time for battle. The queen was still there, along with a few leftover ant drones that had higher levels than the rest. It seemed to be her honor guard, but it would not be enough to stop his charge. Let's finish this, come ants. 6 drones remained in this egg-laying chamber, and they quickly charged at him with their mandibles clicking in agitation. With his sword at the ready, he faced them head-on. The first swing instantly decapitated one of them, and soon after it plunged into the second one. 2 of them were instantly down, and he quickly retreated before the third one could pounce at his helmet. I know all your attack patterns, you silly ants, you'll have to try harder than that to defeat me. Rusty danced between the attacking ants, using his superior agility and combat skills to outmaneuver them. With each precise strike of his sword, he managed to take down another drone to reduce their numbers even further. Despite their numerical advantage, the ants seemed unable to land a solid blow on him, and even when they did, his armored frame proved too hard to bite through. Soon the 5th one was down on the ground, and only one lone drone remained between him and the screeching ant queen. She was constantly clicking and clacking her mandibles in his direction while giving off strange sounds. He wasn't sure what it was about, but he believed that she was trying to call for more help. Luckily, the light within this chamber was keeping the other drones at bay as they couldn't enter this place. Rusty advanced forward with a confident stride. The remaining ant drone charged at him with desperate ferocity. Rusty sidestepped its attack with practiced ease, then countered with a swift and precise strike that severed its head from its body. There was no need for fancy skills, as he could read this little monster like an open book. As the final drone fell to the ground, lifeless, Rusty turned his attention to the Ant Queen. She was a formidable opponent, larger and more heavily armored than the drones. She had sharper mandibles of greater size, and her legs seemed like they could pierce through hard rocks. But Rusty was undeterred, as this monster had one big weak point: it could not move due to the large rear part attached to it. Regular ants had 3 main parts: the head, the thorax, and the abdomen. This lesser MYRM ant queen was slightly different, as she had a 4th appendage to which her abdomen was connected. It looked like a large white caterpillar, and it was thicker and longer than her entire main body. Due to this strange egg-creating organ, the queen found itself rooted in place and dependent on her drones for everything. They needed to feed her and also to protect her. Finally, Rusty approached the ant queen with caution, his sword gleaming in the dim light of the chamber. The queen clicked and hissed as she sensed the threat he posed. She swung her massive front legs at him along with her mandibles in a warning, but he remained unimpressed. As long as I judged the distance well, I should be able to kill her. While this ant monster was a lot bigger and better armored, it was still just an ant. It had the same weaknesses as the smaller ones that he could exploit. After fighting the smaller drones for so long, he had identified gaps in their insect armor. These spots were usually at the joint areas or at the parts where the head, thorax, and abdomen connected. However, when it came to this one here, there was an even bigger weak spot. He circled around the ant queen to arrive at the strange-looking organ she was connected to. His sword moved in a thrusting motion as he pierced it from the side. Instantly he could tell that the monster was in pain and receiving damage. He wasn't sure how other creatures worked in this world, but everything had health points. It was possible to defeat some monsters by hitting the same spot over and over again. In this case, that was also part of his ploy. Don't hate me for this, Ant Queen, I need that copper. Thus he continued to hit her weak spot, over and over again while the monster trashed around in agony. Her movements became more erratic and her attempts to defend herself grew feeble. The once mighty monarch of the ant colony was now reduced to a wounded creature, or so he thought. His assault was relentless, but the queen still had one trick up her sleeve. He could see the monster's health bar with the help of his identification skill, but he was sure that it was going down. But his enemy didn't want to just give up and die. As he was stabbing the rear end continuously, the ant queen started thrashing even harder. It was to the point that he could see the caterpillar-like rear organ sliding forward with her. Wait, what is it doing? The monster was doing something strange. It was doing something to its abdomen, or to be more precise, to the part that connected to the egg-laying organ. It started to stab it while also yanking itself forward as if it was trying to tear it off and get free. This doesn't look good. He realized that he might have underestimated this monster's tenacity. The ant queen's attempts to free herself were becoming increasingly frantic, and she was starting to separate herself from the rear organ. The rest of her body was mostly uninjured and probably capable of defending itself. Eventually, he attempted to switch to attacking the main body, but after a few pokes, he found it hard to pierce the carapace and even the weak parts. His corroded sword had become dulled with time, and he wasn't sure if the time to spend his restorative resources was wise. Thus he continued attempting to stab the monster and slash at it with the help of his power skills. With the added momentum and attacking power, he managed to dislodge one of the monster's hind legs. However, the monster wasn't letting up and finally managed to separate its main body from the organ. It had managed to free itself and first fell forward in a daze. Rusty didn't panic yet as he tossed himself at the creature from behind. He would not relent until the queen was defeated, but even after landing a few hits, the monster was still not dead. It turned around and angrily launched itself at the living armor that had been giving it pain for so long. The monster ant was bigger and stronger, so his body was flung into the distance and collided with the nearby wall. The monster gave out a massive shriek of anger, and its antennae continued to twitch with anger. It looked at Rusty, who was rattling around and trying to gather himself off the ground. His foot was loose and so was his left arm. With haste, he attempted to set himself back into place, but the monster was coming. It charged with speed and force that he had never seen before. Rusty scrambled to his feet, his damaged body protesting against the sudden movement. With his sword in hand, he braced himself for the incoming assault. The ant queen charged at him relentlessly, her mandibles snapping menacingly. He intercepted them with the help of his sword, or at least attempted, but to no surprise, his sword finally snapped in two. His body was slammed against a nearby wall as the ant queen attempted to gut him. However, even though her mandibles were sharp and bit through his bronze body, this was not the end. He retracted his broken sword, stuck it into the monster's mouth, and then quickly activated his strongest skill. The ant monster's mouth started glowing along with the leftover part of his blade that he enhanced with the light element. These monsters were all susceptible to this element, and he could infuse his weapon with it. Once inside the monster's mouth, the glowing sword entered its body and made it retreat. Rusty could see that the queen was in disarray, and he needed to quickly follow up. This was the time to spend the rest of his bronze and conjure up a new blade. The holes and gashes on his bronze body started to rapidly restore themselves, and he was granted a replacement sword. Soon after, his only leftover mana crystal was crushed to restore his MP. All of his bronze reserves had been just consumed, but he didn't care, the foe needed to be defeated first. Soon he launched himself at his adversary, his blade glowing red as he launched a series of powerful thrusts and slashes. His attacks were precise and relentless, each strike aiming for the weak spots he had identified earlier. The ant queen, now weakened and disoriented, struggled to defend herself against Rusty's onslaught. Her mandibles snapped wildly and even were able to produce new wounds on his metallic form. However, he did not care and only plunged his sword into one of the monster's eyes, and finally, the monster was faltering. With each strike, Rusty felt a surge of power coursing through him. This was his moment to prove his strength and resilience. He refused to let the Ant Queen defeat him. He would not fall after coming this far. The cavern echoed with the clash of metal against chitin as Rusty and the Ant Queen engaged in a fierce battle. Despite her size and strength, she had been injured too much, and the metallic armor proved to be more resilient. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Rusty delivered the decisive blow. His sword pierced through the weakened carapace of the Ant Queen, dislodging her head along with it. Without being able to screech in agony, the Queen collapsed to the ground, her body unmoving and lifeless. You have gained plus 250 experience points. You have gained a new title. Congratulations, you have gained a level. I did it, but... While he was happy that he had been victorious, there was one little problem. The light crystal that he had left behind was starting to dim, and behind it was a sea of angry ant drones. They were clearly enraged by the death of their queen and probably wanted to have a nibble at his metallic body. Thank you for reading. Don't forget to follow, favorite, and rate. Give up already, your queen is already dead. A shriek escaped from an ant and was soon followed by another as they charged at the monster that defeated their leader. Rusty took up a stance and prepared himself for the onslaught of angry drones. He knew that despite his victory over the queen, this wasn't over yet. The light crystal had dimmed and some of the drones managed to slip through, but he was not scared. Victory was near. As the first wave of drones descended upon him, Rusty swung his sword with precision to deflect the initial mandibles and slashed through their exoskeletons. These smaller creatures were not much to him who had just managed to gain another level. With each swing of his sword, more of the bodies riddled this chamber. You have gained plus 6 experience points. The drones kept coming, seemingly endless in their numbers, but Rusty fought on with determination. He was a whirlwind of steel amidst the swarm. Despite their ferocity, the drones were no match for his strength and increasing skills. He never tired and their numbers started to dwindle. You have gained plus 6 experience points. Eventually, the ant's numbers started to dwindle and the robust suit of armor raised his sword for the last time. With a final and resounding swing of his sword, Rusty cleaved through the last of the ant drones. Their lifeless bodies now riddled the entire chamber. The chamber was now eerily silent and quickly became dark as the light crystal dimmed fully. Rusty stood amidst the carnage with his sword broken and body battered, yet victory was still his. I thought they would never stop coming. Rusty couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He had emerged victorious against overwhelming odds by defeating both the Ant Queen and her small army of drones. His efforts had not been in vain and he had proven that he was a capable warrior. Now all that was left was to take the loot that he had fought for, but first, he needed to glance at his status screen. I've gained 2 levels and I'm almost level 9 too, but they almost got me. I don't have many hit points left. Name: Rusty. Classification: Corroded Twilight Bronze Armor F plus L8. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 15 of 85. Magic points MP: 3 of 63. Special points SP: 20/20. Strength: 76 F+. Agility: 55 F. Dexterity: 57 F. Constitution: 80 F+. Intelligence: 55 F. Wisdom: 58 F. Willpower: 59 F. Durability: F+. Rusty's body was mangled up and had several large gashes in it. Luckily he wasn't missing any important parts and could still move. This body of his was quite robust, and unless his parts were severed, he could keep on moving. However, it would eventually give up and he would be unable to move. At this moment, he could barely move forward without his legs breaking apart. I haven't gotten any new skills lately, that's a bit strange, but I did gain a new title, I wonder what it does. Ant Slayer. Title. A title gained by defeating a large number of ant-type monsters and their queen. Whenever fighting other similar monsters, the person with this title gains a 1% damage bonus. Just 1%. That doesn't sound like much, but I guess it's better than nothing. His level had increased and more power coursed through his body, but it wouldn't last for long. He needed to restore it before leaving this place, and the copper vein here was what he needed. After placing his hand on the rock formation, he awaited for his system to initiate. He had not had much use for his SP for a while, but absorbing this copper would change that. The amount of copper is too large. It's too large. Previously it was too small. But how do I make it smaller? Before him was a large wall filled with copper ore that he needed to chop into smaller pieces to use. His body was mangled, and it was the same for his sword. It would probably break if he attempted to strike this wall with his weapon. While copper would allow him to restore his weapon, it still felt like a waste to ruin it before it was truly worn down. He also lacked one other resource, which was tin. Before finding it, he needed to conserve all resources. Rusty pondered his predicament for a moment and considered his options carefully. He needed a way to break down the large wall of copper ore without damaging his already worn-out sword. As he scanned the chamber, his eyes fell upon the carcass of the Ant Queen. Perhaps this could be of some use. She was able to pierce through hard rocks with those legs and mandibles. Rusty approached the carcass of the Ant Queen and inspected her mandibles. Despite the damage inflicted upon her during their battle, they remained sharp and sturdy. However, they were still attached to the monster's large head, and perhaps not the best option for now. Some other severed appendages were also there, which were the Ant Queen's legs. They were much lighter but also seemingly sturdy. After picking up one of the legs, he decided to use it similarly to a spear. First, he poked the wall with normal attacks and soon after used his power thrust skill to plunge it in deeper. The leg broke in a few spots but also embedded itself in the rocky formation. After moving it around a couple of times, he was finally able to dislodge a larger chunk of ore that was bigger than his fist. This should do it, right? He placed his damaged palm on it and was finally given the correct prompt that would allow him to take it. His SP went down by a couple of points and the ore found its way into his inventory. It was a separate item from the regular ingots he received when absorbing resources from weapons or armor. Will this turn into a copper ingot eventually? This was not his first time working with items, and he was certain that he needed to gather more fist-sized ores. With the help of the Ant Queen's leg, he continued to mine the ore in this room, and after gathering another 3 he was finally able to combine them into a proper copper ingot. With the freshly obtained copper ingot in the stash tab, Rusty felt a surge of relief. This was exactly what he needed to restore his damaged weapon and body. Now, all he had to do was mine more of the ore and gain more ingots. While he wanted to continue with his mining spree, there was still one thing that he didn't decide on: the many white eggs in this chamber were still here. Previously he chose to ignore them as they weren't posing a threat, but now he could see that one of them was moving. He stopped for a moment to check what was going on. The egg was twitching around and eventually, something started to emerge from within. It was an ant drone, but it looked a lot more feeble than the ones that he had encountered. Its exoskeleton didn't seem to have hardened fully and it had a brighter coloring. The creature was clearly disoriented, but without giving it much of a thought, it was soon dispatched with one swing of his sword. You have gained +5 experience points. It was quite easy to kill, and Rusty knew that it was the right choice to have saved them for later. Piercing an undeveloped ant egg didn't yield any points of experience, so he needed to wait for them to fully develop and hatch. His goal was still to level up as much as he could, and killing the newly hatched insects was quite easy. With his mind now set, he turned his attention to the remaining copper ore. Despite his damaged state, he continued to mine the ore with the Ant Queen's leg-turned improvised mining tool. Chunk by chunk, he gathered more ore and spent points to absorb them into his inventory space. Whenever he ran out of SP, it was time to focus more of his attention on the ant eggs. Eventually, the chamber became devoid of any signs of life and his limit for copper ores and ingots had been reached. So 10 seems to be the limit for everything. It seemed that this cheat-like restorative ability he had with the help of his inventory, had its limits. There was a limit to all items that he could hold in a square, and it was impossible to spread them out through the stash tab. After 10 of each item was gathered, there was no way of getting any more unless he carried them to another location. This would limit his healing ability during combat, as with time and enough damage, he would reach a limit. He had spent several days in this ant colony and had already restored his body. In his inventory, he had reached the limit of copper ores and ingots and was now contemplating his future plans. He just needed a little bit more to reach the 10th and final level before his next evolution, and he could not wait to gain more power. I wonder what my next body will be like. Could I make it bigger and heavier? But what if I become too big to fit through these tunnels? His mind was filled with thoughts of future forms and battles. He still had a bone to pick with the adventurers that had forced him to fall down here. While, on one hand, their actions had propelled him to his current state of power, on the other, they had nearly led to his demise. He had not yet searched for a way back up, but perhaps after he gained more strength, then climbing back up the chasm would become a possibility. Now then, I should take as many of the ores back to the lair and plan my next move. Rusty was ready to leave this dark place. The light on the light crystal had dimmed a long time ago, and now this place was pitch dark. He scanned the place with his senses again to see if he didn't miss any of the ant eggs. While he was planning to return here a couple of times, it was better to kill these small monsters right after they had hatched. Oh, what's that? It looks different from the others. On his way out, he discovered one last ant egg that was a bit peculiar. The others were all white and went brown when something was about to hatch from them. This one, on the other hand, looked silvery and metallic. It reminded him a bit of his own body, but not quite. It's smaller than the others too. He had almost missed this egg as it had been stashed to the side. Was it discarded by the other hands, or did it roll away during the chaos of the battle that ensued a few days ago? Rusty didn't know, but one thing was clear: this egg was taking a while to hatch, a lot longer than the others. It seemed to be a bit special, and for some reason, he was drawn to it. Why don't I take it with me? There was space inside of his body to take this egg with him, along with a few copper ores. His chest cavity was filled out with copper ore, while the egg was shoved into the neck area and covered up with his helmet. With his task now completed and the ant colony whipped out, he made his way back to his own lair. The journey back to his lair was uneventful, save for a few close encounters with wandering insects that he easily dispatched. Some of the centipedes wandered into the tunnels that the ants had ruled before. Even with the added weight, these monsters didn't pose much of a threat to the current him that was almost at max level. Rusty felt a sense of relief wash over him as he found himself at the watering hole. The number of insects had decreased, and he was able to easily walk to the tunnel leading to his lair. His adventure had come to an end, and he had emerged stronger than before. He wasn't sure why, but he felt content about his recent victory. Now where should I put this? Upon reaching his lair, Rusty carefully laid out the copper ores he had collected and stored them all in one place. He then turned his attention to the metallic-looking egg he had found. For some reason it didn't feel right to just leave it out in the corner, so he created a little pedestal on the side. There was just a perfect spot next to some blue and white crystals. I wonder if this will even hatch. He was not convinced that a monster would hatch from this egg, as he had brought it over to his lair, which was filled to the brim with light. The other monsters didn't seem to like the light and perhaps even took direct damage from it. It wasn't strange to assume that whatever was developing inside would just die. Well, it doesn't matter. I should focus on finding some tin now. Maybe I'll find some in the centipede lair. Or should I try the other ones? There were 4 main monster types in this dungeon, with the ants being one of them. Besides the ants, there were also the centipedes, the slugs, and the giant beetles. After some consideration, he decided to go with the centipedes first. That group had been weakened by the territorial battle with the ants and would probably be the easiest to beat. Then, if he was victorious, he would follow it up with the slugs and finish up with the strongest, the giant beetles. The latter had the largest bodies that he didn't feel confident in being able to dispose of. He wished to go through his next evolution before confronting that variant of insect. As Rusty prepared himself to venture into the centipede lair, he made sure his armor was properly fastened and his sword was ready for battle. With the help of some rocks, he was able to sharpen it further. His inventory was stocked with copper ingots and the egg was stashed in a safe location. It was time to set out once again into the dark tunnels. Nothing can stop me. I'll probably be level 10 after I come back, I can't wait. Rusty ventured forth with a confident stride. After his victory against the Ant Queen, he was pumped up, nothing could stop him now. Soon his footsteps echoed in the outside corridor and the only thing left inside his lair was the strange silvery egg. Once all noise died down, the EFF began to emit a faint glow, its surface shimmering for a split second before stopping. You have gained plus 13 experience points. You have gained plus 15 experience points. Silly insects, you can't defeat me. Rusty sliced through another creepy crawler while hearing the world system notifications. He had left his lair behind and begun his leveling spree. First, he headed to the old ant lair to gather up more copper ores back to his base. After the third tip, he started encountering the long centipede monsters which seemed to be attracted to the bodies of the ants which for some reason were not vanishing anymore. It was clear that the dungeon rules were different down here but his well-being was not in danger. The monsters here were also different as they liked to feast on each other's bodies, not something Rusty was capable of as he could only absorb metallic parts from items that these creatures did not possess. Armed with higher levels and more bronze to repair his damaged body and weapon, he started pushing back. It became a daily occurrence for him to get into multiple brawls with these creepy crawlers. Their bodies were more robust and their bites deadlier than that of the ant monsters. However, they did not work so well together as well and would also not be able to track him if he escaped. After gathering enough raw resources he set out to the deep tunnels that led to the centipede lair. The tunnels there were surprisingly narrower than that of the ant colony, but Rusty's armor provided him with the necessary protection against the sharp rocks and jagged edges. The deeper he pushed in, the more the number of his enemies increased. His confidence could not be shaken and with each encounter, he became stronger and soon reached level 9. With each level gained his strength grew and he felt vindicated. His combat prowess was increasing and he felt more and more attuned with his metallic body. Yet, as he delved deeper into the centipede lair, the challenges grew more daunting. The creatures here were larger and more aggressive, their chitinous exoskeleton started to become a problem that he could only cut with the help of his skills. However, despite the difficulties Rusty pressed on, determined to reach his goal of reaching level 10 and advancing even further. This looked similar to the ant lair. With time he reached a more open area with a massive amount of smaller tunnels leading to it. He could hear and see a mass of crawling monsters everywhere but they were not attacking. Right in the middle there was a much larger insect that was curled around strange orb-like objects. It seemed to have the same purpose as the ant queen but there was one problem, this thing looked a lot stronger than the previous monster he faced and it also was not rooted in place. Classification: Lesser Giant Centipede Matriarch L4E. Type: Insectoid. If I go by the classification, this might be a bad idea. I already had trouble with the queen that was an F+ monster. After wandering this world he started to understand the rating system of other creatures. The ants that were of G rank were below his F rank, and this monster was an E rank. He could easily vanquish the G rank ant drones the moment he arrived at this area and would probably be able to even if he was a level 1 damaged armor. This might call for a tactical withdrawal. There was no real reason for him to engage this more massive creature at this point in time. There were no tin or copper deposits that he could see in this area, and the risk of facing such a formidable opponent outweighed any potential rewards. Rusty knew that being discreet and calculative was the right way of going about things when it came to survival. There was no reason to rush and leveling further could be done through safer means. With a cautious step backward, Rusty began to retreat from the lair of the giant centipede matriarch. He made sure to move silently and avoid drawing attention to himself. The last thing he needed was to alert the massive creature to his presence and find himself in a battle he couldn't win. However, his body was not very silent and after stepping on a crunchy piece of rock he awoke the monstrosity. The giant centipede matriarch seemed quite attuned to the noise and instantly turned to face the direction of the intruder. She rose with her elongated body that was well over 10 meters long and emitted a low hiss, her numerous legs skittering across the ground as she prepared to strike. Rusty's non-existent heart sank as he bolted away in panic. Rusty knew he had to act quickly if he wanted to escape from the giant centipede matriarch's wrath. With a burst of speed, he dashed down one of the smaller tunnels in hopes of her enlarged body becoming stuck. To his dismay, the creature seemed to have just fit perfectly through them. Behind him, he could hear the sound of the matriarch's massive body slithering after him, her hisses echoing through the tunnels like a menacing symphony. Rusty knew that he needed to get away, and luckily there were a few things that he could do. On his way out, he started smacking some looser-looking rocks to block the path behind him. While it would make navigating back more difficult, it was better to block the tunnels now than be devoured by the large monster. Even with this strategy, he could feel the monster skittering behind him. When he glanced back, he could see the monster's jaws snapping around and its legs skittering on the side of the tunnel. This monster seemed to be quite enraged by his presence, but luckily he stumbled upon a small crevice. It was barely enough for his metallic body to squeeze through. The large insect matriarch attempted to follow quickly after but was unable to. Her head was somewhat wider than the rest of the body, with large vice-like mandibles on each side. While this was the perfect chance to get away, a chance presented itself. What if I? Rusty's battle sense was telling him that perhaps it was time to go on the offensive. His sword glowed in red as he plunged it into the monster's mouth. Then quickly after, he twisted it around while also activating his light elemental skill. The inside of the monster's gullet started glowing and the creature started thrashing about. Ha, take that. The monster seemed to be injured, but then it did something unexpected. Instead of trying to push itself and get stuck in the narrow passage, it started to retreat. To Rusty's surprise, he could not pull back his weapon anymore and instead was getting yanked along with it. Even though his strength stat was at an F+ rating, it wasn't enough to go against the E-rank monster. No, my sword. Give it back. Rusty struggled to maintain his grip on his sword as the giant centipede matriarch began to retreat, dragging him along with it. The narrow passage provided little room for maneuvering, and Rusty's metallic body scraped against the jagged walls, which caused sparks to fly around. The creature's strength was just far too great for him to win, and holding on would only make things worse. He made a quick decision to let go of his weapon, as he was not going to relinquish his arm that was beginning to leave his body. Instantly, he tumbled back and the monster retreated with his still glowing sword back into the darkened corridor. Did it just leave? Rusty lay there for a moment, gathering his thoughts about the loss of his beloved sword. Luckily, he still had enough resources to produce a new one, but eventually, his tin reserves would run out. Slowly, he pushed his scratched-up body off the ground and decided to leave this place. The matriarch would be a great target to test his future body out, but for now, it was better to keep himself safe. What should I do now? Should I try those slugs, or should I just wait and take things slowly? After returning to the main watering hole, he resumed his journey. The centipedes weren't the only monster type here, as strange slow-moving slugs and large beetles were also an option. The centipedes weren't a difficult foe, but with their matriarch wandering the tunnels, it would perhaps be better to target some of the slugs. He knew their behavior to some extent and had already decided on a tactic to defeat them. Slugs it is then. With a determined stride, Rusty set off in the direction of the slug lair, a place he hadn't truly explored yet. It seemed that these creatures all gathered around one larger monster that produced offspring. These would probably be similar, but he wouldn't be sure until he explored their tunnels like the others. Once inside, he encountered a few of them quite quickly. These guys are a lot slower than the others, but they all stick around each other for some reason. Rusty picked up a rock from the ground and threw it in the direction of the monsters. His projectile traveled in a nice arc in the direction of one of the slow-moving monsters. Yet, right before it was about to collide with this strange creature, it was intercepted. The creature expanded its mouth as if it were some sort of fleshy harmonica and gobbled up the rock. It was a strange sight to behold. These monsters had similar bodies to worms, but they could elongate their mouths. These shot out at fast speeds, quite a stark contrast to their slow-moving bodies. They seemed to have a symbiotic relationship, working together to defend themselves against potential threats. They were similar to the ants in that regard, but they would not be able to chase them down with their slow speeds. There is always an easy way. Now, these guys have one weakness. Just like any other creature, it seemed that everyone had a weak point that could be exploited. Even Rusty, who was a living armor made from metal, had his drawbacks. One of them was his hollow body that was susceptible to blunt forces and tipping over. These slugs had one deficiency when it came to their attacking patterns. At first, it seemed that those mouths would make short work of anyone who would approach them, but there was something that he could exploit about them. His first enemies would be a quartet of slugs, and to defeat them he just needed a handful of large rocks. After flinging them all at the group, he grabbed his restored blade and began to approach. The strange mouths launched forward at the projectiles and chomped them down. At the ends of these appendages, there were razor-sharp teeth that would quickly embed themselves into anything they could grab. However, once the attack was initiated, there was a window of opportunity that an attacker like Rusty could abuse. The slugs had an easy attack pattern and a reason why they stayed so close to each other. Their attacks were strong and fast, but they could not be used multiple times. If one of them missed, then they needed others to continue the battle for them. However, if he managed to set them off all at once, then victory was assured. Rusty maneuvered around the prolonged mouths that launched themselves at the rocks that he threw. As soon as they extended their appendages to grab the rocks, he darted in close, slashing at the exposed bodies of the slugs. His sword cut through their soft flesh with ease, causing them to recoil in pain. He counted in his head, and after exactly 8 seconds he started to retreat. At this point, the mouths would have retracted themselves and were ready to lounge at him again. You have gained plus 18 experience points. Got 1, just 3 left. He continued with his tactical assault on the slugs, and he became more adept at this tactic with each he defeated. With each precise strike, he whittled away at their numbers and retreated at the right moment before they could prepare a counterattack. It took multiple hits to damage the strange slimy bodies, but eventually, the area was nothing more than green goop. You have gained plus 16 experience points. The last one was eventually defeated, and he continued with his exploration into the new area. This place was a lot more spacious than the rest, and he encountered large caverns filled with groups of these slug creatures. As long as he kept his distance, they would not approach. They were quite a good source of experience points, but he couldn't become careless. Even with his abilities and tactics, complacency could still lead to his downfall. Some of the slugs were positioned strategically, making it difficult for him to approach without risking an attack. They were able to hang up from the ceiling, and once approached would fall down and attack with their grabby mouths. Others seemed to have the ability to blend in with the environment and were just waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Nevertheless, they didn't pose a big enough threat to this metallic body and were a great source for continuous farming. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Congratulations, you have gained the elemental discharge skill. You have reached the level limit, please choose a path forward. After continuous days of battling, the day had finally arrived. He had gotten to level 10 and even gained a new skill. He was overjoyed that his hard work had finally paid off. His journey towards excellence and triumph was only starting, as he expected this evolutionary change to be an even bigger step than before. I should return. Even though there were some slugs left to slay, he instantly stopped with his hunt. The bar that showcased his experience points was all filled up. Even if he continued to defeat more enemies, it wouldn't gain him anything anymore. It was better to conserve his body and to quickly return to his lair of shiny crystals. I wonder if those two will be there. Name: Rusty. Classification: Corroded Twilight Bronze Armor F plus L10 Max. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 67 of 92. Magic points MP: 43 of 68. Special points SP: 20/20. Strength: 82 F+. Agility: 61 F. Dexterity: 62 F. Constitution: 87 F+. Intelligence: 62 F. Wisdom: 63 F. Willpower: 64 F. Durability: F+. After glancing at his maxed out status, he took some time to examine his new skill, which was something that he didn't expect. Basic Elemental Discharge. Active skill. Allows the user to eject a powerful surge of elemental energy from within objects imbued with elemental mana. His skill was also quite intriguing, but he decided to not test it out for the time being. His thoughts were filled with new evolutionary options and a new, more robust body that he could finally inhabit. Thus once back in his lair, he took up a spot close to his ant egg that he had been fostering for the past 2 weeks. Next to it, he set himself down on the ground and looked at the enticing status window before him. Please choose a path. Choose what path? It looks different than last time. Rusty was confused while staring at his evolution options. Previously, after clicking forward, he was greeted by a singular evolutionary path. This path presented him with his current body, but this time around there was none. Instead of a better-looking armored form, there was only a phantom of a door. I don't want to turn into a door. How would a door even hold a sword or fight monsters? However, the more he looked at this door, the more it reminded him of something. It looked exactly the same as the large castle gate doors he encountered the first time he went through his evolution. They were just much smaller on the system screen, which confused him. Does this just mean that I will arrive inside that large hall instead? It made more sense that he would be brought before the Soul Forge instead of turning into a castle door, so he just carried on like the last time. He pressed the select button that was waiting for him and waited. Just like before, it took some time, but eventually the surroundings started to shift. The glowing crystals that were everywhere vanished and were replaced by the same grand hall adorned with intricate designs as the last time he was here. I'm here. He had made it inside of the floating castle while skipping the trip through the long bridge. Once inside, he actually possessed a voice that could echo through the empty halls. This was his second time here, so he knew where the Soul Forge was, but before going there, he decided to explore this vast place once more. Hello? Is anyone here? After watching adventurers communicating with each other, he kind of knew how to do it himself. Previously he encountered 2 glowing orbs here, one dark and the other similar to the crystals from his cave. He wandered around wondering if they were here once more, but it didn't seem so. Could they be inside the Soul Forge, like last time? There weren't many changes to this place, and even after picking up some silver plates, he was not able to absorb the metals inside. This place might have worked under different rules than the real world he came from, but perhaps with time, this would change. With nothing else to do, he decided to walk up the stairs and into the Soul Forge that had his new body. It's there! He shouted in joy as he saw his new form standing tall. It resembled his current body but was devoid of any rust-over parts. It was a fully functioning bronze armor. While it didn't really change in form, it felt more powerful and radiated some strange power. However, before he could charge in and take up his new and improved form, his old friends finally decided to show themselves. The prodigal son has returned. First, the dark sphere of light made itself known, and it was quickly followed by the white one. Son. Don't give him strange ideas, we aren't related. Aren't we, hero? I mean, Rusty has both our memories and seems to have inherited some of my cunning. You call using poison and cowardly tactics for killing, cunning? Why, yes. What else would it be? It does not matter how you are victorious, just that you are the one left standing. Only a demon would think like that. Your friends seem to think the same, they lived and you died. Shut up. The dark sphere that represented the defeated Demon King started chuckling after making the hero mad. The two seemed to be at each other's throats, and Rusty somewhat knew the reason for it. Their emotions were mixed up with him, and he seemed to have actually inherited some of their traits. Well, he also has inherited some of your foolish traits and gets absorbed in combat too easily. Ha, finding joy in a fair exchange isn't foolish. What is life with no honor and compassion? I was not the only one betrayed if you treated your subjects with some empathy. This again. Compassion only brings weakness, you need a calculated mind. It was clear that the 2 orbs could not find a middle ground, which for some reason brought Rusty some amusement. Despite their constant arguing, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards them. After all, it was thanks to them that he was able to unlock the twilight form of his body, which later on allowed him to survive and get stronger. If it was the previous him, then he would have probably already approached his new form and started fusing with it. However, now he was different. His short life had taught him that it was best to analyze the situation around him. There were a few things that had changed in this place, with multiple new passages appearing from within this forging chamber. When turning to the right, he could see a door with writing over it. It led to something called the armory and had a symbol that looked like a sword and a shield over it. Previously there was nothing there, but now the door was wide open. Then to the left, there was another one, with a symbol of a book that led to something called a library. To top it all off, there was also a third path, leading to something called the training area. While he wasn't sure how this came to be, he realized that each of these paths could offer him valuable resources and knowledge to aid him on his future journey of strength. The armory could provide him with new weapons, perhaps eliminating the limiting longsword that was his only weapon. The library might contain ancient texts and scrolls that could teach him new skills or perhaps give him new ideas for better strategies. Then the training facility could allow him to hone his skills to a greater extent. Hey Rusty, are you listening? Huh? Oh, you were. Of course. Ha, look at him lie, instantly reminds me of me when I was little. He will make a great demon lord in the future. Why would he ever become a demon lord, you bastard? He is a monster. Do you think your kind will accept him? They'll attack him the moment he enters one of your cities. Becoming a demon lord and dominating the world is the obvious path for him. And with this soul forge around, this might be a possibility. The orb of darkness seemed to dim while talking about Rusty's future. The one representing the hero instantly started going brighter and tried to rebuke him. You must be mad if you think that I would allow something like that to happen. As if you will be able to do anything in your current form, hero. He is a monster. Eventually, he will give in to his desires of domination and deceit. No, never. He had no remorse when handling those adventurers with poison. What do you think he will do once? Huh, where did he go? As the demon king and hero were in a heated debate, the target of their discussion vanished from their sight. Both quickly looked at the bronze suit of armor which represented the next evolution for their armored friend. It was luckily still standing there and had not been touched. However, some sound was coming from one of the side chambers. Maybe try not to make these boring speeches anymore, Demon King. The white light orb cackled and soon zoomed towards the path leading to the armory chamber. This was something that had recently become available, and he knew that it was part of his old blessing. While the layout was different as it took the form of the old demon lord's castle, the functions were similar. Once he arrived there, he could see a confused bronze armor looking at empty weapon racks. Why is there nothing here? Because you have to make them yourself. Make them myself? Rusty asked while the hero orb replied. There was a reason why this place was called a forge. Indeed, Rusty. This might be called an armory, but it's more of a storage space. Once you have created a weapon at the forge, it will become available here. The hero orb memories were fragmented, but he was able to recall some facts that concerned his old blessing. He had some memories of forging a few pieces of weaponry and knew that they were also connected to the training area along with the library as well. Create them myself? But I don't have any experience in making things. Do I just use my inventory? Not quite, you'll have to craft them with your own hands. All the tools will be provided by this space here. But if I can't use the inventory, how would I make anything? Rusty was quite confused. He had always just used the stash tab and his special points to repair his armor. He was unable to create anything by himself. Even when he wanted a bow and arrows, it was impossible. However, if it was something like a skill that could be learned, then it was something that he wanted. The white orb seemed to know a lot about this place, so he had reasons to believe that it could help him. I don't think I can teach you directly, but we should be able to find the basic forging and crafting methods inside of the library. The library, can I learn new skills there? Well, something like that. They aren't as effortless, but they should contain texts and scrolls that detail various crafting techniques. You should be able to learn how to forge the basic weapons and even parts of your armor. Although, I'm not sure how that would work with your body. The glowing orb paused while looking over Rusty's body, which was nothing more than a corroded suit of armor. In the past, the hero used this place to gain his strength fast, but he was a human. He did not forge parts that could become his body, but considering that Rusty was a monster, then perhaps something like that could be possible. Library, got it. As Rusty waltzed out of the armory chamber, the black orb of light floated inside to look around. Our child is quite obedient, at least when you mention something that could benefit him. Stop talking to me. Oh, cheer up, hero, we might be stuck like this forever, or we might disappear the next time this place changes. Humph. The two didn't seem to like each other, and it was painfully obvious. However, their situation was something they did not understand, nor did they truly know what they had become. Their forms could not even move freely through this soul forge, and once Rusty left, they would be in a semi-dormant state. During it, they could perceive what he was doing outside this dimension, but were unable to act in any shape or form. You and I aren't so different. I'm not anything like you. Are you not? I bet the only reason you are helping our dear Rusty is for your selfish reasons. Perhaps you wish to use him for your revenge. Are the ones that put us in this state still alive? I can't believe that I'm saying this, but, how about a truce? A truce? What are you scheming? Scheming? Your words cut deep, hero. Knock it off, you expect me to trust the king of all demons, who slaughtered millions? We live in troubled times, I never intended for all those atrocities to happen. Do you think that your side is without any fault? Do you even know why all of this started? What are you implying? Nothing. The past doesn't matter. However, presently we need to work together. What if there is a way to regain our previous forms? I'm sure you have some unfinished business with those friends of yours, and aren't there some people that remained faithful until the end? The demon lord's words started to make some sense, but the hero remained silent. He knew that he couldn't trust this being in the slightest. This didn't change the fact that he also wanted his revenge, and perhaps the living armor could facilitate it. While nothing was indicating that they could get out of this pocket dimension, perhaps in the future that would be a possibility. His old blessing was made by the gods, so it didn't follow the same rules that the system imposed. I'll take your silence as a yes then. While the two orbs chatted with each other, Rusty made his way back into the main soul forge chamber and then headed over to the library. His mind was filled with anticipation of learning new skills to create weapons. He already knew that the sword he wielded as his sole weapon was very limiting. There were also many skills that he couldn't use just by holding a sword, like the ones related to shields and bows. Once he arrived at the library, Rusty was met with towering bookshelves with ancient tomes and scrolls. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and dust, giving the chamber an atmosphere of knowledge. In the middle was a lone table with just one chair and some candles. However, while there were many bookshelves everywhere, there was no rhyme or reason for their placement. Where should I start? Rusty had never really used any books of scrolls before. He had only some fragmented memories of the hero and demon king which allowed him to read. From a nearby bookshelf, he pulled out one of the larger tomes that had some strange magical characters on it. Once the book was opened, he was greeted with more strange diagrams that he didn't understand at all. If Rusty had brows to furrow, they would be furrowed now. Trying to decipher these cryptic symbols was giving his metallic head a migraine. The diagrams seemed to depict various forging techniques and processes, but without any prior knowledge or guidance, they might as well have been written in an entirely different language. Then there was also the inclusion of magic, something called enchanting. That one might be a bit too difficult for you to understand. How about you try one of these first, Rusty? The two orbs of light arrived as he was flipping the book around and trying to look at the schematics from different angles. The white one seemed to know its way around this place, so Rusty decided to place the book he had away and followed after it. Yeah, this one will be a good start. This is. Before him was a brown booklet with some crude drawings of tools on it. It was titled Blacksmithing for Dummies, and for some reason, he felt offended. However, he did not know blacksmithing or forging, thus he decided to give it a try. After placing the book on the main table, he began to read through these basic instructions. To his surprise, it was a lot easier to understand. The diagrams were simple, showing the steps of heating metal, shaping it with a hammer, and cooling it down to harden. With this as a reference, it might have actually been possible to create something. Thank you for reading. Don't forget to rate the story and follow. Tell me what that one is. This one is a ball-peen hammer. Correct. Now what's the one next to it? That's a round drift, and it's used to hit through holes, expand, and shape them. You're quite the fast learner. How about we move over to the tongs then? Sure thing. Rusty spent hours poring over the basic blacksmithing guide and quickly absorbed every piece of information that it had in store for him. He found it surprisingly easy to absorb the information for some reason. It was as if he wasn't learning it but relearning something that he had previously forgotten. The floating orbs commented on this phenomenon, which could explain it. The knowledge he is learning was something you once knew, right, hero? That's right, I remember reading through these old texts before, though I can't recall most of it, only fragments. It seems that the library has our lost knowledge. There are some books on old ancient black magic, something that I have partaken in my past life. Rusty wasn't really paying attention to the two orbs that were discussing as he was examining the various togs and trying to compare them to the drawings in the books. It seemed that the library didn't only hold the knowledge of the late hero but also the Demon King. There were books on tactics and evil magic that were above his intelligence level, and for the time being he was focused on producing more weapons and not magical effects. I wonder, could our little Rusty here learn both dark magic and light magic? Something that shouldn't be possible. He does have those elemental skills. That's quite something, but it might be better if he doesn't showcase it once he encounters more adventurers. The two orbs seemed to nod at each other while having the conversation. The two knew that it was unnatural for a monster to be able to use light magic, something that only special people like a hero should be able to. The same could be said for dark magic, which was only handled by the highest demon lords and their king. It was not something a monster like a living armor should be able to use and could cause him harm once he became a target of both sides. Sure, but, will he even listen to us? If he has my tendencies, then it shouldn't be a problem. I would be more afraid if he took after you, hero. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Hey, could you two keep it down? It's hard to concentrate with all that noise. Rusty's voice echoed through the forge as he was finding it hard to focus on the blacksmithing tools on the ground. The two souls felt compelled to stop their banter in a strange fashion. It was as if the hollow armor had a sort of hold over them, as if they were his thralls. Luckily, the gag order only worked for a few seconds before their ability to talk was returned to them. Interesting. The Demon Lord whispered while trying not to anger Rusty, who seemed to be in command. Now that they were quiet again, Rusty continued to flip through the simple blacksmithing guide while looking at the tools on the workbench. Under the watchful gazes of the two floating orbs, Rusty finally began to experiment with the tools laid out before him. He picked up the hammer, and after feeling its weight in his metallic hands, it was time to practice swinging it around. The rhythmic clanging echoed through the forge as he hit a cold piece of metal with it. For some reason, it felt right in his hand, and after a couple of swings, it felt like it belonged there. However, hitting a cold piece of metal wouldn't achieve anything. To begin blacksmithing he needed to fire up the forge and heat things up. What should I make first? A big shield? A large axe? Or maybe a two-handed sword? Excuse me Rusty, may I offer some advice? Huh? What is it? Make it quick, I want to try crafting soon. The white orb of light floated down towards the mess of tools that were on the workbench. During his study session, Rusty had made quite a mess. The hero, while lacking much of his memories, knew the steps that needed to be taken to become a proper craftsman. Rusty might have had his memories and would learn it a lot faster, but these memories needed to be awakened in a proper way. Sure. A wise man once said that you should learn to walk before trying to run. Oh my, the hero saying something clever for once. The orb of black chimed in while chuckling, but the hero just ignored him. It seemed that Rusty didn't really know what he meant with that phrase, thus he decided to be less cryptic. I meant that you should probably do something easier. I propose you make a few simple small blades or nails first to get yourself acquainted with everything. Also, considering that we are working with bronze for now, it would be better to focus on molds and the smelter for now. Ah, molds do sound simpler. Rusty nodded in agreement, realizing the wisdom in the hero's words. Starting with molds and smaller blades would allow him to grasp the basics of blacksmithing. He was also limited by his materials and only could use what was already unlocked. In this case, it was bronze. It seemed that he needed to limit his weapons to the material that his armor was made from or to the things he could absorb from the real world. While this place looked to be similar to a regular blacksmith's workshop, it wasn't quite the same. One notable advantage was the creation of molds that seemed to take the desired shape of what the creator wished of them. Normally a person would need to create such a mold by carving out a wooden replica of the weapon and then inserting it into clay or sand. Only thereafter could they start smelting bronze and pouring it into the cavity. A simple blade, is it this one? In one of the corners of the forge, Rusty found a section with various rectangular molds. They had drawings of the weapons that he desired, and for the time being, he decided to go with the smallest one. It represented a small blade that was shorter than the daggers that the adventurers used. While it wouldn't be a great weapon, it would probably be the easiest to make at this moment. Will this do? Yes, that should be fine. You'll be able to make a simple hunter's knife with that one. Don't underestimate its size. At close range, it can be quite deadly. Rusty nodded in understanding and slowly picked up the mold that would house his first creation. He wasn't sure why, but he was feeling something strange and could almost not contain his joy. He examined this mold closely and felt that it shouldn't pose much of a challenge. It was quite simple, he just needed to pour the molten bronze inside and just wait. I'll give it a try then. With the mold in hand, he approached the smelting furnace. There were no flames at the moment, but after adding some fuel in the form of readily available wood. Once this fuel made its way under the smelter, it could be lit up by a lever on the side, which the light orb quickly explained. If I remember correctly, if you find some coal outside, it should become available as a fuel source. The wood here should be enough to handle the melting point of bronze, but it won't be enough to handle iron or steel. Mr. Hero? How much of this fuel should I take? You shouldn't have to bring much. The Soul Forge just required one sample before unlocking the resource here. The materials here replenish themselves. They replenish themselves. So the bronze ingots that I gathered won't be used up during the smelting process. They shouldn't if it's the same. However, once you are outside the Soul Forge, you'll have to use the resources you have previously acquired. The hero attempted to convey his discoveries to Rusty to the best of his ability, but he remained uncertain whether his bronze friend fully grasped the intricacies of the situation. Imagine it as unlocking an achievement. Once it is unlocked, it becomes available without a limit. I think I understand, so this means that I can just make all the bronze weapons that I want. Something like that, but be careful. While Rusty was overjoyed with the idea of unlimited resources, there were some downsides to this Soul Forge that the White Orb soon mentioned. While you are in the Soul Forge, your body remains inside the real world. If someone finds you during your stay here, then it could end badly. Wait. I have been here for 2 days already. Does this mean that I'm in danger? Rusty panicked a bit as he remembered leaving his body in the crystal cave. He didn't really try to hide himself from anything or anyone and assumed that no monster would be able to get in there either. However, his knowledge was quickly expanding and he now knew what those light crystals were. While they would work against the dungeon monster, they would do nothing against regular adventurers. It should be fine with the time dilation of this place, but I'll leave the rest of the explanation to you, dear hero. The Orb of Dark Light decided to chime in before flying away. The Demon Lord seemed to be bored watching Rusty bumble around in the Soul Forge and vanished behind the entrance to the library. This left Rusty more confused and also made him realize that there were many things that he had no idea about. Time dilation. Yes, time dilation. It means that time here in the Soul Forge moves differently from the time outside in the real world. While it may feel like hours or days in here, only minutes or seconds may have passed in the outside world. However, I'm not quite sure how much of it has passed outside. The hero tried his best to explain the concept in simple terms, hoping Rusty would grasp its importance. His memories were still lacking, so he couldn't disclose the difference. It was possible that only seconds could have passed outside in the real world, or perhaps hours. So, you mean, if I spend too much time here, it could be dangerous for my body outside? Exactly. You must be cautious and not lose track of time while you're here. It's easy to become absorbed in learning and crafting, but you must never forget to keep yourself safe. If you die outside, you will also die here, but, calm down. That cavern filled with lights should be reasonably safe. The hero wanted to propose the use of a clock to accurately measure the time dilation but decided against it. Rusty was like a newborn child who was just absorbing information and at this point, didn't know much about clocks. Thank you for telling me. I'll be more careful from now on. Maybe I should dig a hole and hide there. Sure. Rusty's proposal sounds preposterous, but he was a living piece of armor that didn't require food or breathing. If he dug himself a hole, he would probably be relatively safe from any outside sources. He lacked an organic body that would generate an odor, so other monsters would probably not try to dig out a bronze suit of armor to eat. Eventually, he brought his attention back to the task at hand. He approached the smelting furnace, wood in hand, and ignited the fuel. Flames danced to life beneath the smelter, casting flickering shadows across the forge. Here goes nothing. To the side, there was a row of bronze ingots that could be used in the smelting process. For this small blade, just one of them would be enough. The smelter here was a bit different than the ones presented in the guide and felt much simpler. Not from the aspect of size but by how it had various slots that fit these ingots perfectly. The smelter was tall and oval in shape, and on the sides there were various metallic tubes. There was a slot at the beginning into which he could press the ingot. It seemed that later in time, he would be able to mix and match ingots with each other, but for the time being, only one slot was available. After pushing the lone bronze ingot into the slot, he looked as it got sucked inside and traveled up into the smelting furnace. Finally, it started the melting process, and now what he needed to do was to position the mold in the correct spot. This also was rather rudimentary, as there were painted-on markers on the ground along with another support slot where he could place the rectangular mold in. As the bronze ingot melted within the furnace, Rusty carefully positioned the mold in the designated spot, ensuring it was aligned properly. He watched intently as the liquid metal flowed down from the smelter, filling the cavity of the mold. The molten bronze glowed brightly as it settled, taking the shape of the blade within the mold. For Rusty, it was an exhilarating sight, witnessing the transformation of raw material into a tangible object. He felt a sense of accomplishment wash over him. This was his first attempt at blacksmithing. Even though this soul forge space made this process a lot easier, it didn't take away from him feeling elated. The light orb watched on in silence, moving as if he was nodding in approval at Rusty's progress. With the mold filled, Rusty waited patiently as the bronze cooled and solidified. The process seemed to take longer than he anticipated, but he remained glued to it. For a moment he forgot his drive to become the strongest warrior and became something akin to an artisan. He wasn't sure why, but creating things with his own two hands seemed like something that was also his calling. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the bronze blade was ready. Rusty carefully opened up the mold, revealing the blade inside. However, to his surprise, it wasn't quite as good-looking as he expected. The blade wasn't sharp at all, and the handle didn't look thick enough to hold. Luckily, he had someone to shed some light on this issue. Good, now you need to polish it and sharpen, then we'll create a proper hilt and it will be finished. Oh right, I almost forgot about that part. Rusty picked up the rough bronze blade, examining it closely. Indeed, it lacked the finesse and sharpness of a proper weapon. Crafting wasn't only about pouring molten metal into a mold, there were lots of other steps that needed to be taken to finalize the product, and he already couldn't wait to get to work. Thank you for reading. Don't forget to rate the story and follow. This is actually fun. Isn't it? Rusty nodded as he settled before the workbench and grabbed a nearby polishing cloth. With careful motions, he began to rub the surface of the blade, removing any rough spots and smoothing out imperfections. As he worked, he couldn't help but be immersed in the process of crafting, something that he felt he could spend days on. There was something about creating things with his own two hands that was quite fulfilling. The bronze began to gleam under his touch, reflecting the light of the forge in a mesmerizing display. Rusty found himself lost in the rhythm of polishing, with his mind focused solely on the task at hand. Once he was satisfied with the blade's appearance, Rusty set it aside and turned his attention to the task of sharpening. Good, now you can either use a whetstone or the grinding wheel. While the whetstone will offer you more control and precision, it will take a lot more time. That's why I propose a combination of both. Start off with the wheel but finish with the whetstone. Alright. To make things easier, he had a sort of assistant, who was the old hero. At first, the orb's tone was harsher and the old hero was slightly annoyed by the fact that he was reduced to a blacksmith. Eventually, his tone became softer and more encouraging. Rusty's enthusiasm and determination were quite contagious. Even the old hero couldn't help to start enjoying this new process. His new student was quite responsive and he did everything instantly without asking any questions. Rusty followed the hero's advice, using the grinding wheel to help sharpen the blade, and switched to the whetstone when the time was right for finer sharpening. It took time and patience, but eventually, he achieved the desired result, a sharp, keen edge that gleamed in the light. Great, it's almost finished, now you just need to assemble the hilt. This is just a bronze knife so it won't be anything fancy, but it'll get the job done. You can fashion a simple handle using some leather or wood, whichever you prefer. Rusty nodded while looking at the now sharpened blade of the hunter's knife. Thanks to the mold, this tool had been mostly created as a singular piece. It didn't require much fancy work and could be finished by wrapping the hilt up with something like leather. However, considering that this was his first creation, it was better to fashion a proper handle. After selecting a piece of wood from a nearby rack and began to carve it into shape, using the drawings in the blacksmithing guide as a reference. Even though his hands were made of metal, he found them to be rather dexterous. It seemed that he was given some type of boost to his crafting skills once inside the soul forge. With the help of some drawings from the blacksmithing guides for reference and the help of the hero, the process was eventually finished. The wooden handle was carved into a comfortable shape that fit well in Rusty's metallic grip. He then secured it to the blade using some twine, wrapping it tightly to ensure it stayed in place. Once he was satisfied with the handle's placement, he was left with admiring his handiwork. Not bad, but... Is something wrong? While Rusty felt a sense of pride for his first creation, the orb of light started to scrutinize it. After floating down, the hero started examining it from all directions before finally speaking out. I'll rate this around a C. C+ at most. Oh, a C+. Wait, that's not that great. At first, Rusty was overjoyed by the rating as he was only an F-rank monster, so anything above that ranking was quite good. However, soon he realized this wasn't that good and just slightly above average, with the letters B and A being still above it. Don't feel bad, Rusty, this isn't bad for a first attempt. You could probably sell this knife in a store to adventurers. But don't get too complacent. Thanks to the soul forge you don't need to worry about getting the smelting process wrong. Usually, other blacksmiths have to worry about impurities and inconsistencies in their metal, but here the ingots will always be pure. Ah, I see. Rusty nodded in understanding. It was true that he was still lacking in many aspects of blacksmithing, but with time, he knew that he could improve upon them. With the advantages that this soul forge space provided, he could also focus purely on the creation aspects and leave some things to the magical machines. Identification. Twilight Bronze Hunting Knife. Rating. Intermediate. Rank. Common. Once he examined this new weapon with the help of his identification skill, he was given some interesting stats. Thanks to going through the library, he knew about the grades and ranks that weapons had. There were no ranking grades, but instead a rating was given that ranged from lowest to highest. That he was able to get an intermediate rating on the first try was quite reassuring. When it came to the ranks of the weapon, the lowest was called crude. These weapons were of extremely poor quality. The books implied that they were usually hastily crafted with minimal effort and poor materials. They offered minimal effectiveness in combat and broke easily. When thinking about his initial corroded bronze blade, it was clear that it was in this rank. Next was the common rank that his knife was in. This rank was filled with basic weaponry and they offered the basic performance without much of an advantage over anything. They were more robust than crude weaponry and could be used to defeat slightly stronger enemies. After this rank were the uncommon items that offered some minor enhancements and bonuses to the wielder. The scripts say that an uncommon blade could enhance the basic stats or produce some other effects. Post-uncommon were rare items that weren't discussed in the basic books he had access to. It seemed that unless he got to a certain point he wouldn't be able to read through the basic descriptions. After rare was epic, then legendary, and right at the end was mythical. But don't worry, with practice, you'll get better. And who knows, maybe one day you'll be crafting legendary weapons or even mythical ones. Legendary and mythical weapons, that sounds amazing. If Rusty had eyes, then they would be sparkling with excitement at this prospect. The idea of crafting powerful weapons was quite exhilarating. However, he wasn't sure if it was better to craft them or use them on powerful opponents and get stronger. Now that he had tasted crafting, his previous longing for power was wavering slightly. Alright, how about you go test your new knife out? This will be a good chance to use that training area. Oh, right, there was still a room that I didn't visit. Rusty had already gone through the armory and library, but one last area remained, the training area. The hero urged him to take his newly made tool and see how it performed in combat. There was no reason to refuse, and he was also interested in the only chamber that he had not visited. Thus, with the knife in hand, he made his way to the training area, which was not something that he expected. Upon entering the training area, Rusty found himself in an empty, spacious room. He expected to find some training dummies, but there was nothing here besides something that looked like a circular arena. There were torches lining up the walls and on the ceiling which illuminated everything. Alright, let's see what you can do, Rusty. What I can do? But there is nothing here. Do you want me to swing at empty air? Huh, not quite. Remember, this is the Soul Forge, it doesn't follow the rules of the physical world. In this training area, you can summon opponents that you have previously defeated to practice your skills. Think of it as a safe environment where you can test out your weapons and abilities without risking injury to yourself. No injury to myself? Indeed, well, you'll still feel pain, though I'm not sure that metallic body can feel any, but any damage you sustain here will be repaired. But how do I summon opponents? If my memories serve me right, then first you have to approach the middle of this training area. Rusty did as he was told to and approached the middle of this large room. The moment he was there, something strange started happening. A small hole opened up and something started sliding up. He jumped back in surprise, but the hero quickly explained to him what had just happened. This is the training area console, the monsters and opponents that you have defeated will be stored in it. At first, it looked like just a strange long cylinder, but once it was up, something unfolded. It took the form of an interactive screen that looked somewhat similar to the system windows he already knew. There were arrows on the left and right side which allowed him to scroll through the enemies he defeated. The ants and other insects were all there, even the few adventurers that he had slain were there, just like the hero proclaimed. Interesting. No wonder you were able to get so strong in such a short amount of time, hero. Quite the cheater, aren't you? I don't want to hear it from someone like you. The orb representing the Demon King decided to show up and examine the newfound room. He was quite shocked at the existence of such an area that allowed people to constantly better themselves. It was clear that his enemy the hero had used it to heighten his skills, or at least get used to fighting demonic creatures and countering their techniques. This place isn't as cheat-like as you might think. You can't level up your skills here, that is only possible outside of the Soul Forge in the real world. Rusty listened to the explanation and was saddened by this revelation. He knew that both passive and active skills could level up but needed to be used in battles. Having a space where he could face countless opponents without any fear of being killed. It would still allow you to find weak points of old enemies. You could even test new skills or tactics against multiple foes or try out new weapons. What the Demon Lord was saying made sense. Rusty could hardly wait and began clicking at the arrows that allowed him to circle through the various enemies he faced. There was even an option to search by main types or to even write in the name for it to go quicker. However, his only weapon was a hunting knife, and it was much smaller than the sword he was used to. For the time being, he decided to use the weakest opponent that was on the list. An ant. Our Rusty is still a cautious one, hero. Would you like him to face off against one of the adventurers with a knife? Commented the Demon Lord as light particles started to gather in the training area. Soon they started coming together to form a body that resembled a level 1 minuscule MYRM ant drone. Just like anything else, the levels could be customized, but Rusty still wanted to be cautious. Rusty observed as the ant took shape before him. Its form was hardly imposing. It was an opponent that he had faced many times and defeated on many occasions. However, he was trying to test out his newly created hunting knife that he was still unfamiliar with. After taking shape, the ant stood there for a few seconds before springing to life. It quickly identified Rusty as its opponent and charged forward similarly to its real-life counterpart. The charge was rather slow and easy to read. Rusty's body was at the 10th level and his stats were close to monsters at the F+ grade. There was nothing to fear. He did not bother to dodge and allowed it to pounce at his left side. The monster's mandibles snapped at his armored form but were unable to leave more than a few dents. After tightly gripping his newly fashioned hunting knife, he quickly plunged it into the monster's head. It penetrated it quite effectively, and in a matter of moments the monster was defeated. Its body turned back into light particles and quickly vanished while he was left to ponder his test. Is something wrong? This doesn't feel right. Rusty replied to the hero, who inquired about the silence. What doesn't feel right? The weapon seems to work fine to me. Think he meant the awkwardness of wielding it, isn't that right, Rusty? The demon lord chimed in as from his perspective, Rusty awkwardly wielded the knife. In his past life, the demon king was quite fond of these short-bladed weapons, but without the proper skills, they wouldn't be as effective. Yes, I meant that. To my knowledge, Rusty only has the basic swordsmanship and archery weapon skills. To wield a knife, he needs basic dagger proficiency, which he lacks, and considering that he is a monster, he probably won't be able to learn it by himself. What is that supposed to mean? The hero orb along with Rusty were confused at the words of the Demon King, but he quickly elaborated on them. Well, have you considered what our Rusty really is? What he is? You mean a living armor monsters? Yes, that part too, but to be more precise, he is a monster that has been created in a dungeon. He is not a naturally born monster like an orc or a goblin, but an inanimate object given sentience by the dungeon heart. That's true. I haven't heard of living armors ever learning new skills. Because they can't, they are similar to golems that are constrained by their creators. Luckily, he has my skill absorption skill. So he will be able to learn new skills from others. Rusty always had wondered why he wasn't learning that many skills, and this explained it. He was limited to his evolution and what skills were given to him through leveling. Even if he picked up a polearm, he wouldn't be able to learn the basic skill to wield it properly. Knives and daggers went under the same skill, so for the time being, he would only be able to wield swords, bows, and perhaps shields. Don't feel down, my dear Rusty. Having too many skills isn't necessarily good. It takes time to level them up, and each weapon has its downsides. What the Demon Lord was right, and Rusty knew it. If he created every type of weapon and then decided to learn all their skills, his status window would quickly become bloated. It was better to learn higher tier skills for one or two weapons than to have all the basic ones for all of them. For the time being, handling the bow and sword was enough, and making the former would be his next task. I guess he didn't take my advice to heart. It's not bad to practice a new craft, no reason to not make more weapons. The two orbs of light conversed while peering down at a suit of armor supporting a hefty axe. It was a completed piece, now part of the armory's inventory alongside numerous other bronze weapons. It all started with one hunting knife and soon turned into a large weapon creation spree. With molds and an infinite supply of ingots at his disposal, the task became remarkably easy. In time, the empty armory had been transformed into a well-stocked arsenal. Another fine addition to my collection. As Rusty admired his latest creation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Each weapon he crafted was a testament to his newfound skills as a blacksmith, something that he found enjoyable. Looks like you're getting the hang of this. The hero remarked while floating beside Rusty. Thanks to your guidance, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Hero. No problem, not like there is anything else for me to do here. But now that you've built up quite the collection, what do you plan to do with them? Before Rusty could answer this question, the darkened sphere of light floated forward and spoke out. That's what I'd like to know, why did you ignore my advice of focusing on swords? Rusty paused for a moment and considered the Demon Lord's question. It was true that he had no proficiencies in things other than bows and swords. However, he wasn't really thinking about such things when working here in the Soul Forge. Instead of focusing on survival, something else became the focal point. Well, it was fun. It was fun. Yes. It was fun to make them all, and I feel like after making these weapons, I'll also gain some insights into defending myself against them. I see. Leave the kid alone. He is just enjoying the craft. It's probably not something a Demon King would know much about. Not everything has to be about battling and survival. The hero chimed in, but the Demon Lord wasn't convinced. Bah, perhaps he will find a way to learn more skills in the future, but it would be better if he didn't spend valuable resources to bring these weapons into the real world. He is not even a year old, he is just having some fun. Some fun, HM. The Demon Lord Orb observed Rusty, who appeared to have shifted his focus elsewhere. The living armor had a habit of moving away whenever the two light orbs engaged in arguments. Rusty's attention span resembled that of a newborn child, and there wasn't any deeper meaning behind it. His sole desire was to craft as many weapons as possible, and he just ended up filling the armory during the process. This should be all, so now what? Now that his work was over, there wasn't really much to do. He had attempted to wield some of the bronze weapons in the training ground, yet, similar to the hunting knife, they didn't quite suit his metallic grip. The library failed to offer any additional useful knowledge and was devoid of skill books or any means of skill acquisition beyond his skill absorption or leveling up. However, some skills could be upgraded here, but all of them focused on blacksmithing. Basic Smithing Mastery L2. Passive Skill. Increases proficiency with all basic blacksmithing tools like hammers during crafting. Basic Forging L3. Passive Skill. Unlocks the basics of forging. Helps manage the forge, smelter, crafting, and spotting imperfections in created items. His basic smithing mastery wasn't leveling up as fast as he focused on using molds without hammering anything. Luckily, when using the grinding wheel and the whetstone for sharpening or polishing, it began to react. It was also possible to change the shape of bronze through hammering techniques, but for the time being, he focused on the smelting process. Not all components of Rusty's weapons were crafted from bronze. For instance, the shaft of his bronze spear consisted of plain wood. The spear blade came with a pre-made socket that was perfectly fitted for it. All Rusty needed to do was to insert it and secure it in place by hammering rivets through the holes in the socket part of the spear blade. In the future, he hoped to move on to iron and steel, which required a bit more work and seemed quite fascinating. Are you going to leave without even saying your farewells? Once Rusty exhausted all the possibilities in this soul forge, he finally decided to move towards his new body. Despite the Demon Lord's call as he approached the new suit of armor in the center. Before departing, he felt compelled to perform one last experiment. His metallic hand grasped the gauntlet of his new body to yank it out, and just like he expected, it popped right off. Did he just ignore me? What is he even doing? He is examining the gauntlet. What do you think he is doing? Does he perhaps want to? The two lights chatted while Rusty looked over the gauntlet in his hand. There was a distinct lack of connection between it and his metallic body. It felt like any other foreign item he had interacted with. First, he attempted to replace his current hand with the new one he had acquired. However, the moment it was connected to the rest of his armor, it simply fell to the ground with a resounding thud. It's not part of me. What are you trying to do, Rusty? The hero floated forward while Rusty was examining the gauntlet that lacked any corrosive parts. If I can make weapons, shouldn't I be able to make armor? Ah, I see. Do you wish to reforge the armor that your body is composed from, into something better? Yes. That's it. Could I make it better and heavier? The hero and the Demon Lord Orb exchanged glances as if the idea was something plausible. Rusty was a living armor, a creature that could be considered a piece of armor. There was no reason not to think that he couldn't create his own body by hand. Rusty's ability to craft weapons had opened up new possibilities, including the potential for him to upgrade his own armor. It's definitely worth a try, but I'm not sure if you should do it now. The hero gave his input, and as a previous blacksmith, his words were heavy. In his eyes, Rusty was not quite ready to tackle armor making, and not when bronze was involved. Oh, but why? Why, you ask? Well, to be frank, I don't think you'll be able to improve on this current body of yours. I don't agree with the hero on much, but he is right. What will you do with a body riddled with imperfections and holes? Your durability might go down, and what if you mess up one of the joints? Do you wish to have a limp? Rusty paused, considering the valid points brought up by both the hero and the Demon Lord. While he was eager to explore the possibilities of upgrading his armor and wanted it to be heavier to alleviate his weakness, it was not the best idea. He could barely create intermediate weaponry just by using molds, and there were no molds for armor parts. If he wanted to make a gauntlet, it would need to be made from scratch. You're right. I shouldn't rush into something like this without proper preparation, perhaps I should practice first. Exactly. It's better to take your time and ensure that you have the necessary skills and knowledge before attempting such a feat. The hero added while trying to make his ghostly form produce a smile but failed at it. His form was without a face and just a voice. Maybe I should practice while I still have the time. Huh. Rusty looked at the gauntlet as its form offered him some smithing pointers. However, before he could take it to the workbench to study, it flew back to the body in the middle. Then suddenly, the entire soul forge started to shiver and quake. What's happening? He asked as his body began to feel strange. He started feeling weak and drowsy, not something that he had ever experienced as a living suit of armor. This space, it's becoming unstable, commented the demon lord who knew quite a bit about magic. Becoming unstable? What does that mean? Asked the hero whose form was quivering as well. It means that our little Rusty might have spent too much time here. I think he should inhabit his new form before this whole place collapses on itself. Rusty took in the Demon King's words. The Soul Forge, his haven for crafting and self-improvement, was destabilizing. It seemed that he couldn't afford to stay here any longer and that an actual time limit existed. He wasn't sure how long he had been here, but at least over a week had passed. Without wasting another moment, he dashed towards the suit of armor in the center of the room as it was the vessel that awaited his consciousness. As he approached, the vibrations intensified, causing the surroundings to blur and distort. The hero and the demon lord's voices echoed in his mind as they urged him to hurry. With a determined leap, Rusty plunged his consciousness into the awaiting armor. His previous corroded form plunged down to the ground as his essence melded with the new one. Suddenly, the world around him fractured into fragments of light and darkness. The sensation was disorienting, akin to being pulled through a vortex. Colors swirled around him, and the echoes of voices faded into the background. Rusty felt himself being pulled away from the Soul Forge and back into the real world where his true form awaited. Whoa! I'm back. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the chaos had ceased. Rusty found himself back in the cave filled with bright crystals. His magical vision was blurry at first, but in a moment, it became sharper than ever. His senses felt enhanced in every way possible and he felt reinvigorated. When looking down he saw a lack of any corroded parts that had been replaced by a shiny new bronze body. This new body. It feels much stronger. Name: Rusty. Classification: Twilight Bronze Armor EL1. Type: Magical/inorganic. Hit points HP: 134 of 134. Magic points MP: 123/123. Special points SP: 40/40. Strength: 18E. Agility: 2E. Dexterity: 5E. Constitution: 19E. Intelligence: 7E. Wisdom: 8E. Willpower: 6E. Durability: E+. Huh. Why did my stats go down, but my health points and magic points doubled? At first, he was perplexed by his status screen. He was sure that he had become stronger, but all of the numbers had gone down. However, once he noticed that he had transformed from an F-rank monster into an E-rank monster, it all made sense. It seemed that the ranking letters represented his true strength and the numbers were just an additional indicator. Once they went over 99 they would switch to the next rank and reset. Interesting. After he realized that he had truly advanced to his new form, it was time to take it for a spin. On the outside he didn't look much different, he had an almost identical look, just one that lacked any corrosion. He was made out of shiny twilight bronze and his form gleamed in the bright light of the cave. He could instantly feel the difference, his movements were smoother, and even his thoughts were clearer. It was as if he had shed an old, rusty skin and emerged as something new and improved. Even his trusty sword had been transformed and was shining brightly beside him. Once he gave it a few good swings, he could tell that he would do quick work of the monsters he previously encountered. Wait, what about the other weapons? Are they in my inventory as well? His basic sword reminded him of the weapons he created in the Soul Forge. He quickly accessed his inventory screen in the search for it. While he didn't find any of them inside of his stash tab, a new tab had been created. Armory. The translucent menu presented him with a new window in which all the items that he created during his time in the Soul Forge. Each item was also accompanied by a brief description and its rating. Rusty scrolled through the list and was given the option to spend bronze ingots to create them. I can get a set of throwing knives for 1 ingot, but I'll have to spend 3 for the long sword. His current weapon was an arming sword which was shorter than the long sword he created inside of the Soul Forge. He was hoping to bring it out along with the bronze shield that he made, but it also would cost him another 3 bronze ingots. However, even with these high costs he needed to test out this new feature. He considered for a moment but eventually decided to get the shield instead, as his old weapon was still enough. Would you like to make the Twilight Bronze round shield? Yes. Once he confirmed, a little animation played out before him as the bronze ingots he spent transformed into the Twilight Bronze round shield. To his surprise, the shield didn't end up in the real world but instead appeared in his inventory. He needed to then select it before it appeared in his stash tab, where it occupied 4 squares instead of just 1. Rusty was confused about how to summon this item into his hand, but before he could think it through, another transformation took place. The whole stash tab expanded in size and a separate equipment window appeared above it. It contained spaces that were filled up with his armor, but also some smaller and larger ones that were empty. Is that my body in the middle? And my sword on the left? In the central area, Rusty could discern sections of his body divided into multiple parts. One slot contained his cuirass and placard, while another housed his sabatons and greaves. The gauntlet occupied its own slot, and the pauldrons were likewise segregated. However, they all appeared grayed out, inaccessible to him. The only usable slots seemed to be 2 larger ones on the left and right sides, along with a few smaller ones that were empty. The left one housed his current arming sword, and to his surprise, he could remove it into his stash tab. Upon doing so, the sword vanished from the real world as if it had never existed there in the first place. Only after it was dragged and dropped back to the left large weapon slot, did it appear once more. I see. So if I place the shield on the right side, it should. Rusty dragged the Twilight Bronze round shield from his inventory and placed it into the empty slot on the right side of the equipment window. To his amazement, as soon as he did so, the shield materialized in his hand. It shimmered with the same twilight bronze hue as the rest of his armor and reflected the light within the cave. With both sword and shield in hand, Rusty felt unstoppable. However, this wasn't quite finished, as he still needed to check if he had learned any new skills like he did when he turned into his previous form. What was that sound? Before Rusty could delve further into his investigation, he heard a faint sound, like something being crunched, resounding from around the corner. Was his lair invaded by monsters? He needed to investigate. Rusty cautiously approached the source of the sound, his grip tightening on his sword and newly made shield. As he continued to move, the noise of something getting crunched started to get louder. Eventually, he peeked around the corner to see a strange white creature going at the mana crystals in this cave. What is that? It's different from the other monsters but looks similar to the ants. Classification: minuscule gleaming mana ant L1G+. Type: insectoid. What he found was a rather small-looking monster. It was similar to the MYRM ant drones but somewhat smaller than even the smallest drone he had encountered. Its carapace was not brown or dark but had a white silvery sheen. Besides the coloring and size difference, it also had a slightly larger head with more pronounced antennae. Yet, it wasn't the creature's appearance that struck Rusty as most peculiar, rather, he found himself wondering why it was consuming the blue crystals. It looks really weak and is also just a G-rank monster, should I just slay it? Annoyed by the intrusion, Rusty stepped forward, his armor clanking a lot less than usual. While stepping forward, he noticed a resounding cracking sound as he stepped into something. When he glanced down, the mystery of this monster appearing here revealed itself. On the ground, there were eggshells from the egg that he brought over from within the ant's nest. It was now clear that this monster had hatched from inside, and for some reason, it was fine with the light crystals here. It's different than the rest, it might be dangerous. This cave served as Rusty's sanctuary, a place where he could unwind and safeguard his loot. The light crystals effectively repelled other insects and even aided him in his battle against the Ant Queen. The fact that one of her spawns could now bypass the protective glow of the crystals spelled trouble. If more of these creatures existed, they posed a threat to his newfound base. As Rusty pondered his next move, the minuscule MYRM mana ant continued to feast on the mana crystals, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Its mandibles clicked as it chewed, each bite punctuated by a small crack as it shattered another piece of crystal. Rusty knew he couldn't allow this creature to roam freely in his sanctuary. While it was small now, everything in this world evolved and it could potentially lead more of its kind here. Rusty tightened his grip on his sword and shield. In his current upgraded form, this monster posed no threat at all, which gave him an idea. The MYRM drones were able to leave small dents on his previous body. Though smaller than the MYRM drones, its mandibles seemed capable of inflicting damage. Thus he decided to let it attack him a few times, to test his newfound durability. The creature, engrossed in its feast, didn't seem to notice Rusty's approach until he was a few steps away. With a sudden awareness of the armored figure before it, the ant's antennae twitched in alarm. It reared up slightly and its mandibles clicked a few times, but something wasn't the same. He expected for the ant to rush him just like the drones did when he attacked their colony. However, this smaller creature seemed more docile, almost as if he was similar to the monsters from the original dungeon. Was it possible that the voice that had vanished was influencing this ant? It doesn't feel the same, the connection is lacking. Rusty still remembered the voice of the dungeon, which seemed to have a name. If what the Demon King claimed was true, then the thing he knew as the voice was the dungeon heart. He was created by it and had felt a deep connection before he fell into this area. There was a similar connection to the other monsters inhabiting those dungeon levels, something that was missing here. Despite not being part of that dungeon, the ant refrained from attacking and left Rusty perplexed by its behavior. The small insect moved closer in a slow fashion. Rusty remained still, anticipating its bite. However, to his surprise, the ant behaved differently. Instead of attacking, it repeatedly touched his bronze body with its antennae. After a brief moment, it glanced up and began a peculiar wiggle which left Rusty perplexed. Eventually, the monster turned away and returned to munching on the tiny mana crystals. It clearly doesn't see me as an enemy, but what should I do with it? This was quite the conundrum, as for some reason he felt conflicted. On one hand, the monster was a potential threat and it was also eating the crystals here. What if it ate all the crystals and his lair was destroyed? Yet, on the other hand, the creature's consumption rate was negligible, just like its size. It wasn't depleting the crystals at a rapid pace, and it would likely take years for it to make a large enough dent. It's a G-rank monster, so it won't give me much experience either, perhaps not even more than one. After farming these dungeons, Rusty has also realized one thing. The higher level he was becoming, the fewer experience points he gained. These ant monsters were the weakest types that were around and wouldn't offer him much, even less after he became an E-rank bronze twilight armor. Rusty considered his options and something about its behavior nagged at him. It wasn't behaving like a typical monster, which made him want to observe it more. I wonder, would it attack the other monsters? A thought crossed his mind, perhaps there was a way to use this strange creature to his advantage. While it wasn't his enemy, what of the other insects in this underground area? There was a possibility that it could aid him against them, just like the skeletons before. Even though it was quite weak, it could potentially act as a distraction. For the time being, Rusty decided to retreat and think his options through. After visiting the Soul Forge and engrossing himself with blacksmithing, he knew that it was sometimes better not to rush. His status screen still had some new secrets that he had not uncovered, and first he needed to go through his skills. He could feel that something new had appeared, but he wasn't sure if it would aid him in battle. What are these skills? Call guide. Active skill. You call your guide to aid you. My guide? Rusty was perplexed at this new skill and wasn't sure what to think of it. However, he knew that it was always best to not dwell on these things when activating the skill would give him all the answers. Thus, without thinking much, he activated the call guide skill, which he needed to do through the world system window, similar to his inventory screen. Choose which guide you wish to summon. Fallen Demon King. Betrayed Hero. Both. He was given a choice between two individuals but could summon both of them together. After reading the names he instantly knew what this skill was about. After deliberating for a moment he decided to call both the Fallen Demon King and the Betrayed Hero. He figured that there was no reason to call them separately and also wanted to see what both had to offer for him in the real world. The cave flickered momentarily, and then two shimmering orbs of light materialized before him. One radiated a dark, ominous aura while the other emitted a faint, ethereal glow. The Demon King and the Hero quickly materialized before him and looked exactly the same as they did within the Soul Forge. Ha! I knew I would return. It was only a matter of time. The world shall tremble once more before the might of Demon King Aburden. All shall pay for their folly. The booming laughter echoed through the chamber as Aburden's triumphant voice echoed. His form exuded an aura of darkness and contrasted sharply with the bright lights of this crystal-filled cave. Is this really the real world? The hero's voice was a lot more silent and some confusion was mixed into it. It contrasted with the Demon King's maniacal cackling. His form shimmered with gentle light and seemed to take in some of the light from the environment to shimmer even more. Rusty looked at the two orbs of light before him and wondered what he could use them for. They were here, but were they capable of aiding him in his battles, or could they only offer him their knowledge? After spending more than a week inside the Soul Forge he got to know them a bit better. The hero was very knowledgeable when it came to blacksmithing and handling weapons. On the other hand, the Demon King seemed more clever and filled with other knowledge. I'll be sure to repay this favor, Rusty. As he was deliberating, the black orb started to float away. It was as if he was trying to flee from this location. However, once the Demon King put himself around 10 meters from the living armor, he came to a halt. It became evident that he was struggling to advance and his once ominous form gradually diminished, his movements growing sluggish. No, what is this? It can't be. Did you think that you could just leave? Did you forget that we are probably nothing more than a skill for Rusty here? The hero chuckled, observing the defeated Demon King's futile attempt at escape. It became clear that their fragmented existences were forever tied to the living armor known as Rusty. They were unable to stray too far from his body, which served as the central point for his skill, and could probably only exist within this realm thanks to his mana. Damn it all. The orb of black light slowly floated back towards his owner, who just stood there without a word. This is fine, I'll get back to my previous form eventually, it's just a small setback on the way towards my full revival. Sure. What about you, hero? Don't you want to live again and punish the ones that crossed you? It seemed that even in these more real forms, they continued to argue about the same thing. Rusty remained uncertain about their true history, but it appeared they had been betrayed and slain by someone they now harbored intense animosity towards. This held little relevance to Rusty as his sole focus lay in his pursuit of strength and how these two entities could aid him in achieving it. What can you do? His question was simple and to the point. The two orbs of light stopped talking with each other as they felt compelled by the order. What can we do? Nothing much than to offer you some advice. These spectral bodies don't really hold much power within them. The Demon King answered first, which left Rusty saddened. Was there truly nothing more than advice that these two could offer? It felt like it was a waste of a skill for them to just buzz around his head without offering anything substantial. However, a nearby ant that was crunching on some mana stones gave him an idea. Can you tell me something about that? That is, a minuscule gleaming mana ant. Answered the hero orb, which annoyed Rusty slightly. I know that already. It's a special mutation of the ant species, quite a rare find. Most of them die inside of the dungeons as they require a large amount of light and mana to hatch. Bravo, you brought it to the perfect incubator, Rusty. Incubator? The fallen demon seemed to know a bit more about this creature than the hero. Both of them seemed to be knowledgeable about separate things which were noted by him. An incubator is usually an enclosed place that helps beings grow or hatch. Damn, I already hate this. The demon lord replied with an annoyed tone. Even though he didn't want to offer this advice, he was compelled by something to do so. It was clear that he was compiled to do the bidding of this living suit of armor, at least for now. This skill has its uses. That the day would come, that I the great demon king would be reduced to offering advice to a mere suit of armor, how humiliating. You'll get over it. The hero replied to the dark orb of light in a mocking tone. While the two were in the same boat, it didn't seem like he had any aspirations or knowledge of getting reborn. In his former life, he was merely a human, and perhaps the only entities capable of aiding him were the same gods who had once forsaken him. Then, can this ent do something for me? It didn't attack me for some reason. These monsters are said to be docile and very intelligent. It seemed to have been born without the influence of a queen, but I'm not sure, perhaps it sees you as an ally. Rusty nodded while receiving even more information. It seemed that having a demon king who knew his way around monsters was quite handy. With these two around, it would probably be possible to create even better hunting tactics. However, as he was about to ask another question, something unforeseen started happening. Mana reserves are critically low. He started feeling strange and his body was starting to give out. First went his legs, which collapsed and came loose at the joints. When he looked at the prompt, it seemed that this skill had consumed all of his mana. His mind became drowsy and he was unable to do anything before everything went black. The voices of both the hero and demon king faded away as he lost consciousness. I passed out. He found himself down on the ground with his body parts lying down at awkward angles. The last thing that he recalled was a red warning window before everything went black. The two orbs were not here with him anymore, and it was obvious why this had happened. I ran out of mana and collapsed. Previously he had come close to this phenomenon, but this was the first time that his mana went below 1 point. It seemed the skill that let him call the two beings required a constant supply of MP. Once it reached 0, his body, which required mana to function, collapsed. Luckily, it wasn't a death sentence and eventually, it recovered. At least I know what will happen when I run out of mana now. I should never let it happen while in combat. Once he was awake, he noticed another thing. The small ant that had been eating the mana crystals was now resting on top of his chest. It seemed that while he was out, it decided to make him into its bed. Rusty blinked, slightly surprised to find the small ant perched atop him. It seemed comfortable, its small body rising and falling gently with each breath. The white body had become enlarged and was now glowing, most likely a side effect of eating the mana crystals. Despite its initially peculiar behavior, Rusty found himself feeling a strange sense of warmth towards the creature. This creature is strange. For some reason he didn't feel like moving, as if disturbing the ant's sleep would be bad. His body parts were sprawled out to the sides as he took a dive after passing out. It seemed that his body seized up in place and fell backward. This created enough force to send his limbs in all 4 directions, rendering him immobile and a torso. His head was dislodged as well, but remained closer to his main body. Now I know what will happen if I ever run out of mana. It was good luck that this had happened inside of this cave and not somewhere else. It was clear now, if he ever used up all his mana at once, he would be pushed into some kind of strange dormant state. He had no idea how long he was out, but even the smallest monster would be enough to finish him off if he couldn't move. They are really far away, but Rusty possessed some degree of control over his body. If his limbs were separated, they could reconnect when brought close to his main body. However, in this scenario, he couldn't move his torso closer, as it was too far away. Without even a single arm, he couldn't crawl closer, leaving him with the option of perhaps rolling, but he didn't have a proper spine to turn to the side either. Wait, there was that new skill, maybe I should use it. Limb control, living armor. Active skills. A skill that allows control of one's limbs to a certain extent. Before passing out, he noticed a new skill that could help him out in this situation. Gaining skills was a strange phenomenon, as whenever he received one, he instantly knew how it worked. It was hard to describe, but after using it once, it became part of his being. After passing out, his mana reserves had been recharged back to maximum. It was safe to use it, and soon his body started glowing. From within his chest plate, a strange emerald light emerged. It shot out from the holes that were made by his missing limbs. The glow first made its way inside the hollowed parts before enveloping them all. The scattered parts then started to float up into the air while Rusty felt a strange sensation. He could feel the limbs as if they were connected to his body, even when they were all far away from his body. His fingers twitched and grasped at the empty air with some force behind them. Eventually, with a focused effort, he willed his limbs to move and they responded. The dislodged metallic arm that was lying several meters away, twitched and rocketed back towards his torso. It soon collided with his shoulder and connected itself back into the correct place. Rusty couldn't help but feel a sense of relief as his arm reattached itself to his torso. The sensation was strange yet satisfying, like pieces of a puzzle clicking back into place. With his arm secured, he focused on his other dislodged limbs, willing them to return to him. One by one, they obeyed his mental commands, flying through the air and reattaching themselves to his body. Once all his limbs were reconnected, he looked at the last issue, the small ant monster on his chest. For some reason, even while his whole armor was glowing and clicking around, it remained plastered to his chest. He wished to ask the glowing orbs about this minuscule gleaming mana ant, but after passing out once, he was now reluctant to activate that call guide skill. Well, it has to get down one way or the other. Rusty moved his reattached gauntlet towards the ant to give it a small poke. For some reason, it felt rude to interrupt its slumber, but he couldn't get up and look through his skill window otherwise. However, after his digit collided with the monster's antennae, a strange system prompt was given to him. Would you like to accept a bonding contract with the minuscule gleaming mana ant? A bonding contract? He moved his finger away while going through the strange prompt. The ant, which was fast asleep, looked up to him without moving from its spot. It had no eyelids, but its eyes turned to his form. It wiggled its antennae in what seemed to be anticipation. Rusty pondered for a moment as he had no idea what this contract entailed. The creature was quite docile and it seemed happy. Fine. I guess. As he confirmed his decision, a radiant glow enveloped both Rusty and the minuscule gleaming mana ant. It was as if an invisible tether formed between them, connecting their fates in some unspoken pact. Rusty felt a surge of energy coursing through him, and a newfound sense of connection with the creature nestled upon his chest. What a curious feeling. He thought to himself while the ant moved down from his chest and started performing a strange dance between his legs. To make things even more interesting, he was given a new window, one where he could see his new friend's stats. Name. No name. Classification. Minuscule gleaming mana ant G+L1. Type. Insectoid. Hit points HP. May 5th. Magic points MP. August 8th. Stamina points SP. August 8th. Strength. 56G. Agility. 76G+. Dexterity. 66G. Constitution. 68G+. Intelligence. 93G+. Wisdom. 92G+. Willpower. 89G+. Durability. G. Stamina points, not special points. The monster's stats were quite low and in the G rank. When he tried to recall his original status screen, this monster was even below it. What he noticed was that this creature also had no name, just like he did in the past, and that he could see its status screen, as if it was his own. It appeared in a section called Bonded Monsters that wasn't really explained. Maybe I should ask the hero or demon king about this, but first. He looked at the name of this monster just like previously. The name was long, but one word caught his attention. Then, just like when he had gotten his own name of Rusty, this ant had been named. Name. Gleam. Classification. Minuscule gleaming mana ant G+L1. Type. Insectoid. His new friend started dancing around as if he was given something tasty to eat. It was a strange feeling, but for some reason, Rusty was feeling joy. He started his life alone and without much purpose, but now things were changing. The two glowing orbs were there, and so was this sparkling ant that had just been named. Gleam, can you talk? He attempted to communicate with his new friend, but it didn't seem that this creature could respond. However, it seemed that it had some intelligence, as it responded by shaking its body as if it were trying to respond. No talking, then how about, you bring me that crystal. Rusty pointed towards a nearby mana crystal with his finger, gesturing for Gleam to fetch it. The ant, understanding the command, scurried over to the crystal with surprising agility. It grabbed hold of the crystal with its mandibles and struggled for a moment before managing to lift it. With a determined effort, Gleam dragged the crystal back to Rusty, presenting it at his feet. Well, that's impressive. Rusty remarked as he was impressed by the ant's intelligence and order-following capabilities. Even without asking for confirmation, he knew that he received something similar to a familiar or a thrall. For one reason or another, the ant must have accepted him as his leader, which he then confirmed with the contract. Could it have done it to survive? As Rusty pondered the reason behind the ant's behavior, he realized it was ultimately without meaning. Perhaps the ant perceived him as its mother, or perhaps it acted out of fear of the other monsters lurking outside. Its body was quite small, and once it left this cavern, its fate would be sealed. Gleam stood little chance against the stronger monsters outside, and it would likely meet a swift demise if left alone for too long. Now then, did I learn any other skills besides limb control? Basic shield proficiency. Passive skills. A skill that makes it easier to wield a shield along with other weapons. It is required to unlock more powerful shield skills. Previously, Rusty only was able to absorb the shield bash skill from one of the dungeon skeletons but never got around to getting the passive. While holding the shield was fine, now he would truly be able to use it in battle. There doesn't seem to be anything else. He expected to receive something more magical like the elemental charge skill or the elemental discharge one, but perhaps later something good would arise. All his stats had gone up and he had access to a whole inventory filled with new weapons. He wanted to summon his arsenal instantly but needed to withhold. There was still a lack of any tin ore in this area. Before finding a vein he needed to conserve his resources. Only one more anomaly remained, as his body had a strange addition. Previously he was just a hallowed suit of armor, without anything on the inside. However, now a strange orb resided within him and it was glued to the top of his helmet. At first, he attempted to take it out, but the moment he tried, a strange foreboding feeling washed over him. It was as if his very essence was inside of this very tiny orb, and if he tried to remove it from within his body, something bad would happen. This was a new weak point of sorts, as previously to defeat him, his body needed to be mangled. Now on the other hand, if this was damaged he felt like something bad would happen. He needed to protect this small orb that was the size of a marble, and luckily it was at a location that would be hard to damage. Not much that I can do about this. I should probably go test out that one skill and also this new body. The basic elemental discharge skill was something that he hadn't truly tested out yet, as it was given to him when he maxed out his previous form. Now that he was transformed and had more MP to use such skill, it was time to take over the whole underground cavern. The strongest monsters that he had come across here were of E rank, which he was now a part of. Should I go after the centipedes first? The memory of getting chased by the large centipede matriarch was still fresh in Rusty's mind. It was a scary opponent that was much larger and was quite swift. While he felt confident now, it was better to test his sword out on the lesser monsters first. Afterward, it would be time to take care of the matriarch. Time for a hunt. You want to follow me? Rusty was on his way out of the cavern before he noticed that the white ant continued to follow after him. This creature was rather weak and would not last even against a slug, but this didn't mean that it was of no use. Good, then Gleam, you will be the bait. A devious idea crept into his metallic head as he set off to the watering hole where the monsters gathered. Even with the ant queen gone, the other monsters continued to respect their space. However, the centipede seemed to have multiplied since his last visit, and perhaps with time, would also attempt to overthrow the other monsters here. With Gleam by his side, Rusty ventured forth into the cavern, the echoing sound of his footsteps reverberating off the crystalline walls. As they approached the watering hole, the ambient noise of chittering insects and dripping water grew louder. The monsters looked in his direction and reacted in a rather novel way. Usually, they would ignore him, but this time around, many of them started moving in his direction. It was clear that their gazes were not focused on his metallic frame but on the gleaming ant, which was quite radiant. While Rusty had intended to employ his new little helper as bait, he hadn't anticipated that the monsters would react so aggressively upon seeing it. He had assumed they would avoid the radiance it emitted, as it was similar to the light he could produce with his sword. However, the monsters appeared to be drawn to Gleam's glow like moths to a flame. They skittered and slithered closer, their eyes fixed on the tiny ant as if it were a tantalizing treat. Rusty watched as the creatures closed in, their movements becoming more frenzied with each step. This wasn't quite what I had in mind. Gleam, get behind me. Rusty knew that the situation was starting to spiral out of control. Nevertheless, for some reason, he didn't feel that he was fully in danger. He was an E-rank monster who was being confronted by a bunch of F ranks. When thinking about those larger monsters that towered over the rest, he imagined himself as one of them. He quickly assessed the scenario and raised his sword into the air. With the activation of basic elemental charge, it started glowing with an intense light. The monsters were blinded and stopped in their tracks, but this was not his plan. Soon after, he swung his sword forward in a sweeping motion while also activating basic elemental discharge. When doing so, a torrent of light energy surged forth from the blade, engulfing the oncoming monsters within. The creatures screeched and writhed as they were struck by the force of Rusty's attack, their bodies convulsing. They were still alive, but they were stunned. Gleam scurried behind Rusty, seeking shelter behind one of his metallic legs. It chomped with its mandibles but left the fighting up to its current master. Not bad. Even though they aren't dead, it won't be hard to defeat them in this state. You have gained +8 experience points. You have gained +9 experience points. Rusty charged in, the monsters were down for the count and easy targets. With swift slashes of his sword, he dispatched the stunned creatures one by one, their weakened forms offering little resistance against his onslaught. Gleam watched from the sidelines, its glowing body pulsating before it too launched itself at one of the injured monsters. As the last of the monsters fell, Rusty took a moment to evaluate his performance. His sword was still crackling with an elemental sheen, but the skill had run its course. Rusty noted that the monsters that had attacked the small ant lay dead, while others had decided to flee upon realizing his strength. It became apparent that these creatures weren't truly mindless and lacked the compulsion to fight to the last one standing. I wonder if they see me as one of those other monsters. Rusty was somewhat aesthetic as this cemented his rise in strength. At first glance, his stats didn't look that much greater than the ones he previously had. However, as he had now had some time to utilize his new body, it became apparent that it was many times stronger than the corroded shell he had previously inhabited. There seemed to be some sort of hidden power boost accompanying his rise to the E rank that surpassed the numbers indicating it. There were a little bit over 10 bodies on the ground, composed of the centipedes and slug monsters. For some reason, the beetles stayed out of it for the most part and retreated to their side of the cave after he activated his new skill. However, to Rusty's surprise, another anomaly arose concerning his new friend, Gleam. Despite the ant not inflicting any damage, it was strangely enough gaining experience points. Gleam had entered the fray after the monsters had been disabled by Rusty's skill, targeting only the incapacitated ones. Its mandibles weren't particularly strong and it struggled to bite through the tough exoskeletons of the large centipedes. Although Rusty landed all the finishing blows, Gleam managed to gain a level without landing any critical hits, while Rusty felt like he was receiving fewer experience points than before. Maybe I should ask one of them for advice. He pondered this issue as the memories of the Demon Lord and the hero weren't giving him any answers. While these memories provided a starting point for his understanding of the world, they fell short in unveiling its deeper secrets. Without directly consulting one of his guiding helpers, Rusty realized he wouldn't fully understand this situation. As long as I don't keep them out for too long, it should be fine. I just need to limit it to one guide. His MP was recharging at a faster rate than before, but he still chose to wait until it was maxed out. Passing out again was not something he wished to do, and he needed to see if he could actually use this skill correctly. Previously Rusty did not pay attention to his mana usage, but this time around his visor would be glued to the system window. Thus, after waiting for a bit for his mana to recharge, he decided to summon one of the beings from the Soul Forge. Who should I pick, the hero or the Demon King? Rusty wasn't sure which one of them could offer him a better explanation. The hero had assisted him in refining his crafting skills and provided insights into weapon and armor creation. On the other hand, the Demon King seemed to possess knowledge about monsters and their behaviors, which could shed light on the peculiarities he was experiencing with Gleam. If it's about monsters, it seems that the Demon King could know better. While the Demon Lord seemed untrustworthy at the start and attempted to flee instantly when he was previously summoned, the skill, call guide, seemed to compel them to answer his questions truthfully. The decision was made and more precise knowledge of the monster world was needed. After postponing his journey towards the centipede lair, he ventured back to the safety of his crystal headquarters. Here he felt safe, and even if he passed away once again, there was no chance of him getting hurt. Rusty realized that this would be his final test. If, for any reason, it failed again, he would have to cease using this skill. Continuously losing consciousness whenever it was activated and being vulnerable to monster attacks was not a viable option. No hero this time around. Do you perhaps enjoy my presence more, my dear Rusty? But, could you do me a favor and not summon me to this bright place? It's giving me a migraine, and I don't even have a tangible body. The Demon King appeared in the form of a glowing black orb. It was a strange sight to behold as it was forming itself. Shadows started forming from seemingly nowhere and expanded in size. Eventually, the fallen Demon King was there, his imposing voice being a reminder of the great evil that he once was. I apologize for the inconvenience. But I need your help. What can you tell me about this ant? Rusty was in a rush as he could see his MP drop by exactly 50 points. This left him with a bit over 70 points. Everything seemed to be fine at first, but he noticed another magic point being deducted right after. This was probably the reason for his downfall previously. The skill used up MP at a continuous rate. The ant again. I see that you have given it a name. Well, at least it's not Gleamy. Why would I name it Gleamy? Just ignore what I said. What do you want to know about this ant again? Oh, something strange happened after I woke up. It was on my armor, and then I was asked for a bonding contract. He quickly explained everything to the Demon King while keeping his gaze on the system window. There, he observed his MP slowly ticking down, but not at a rate that posed any immediate harm. Reflecting on his previous fall, he could only assume that summoning both orbs simultaneously had resulted in higher magic usage and initial costs, which then led to his sudden loss of consciousness. Ah yes, a bonding contract, those also exist. I usually preferred the thrall or slave contracts, much better. A thrall contract? Indeed, let me explain. While a bonding contract forms a connection between you and a monster, you're compelled to share your experience points with them. However, if you manage to acquire a thrall, that wouldn't be the case. I'm sure you've experienced that before, haven't you? Receiving less experience than usual. That did happen, so a part of my experience is going to Gleam. It is. I'm not sure what the exact number is, but it won't go above half, and if your bonding partner isn't within range, you will be able to gain your experience at the usual pace. Interesting. So, is there anything else I should know about this bonding contract? Well, besides sharing experience points, the bond can also grant the monster certain benefits. They might gain access to skills or abilities they wouldn't otherwise have, and they can become more loyal and obedient to you as their bond strengthens. Unique evolutionary choices might appear once they are ready, and you will have the ability to decide. I'll be able to decide. Indeed. Thus, I would advise you to help your new friend advance quickly. It will be hard for this creature to survive on its own. The other monsters will be drawn to it like moths to a flame too. This peculiar species is special, it seems to attract other monsters too, perhaps they are drawn to its mana. Some creatures are natural elixirs, it could be possible that eating it would unlock a special evolution too. Rusty nodded, absorbing the information provided by the fallen Demon King. It seemed that the bonding contract was both a boon and a burden. On one hand, he needed to share his experience with it, but on the other hand, it also worked in reverse. As the ant grew stronger, Rusty envisioned the possibility of confronting more formidable foes together. In the past he managed to kill strong adventurers with the help of other monsters, so this tactic wasn't anything new. That's not that bad, I can just have him stay here if I just want to level up by myself too. That you can, can this demon king help you with anything else? Will you tell me to cook you something now? The black orb replied in a sort of annoyed tone. Rusty knew that this being didn't like to be ordered around, but it was not something he concerned himself about. After ignoring the question, he gave one of his own that concerned the change in his body. He removed his helmet and turned it around to show that strange marble glued to it. What is this? That? It's just a monster core. Monsters start growing, once they become rank. Oh, does it do anything? It feels very important, as if something will happen if I touch it. Of course, if your monster core is destroyed, you will cease to exist. The Demon King's words sent a shiver down Rusty's metallic spine. The idea of his existence hinging on the safety of this small orb was daunting, to say the least. So, it's like my lifeline? In a manner of speaking, yes. It's the essence of your being, contained within that core. Damage it, and you risk your very existence. However, once you increase in strength, so will you also gain skills and abilities to shelter it better. Once that's over with, you won't even remember that it was ever there to begin with. There are also benefits of having a monster core. You will not die unless it is destroyed. I won't. Even if my HP goes down to 0. That's the fun part, it can't. A monster with a core must have its core destroyed, otherwise it won't perish. However, magical attacks that affect your whole body could be used as a finishing blow, so it would be best if you don't let your health fall below a certain threshold. Rusty absorbed this information with a mix of relief and fear. On one hand, knowing that he wouldn't die unless his monster core was destroyed offered a certain degree of security. This information could even save his life in the future, as long as his helmet that housed the core survived, he wouldn't die. However, it was quite a small and brittle-looking object. If he took too many hard hits to his bronze head, he could perish even if his HP wasn't fully lowered. Thank you for the clarification. My pleasure. Now Rusty my boy, how about we talk about something? I'm sorry, but you will have to go now. I beg your pardon. Before the Demon Lord could continue with his sentence, he was interrupted by Rusty. His mana had dropped by another 50 points and it was becoming too dangerous to continue. Luckily, it was possible to end this skill whenever he chose. It only took a mental command for Rusty to dismiss the fallen Demon King. Well, that's rude. The dark orb started to flicker before it dissipated into thin air while shouting something at him that he didn't fully understand. Rusty had gained valuable information and was glad that he asked about this monster core of his. Now he knew that he needed to protect his head more than his other body parts. Now, what should I do about you? Gleam wiggled its antennae as if sensing Rusty's gaze upon it. He could feel that this monster was eager to assist and would follow his orders. The problem wasn't its loyalty but that it wasn't the strongest. For it to become of any use, it needed to at least reach the F rank like the other insects here. I think it will be better if we start now. It felt wise to begin the leveling drive now, and he already knew that his companion could be used to lure the other monsters. With that in mind, Rusty formulated a plan. He would venture deeper into the cavern, seeking out groups of monsters to battle alongside Gleam. By strategically utilizing the ant's glow to attract foes, Rusty could dispatch them efficiently and ensure Gleam gained the necessary experience to level up. Gleam, are you ready? Rusty addressed his newfound companion, who responded with a series of excited movements, indicating its readiness for action. Let us depart then. For some reason, with Gleam by his side, Rusty felt a lot more joy. He recalled his life before falling down the chasm. The other monsters would react to him at all, but Gleam was different. It wiggled around in a novel fashion and seemed to always be interested in the things he was doing. Finally, the two ventured towards the tunnels, and this time around they were not attacked at the watering hole. After considering his options, Rusty decided to enter the slug-filled tunnels. Gleam had a weak bite, but the slugs were quite squishy to the point that even he would be able to do damage. The new hunt started as he postponed the destruction of the centipede-filled dungeons and the matriarch waiting for him there. Instead, he focused on helping his new friend level up. One thing in particular stayed with him. The Demon Lord mentioned that he would be able to affect the evolutionary path of this small ant, and he wanted to see how. Just as expected, the slugs weren't much of a problem. After using Gleam to lure them in, he was able to avoid their initial charges and cut them in half. With the elemental discharge skill, thighs were even easier. These monsters liked to gather in a large group, which allowed Rusty to hit multiple of them at once. After getting hit, they were momentarily stunned, and even Gleam could finish them off through multiple bites that probably did 1 HP damage each. As the two pushed into the cavern, Rusty realized just how deep it went. The further he ventured, the more of the monsters he encountered. Luckily, he was not the armor that he used to be, and slaying them came to him rather easily. Even their best attack couldn't faze him, as he could easily block it with the bronze shield he created. Rusty couldn't help but marvel at Gleam's tenacity. Despite its diminutive size, the ant fought with unwavering determination, never backing down from a challenge. It was clear to Rusty that Gleam had the heart of a warrior, and he found himself growing more and more fond of his tiny companion. While he received less experience than before, it felt well spent, as he could see Gleam's levels just skyrocketing. At the end of their push into the slug-infested tunnels, Gleam was already level 5. This leveling speed was only something he could have dreamed about when he was created. Eventually, they reached a large chamber at the center of the cavern, where a massive slug, easily 10 times the size of the others, lay coiled upon itself. Its body pulsed with an otherworldly glow, and its 2 extended eyes seemed to focus on the 2 intruders. Gleam, can you hide yourself somewhere? This might be too dangerous for you to handle. Gleam seemed unwilling to part from his new metallic companion, but relented. The ant looked at the tunnel wall and started burrowing itself into it, disappearing from sight. With Gleam safely hidden, Rusty turned his attention back to the colossal slug before him. It seemed to be the big boss of this area, just like the Ant Queen and Centipede Matriarch. I'll start with you then. Rusty pointed with his sword in the direction of the monster. The creature was surrounded by a small swarm of smaller slugs, which probably acted as its defense force. Once they were dealt with, defeating their leader would be much easier.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.